mich? Hört ihr mich? Könnt ihr mich hören? Könnt ihr mich sehen? Könnt ihr mich fühlen? Ich verstehe euch nicht.
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
People of Earth, attention. People of Earth, attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet.
And you're listening to the Martian.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
Within the eyes, and bitter wind.
Yes, the madness. It's all such a madness continuing in this month of March Madness. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there in the bite waves of the internet and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. And today is March 21st of 2020, or the 22nd, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream, and whoever and wherever else is streaming this, as well as through the Martian Revelation Show YouTube stream live at
www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against the evil dark mission is. We're all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark side in special clubs and special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves not wish to face or even admit to, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries. Faces on Mars. Cover-up controversy. Down through time. Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
That's right, but the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs to join or any special subscriptions. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show, again, which is your only defense for that war which we all fight against those evil dark missioners. And we're working with the goal each week to bring you the truth, one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link. And I must also ask you all, though, that you please donate with anything that you could afford, $5, $10, $20, anything, by clicking on the big red, white, and blue American donate button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, of which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all to not only fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what? By making our fate. And you know how else you can make our fate? You could advertise on this show. Yes, right. If you have a book, if you have a product or whatnot, whatever you would like to advertise, and or if you'd like to sponsor this show, jot down this email, marsrevealer@gmail.com. That's marsrevealer@gmail.com. And using that email, marsrevealer@gmail.com, you can send me messages, questions, music, or artwork, or guest requests, or even if you wish to request to be a guest, or anything else that you would like to speak to me about. But especially use marsrevealer@gmail.com if you are someone who is on the inside of NASA, the Never a Straight Answer agency of our space organizational national space explorational program, who knows or has access and or information about any old yet new image data that shows us other faces of Mars. That's right, other faces of Mars that were taken by Viking orbiters back from 1976 to /1982. That show us indeed the reality that the face of Mars is not just a mere trick of light and shadow, but it's not even lonely. And these faces of Mars can be seen by the images showing them through a video called the UFO Diaries, which is also on the facesofmars.com page when you scroll way down the page and check it out. It's only a 22-minute long video.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Which was published in 1993. It never aired in America. It only aired in Germany and in Russia. Why? Because it's illegal to stay secrets in America. That's why. And the interesting thing is, in more than 2/3 of that video has to deal with the work of and shows of one Richard C. Hoagland, who is the one who in 2006, June 1st, had encouraged me and for someone else here to do the serious legwork to investigate because, quote-unquote, he was just too swamped at present. See, there's that code word that now down through time we could attribute and understand. He was trying to tell us he was part of the swamp who's keeping all of this silent and secret from us all. And I did that serious legwork, and lo and behold, the evidence that came forth of the testimony of the producers themselves. Hear this.
The fascination of the faces on Mars for me, and in my fascination with Richard Hoagland, who's been the big mover and shaker in all of that.
That's right. So as you heard, it's, as they said to me, and as also evidence of an email that said, he provided those faces images. Why would I be needing those images from them?
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
And you can see those images there under the video itself.
We got them from Hoagland, we got them from NASA, and there you are. I mean, one of them's going to say, yeah, those are ours.
Very interesting questions. One that he not wanted or wished to answer or to have answered for you, the people who buy into his special clubs and special subscriptions. I mean, don't you think that's worthy of knowing about? So everyone needs to ask him about them and not just take these images lightly, because these are real intelligence images, and we need to learn the truth about them. Those images are part of the evidence of the Mars that they now know compared to the Mars that we now know.
The great mystery at this point seems to be if the Enterprise mission and its colleagues can find all this and so much more, then why can't NASA? Or is there something more? Is it possible that they have seen what we have seen and also understand what's really there, but have a reason to keep silent?
Because on the surface, he can't acknowledge it. But underneath the surface is where there are things to be told and things to be seen, to where we all, as we create critical mass and ask him about them, therefore we can make it safe for it to be seen and safe for him to come out and acknowledge the ruins are there himself. But I'm crazy, huh? But quite the controversy and conspiracy and a whole lot of world problems for myself and my family created over it. Because of my balls to dare to ask questions and to pursue an investigation of which he taught me to do, to investigate no matter to where it leads or no matter to whom it leads to. So if anything, I was just doing what he taught me to do. How come everyone else isn't? But they side and jump on the side of the fence of non-disclosure because of their own greed and because of their own agendas. They don't really want the truth. They just want to steer you all into their special clubs and special subscriptions and to follow them as if they are the say-all, tell-all about what the truth is of what's really on Mars. Don't buy into that bullshit or theirs, because we are here to show you the reality of the Martian revelation. And under that video, you can see screen grabs, scenes put together, showing those faces of Mars. Because if you watch that video, many of you won't see it. Why? Because everything moves around so fast. Why? Just like UFOs do. That's why. They move fast. In order to capture UFOs on film, you have to slow the film down and then go frame by frame, the screen capture everything to stabilize the object, the UFO, in this case, the unidentified facial objects, and then put the scene together and to see what they're really presenting us of intelligent information that surely exists there. Many not seen those images until I had to literally do the serious legwork to do my homework and to show you all that indeed they are there. So again, the UFO Diaries, Cydonia, Discover the Earth-Mars Connection. Be sure to watch that video and to pass it around, and don't forget to ask questions, because you cannot get if you do not ask. And you cannot find something if you're not looking for it. That's the reality. That's all you need to know. No special clubs and special subscriptions will advise you anything at all about that. Why?
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
That's right. And so if you're someone who's privy to these images and or data or information, please feel free to email me again at marsrevealer@gmail.com. Even if you work for other international space agencies or within this one who has access to other old and even new image data that we the people are not privy to, that you think that we should know about and be concerned about and be aware of, email me again, marsrevealer@gmail.com, and your anonymity will be respected and upheld unless and until there's a time you wish to come forth and state otherwise. I am willing to be your public sector, and you can be willing to be all of our private sector. And I commend and respect you ahead of time for that on behalf of myself and the listeners, encouraging you to do so. So just remember this also, that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So that all being said, we got a really great show for you all tonight. And we're going to have a special guest on whose name is Keith Morgan. And we're going to be getting into the Morgan curve, as well as talking about other aspects of Mars, as well as our own previous history here on Earth, which has the Earth-Mars connection there abounded, regarding to the Anunnaki, and also regards to the faces of Mars, and other things. So we're looking forward to tonight's special guest, and that's going to be a rocket show, so be sure. Now you all take down the timeline number to call in later if you like. 202-684-6955. 202-684-6955. One more. 202-684-6955. So before we get into that amazing aspect tonight, the show may run long. Who knows? It's up to him. He has a lot to show and tell and a lot to discuss. Should be a really interesting night. I'm sure we'll get pounded with questions. So, that being said, let's get into some news. All right, this first article is from March 18th. Waves in thin Martian air with wide effects. Mars has a very thin atmosphere, with nearly 1/100th the density of ours on Earth, and gravity pulls with little more than 1/3 of the strength that we feel on our planet. As a result, dust storms can go global. For future missions to Mars, it's important to understand the planet's area envelope and to try to forecast its moods. A new study led by Gabriella Gilli of Instituto di Astrofisica, I'm not even going to bother, and some other university, published in the Journal of Geophysical Research, may improve the way we describe and forecast the Martian weather. This study suggests that waves moving upwards across Mars's thin air and caused by air perturbations can have a strong impact on the atmosphere as a whole. Understanding this process may explain some of the differences between what space missions have observed on the red planet and the computer simulation scientists are using to figure out how its atmosphere works. Atmospheric gravity waves are small fluctuations in air density and temperature propagating through the atmosphere. They could be produced by a number of processes like warm and cool air interactions or the flow of air over mountains, all of them perturbating the stable layering of the atmosphere. As these waves transport and release energy, they cause winds either to speed up or to slow down the gentle breezes. Thus, they are known to have a role in the global atmospheric circulation on Earth, as well as on Mars and Venus. We focused on the comparison between our tridimensional simulations of the atmosphere and the observations by the instrument Mars Climate Sounder on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, says Gabriella Gilli. The inclusions in the model of gravity waves produced by convection gives a plausible physical explanation for some of the remaining divergences between the observations and the simulations. According to the present study, these waves seem to interact with the periodic oscillations of the atmosphere as a whole, named diurnal tides, caused by the contrast in temperature between day and night. On Mars, these tides are much stronger than on Earth due to its thin envelope. The study shows that the impact of gravity waves on Martian diurnal tides tend to slow down the winds at altitudes above 50 kilometers, more in accordance with what is in fact observed on Mars. The authors used a tridimensional model developed by the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in Paris. I mean, come on, let's say it in English. But the model is continuously being updated towards a more faithful representation of the Martian climate. This work of Gilli's team is one of these updates. It is a computer representation of gravity waves caused by convection. Their specific properties can be tuned while checking if the simulated weather output, namely the wind speeds and density and temperature oscillations, get closer to the data registered by the spacecrafts. Gilli, who is an expert on the atmosphere of our next neighbor Venus, says that models for those planets are a key to also understand the differences and similarities between these worlds and Earth, and to understand the evolution of our own planet. There you go. More bullshit again. To understand the evolution of our own planet, they're still looking to prove Darwinian evolution, okay? That's why they don't really want to look for life and detect life, because they know it'll fail to pass the test on the search of the proving Darwinian evolution, okay? But anyway, let's just flow along. But we will keep working on the climate models of our neighboring planets, and with new data coming from future missions like ExoMars and Mars 2020, Gabriella Gilly says, it is also crucial to apply these models to extrasolar planets similar to Earth so that we can predict what we will be able to observe with the instruments planned for the coming years for the study of distant worlds. And okay, it's good to use some type of baseline as we study other worlds. There may be similarities and whatnot, but to cause and to say, to understand the evolution of our own planet, they have not even proved evolution. They want to keep touting that as a fact of science when it is not. It's a fantasy. Let's just go by the facts. And if the facts lead us to that there is, in fact, an evolution, especially based on Darwinian evolution, so be it. But let's not throw the cart in front of the damn horse, shall we? Anyway, let's go to the next one. From Mars 20th, by the staff writers of JPL. NASA's Mars Perseverance, or listeners to this show could appreciate, the Forever rover gets its sample handling system. With the launch period for NASA's Mars Perseverance, or Forever rover, opening in a little less than 4 months, the six-wheeler is reaching significant pre-launch milestones almost daily at the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida. The rover had some components removed prior to being shipped from NASA's JPL in California to the Cape in early February. Last week, Perseverance's Forever Assembly, Test and Launch Operations team integrated 2 components that will play key roles in the acquisition, containment, and eventual return to Earth of humanity's first samples from another planet, the Adaptive Caching Assembly and the Bit Carousel. In essence, the continuance of the putting together the continued turtleneck snail pace speed policy agenda of milking and bilking millions and billions from the we the people. So the bit carousel contains the 9 drill bits Perseverance Forever will use to sample Martian rock and dust. Attached to the top front of the rover on March 7th and resembling a flying saucer, it also is the gateway for the samples to move into the belly of the rover for assessment and processing by the Adaptive Caching System. Installed on March 3rd, the Adaptive Caching Assembly consists of 7 motors and more than 3,000 parts, all working in unison to collect samples from the surface of Mars. The chief component of the assembly is the sample handling arm, which will move sample tubes to the main robotic arm's coring drill and then transfer the filled sample tubes into a space to be sealed and stored. Yes, but they should also bring it to be sealed and stored inside an experiment chamber with Dr. Gil Levin's updated labeled release experiments to actually detect life, which they don't want to do. Remember, this mission and all these other missions are not meant to detect life, nor is any other experiment on board these things are meant to detect life. Only listeners to this show understand and appreciate now it's only to look for possible signs of life. Again, turtleneck snail pace speed agenda policy. But anyway, the installation and testing of the electrical wiring for both the Adaptive Caching Assembly and Bit Carousel were completed on March 11th. With the addition of the Adaptive Caching Assembly and Bit Carousel, the heart of our sample collection system is now on board the rover, said Matt Wallace, Deputy Project Manager of the Mars 2020 mission at JPL. Our final but most crucial elements to install will be the sample tubes that will contain the first samples that will be brought from another planet back to Earth for analysis. We will keep these pristine until we integrate them in a couple months. Yes, bringing them back to Earth. They worry about us sending anything there, microbes, bacteria, anything. But they want to skip all that process and hoopla and reasoning to bring direct samples directly back to Earth. Not to be studied in cislunar orbit or even in low Earth orbit as a secondary and then be deemed safe to come back to Earth, but bring it back to Earth itself. You know, there was a show by the Outer Limits, the newer version of the Outer Limits called the Sand Kings. Wake up under the potential dangers. Now, currently, the coronavirus has not impacted the Mars Perseverance Forever rover launch schedule. Launch preparations are continuing. The Perseverance Forever rover is a robotic scientist weighing just under 2,300 pounds. It will search for signs of past microbial life, characterize Mars's climate and geology, collect samples for future return to Earth, and help pave the way for human exploration of the Red Planet. No matter what day Perseverance Forever launches during the launch period, which extends from July 17th through August 5th, it will arrive on Mars's Jezero crater just after 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time on February 18th of 2021. Again, they're going to go to a crater. And, you know, again, these things are many interesting aspects geologically to go explore. But why not land them where we the people would want them to land, especially when you wake up to tonight's guest and this subject regards to Cydonia, of where these rovers should be going and landing to look for past and or present extant life rather than extinct life, where it has also marvelous archaeological features to also study, as well as interesting geological ones. But that's where they want to stay clear from. Why? Because they have a policy of not wanting you to bring you the truth or real science. Just a turtleneck snail pace speed on the hunt to try to prove Darwinian evolution. Again, which is what? Bullshit. There's no such thing. They're not going to be able to prove it on Mars because they weren't even able to prove it here on Earth. Though that's what they teach us and brainwash us with as kids and elsewise. In order to succeed in past schools, you have to abide by that false educational mindset. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. And this one stems from February 20th, but it's relevant because, especially after the article after this one, but by Jacob Dressler of ScreenGeek.net. Scientist claims the coronavirus came from outer space. Yes, let alone the Chinese Chi-Com army being responsible for the enabling and releasing of it. No matter where they got it from, they want to point fingers. It was them that enabled and released it. They for the fault. You don't go after the gun manufacturer for the person that pulls the trigger, do you? And then blame the gun like many of you commies and Americans out there want to do now? No. Don't blame the person behind the trigger that's pulling it. But anyway, let's get into this. One of the biggest events so far in the year 2020 has been the coronavirus, an outbreak which began in China and has killed more than 1,000 people globally. According to scientists, however, it appears that the virus actually appears to have originated from outer space. In fact, one scientist is claiming that it actually came to Earth from a meteorite which had hit China last year. Sounds like a commie China excuse to me, doesn't you? But it seems that the meteorite broke off from part of a comet in space that was carrying the particles, which eventually became the coronavirus. You're right. It turns it into a bioweapon automatically. But here's what Professor Chandra Wickramasinghe of the Buckingham Center for Astrobiology said, as quoted by Express. The sudden outbreak of a new coronavirus is very likely to have a space connection. The strong localization of the virus within China is the most remarkable aspect of the disease. In October last year, a fragment of a comet exploded in a brief flash in northeast China. We think it probable that this contained embedded within it a monoculture of infective 2019 NCOV virus particles that survived in the interior of the incandescent meteor. We consider that seemingly outrageous possibility that hundreds of trillions of infective viral particles were then released embedded within the form of fine carbonaceous dust. We believe the infectious agents are prevalent in space, carried on comets, and can fall towards Earth through the troposphere. These, we think, can and have in the past gone on to bring about human disease epidemics. Though I'm not going to shoot down this guy's theory there of what he said there, that panspermia type events have happened, which also adds to the inkling that life exists in space, because these are organisms, viruses, things of which you would not think, if there's no life anywhere out there, these would and should not be. But lo and behold, sounds like that maybe this guy's part of the deep state on the tape by the commie Chinese army to come up with excuses for them. I don't trust any of them. But it's certainly an interesting train of thought, and one that makes just as much sense as most other hype regarding the coronavirus has. In fact, it goes on to explain that even basic strands of DNA attached to these meteorites can mutate usually harmless germs already present on Earth and turn them into lethal attackers. There you go, even basic strands of DNA in space, in a place to where there is no life. They're actually telling us there must be life, because DNA is attributable to all life, whether on Earth or in the cosmos. So again, in fact, it goes on to explain that even the basic strands of DNA attached to these meteorites can mutate usually harmless germs already present on Earth and turn them into lethal attackers. We believe that this could have happened with the novel coronavirus. While it is likely it arrived as a new infective agent, sounds more like you're the agent, and it ain't from space. There could be an element of mutation triggered by DNA arriving in similar manner. We have evidence that even in the human genome, 40% of our DNA is viral, and it has been incorporated during our evolution. There's that word again. Prove evolution. But there is growing evidence that says that this DNA comes from space and that it is carried into our atmosphere on micrometeorites before dissipating. It is then taken up by bacteria and viruses. That new insert could have come from space. This disturbing outbreak is due to this. There is no doubt meteorites carrying living structures. Again, so at the one token, they're giving you disclosures that there's life in space. Life's out there. But naturally, Professor Chandra Wickramasinghe insists that this could in fact be the start of a global pandemic. The pattern of further global spread of the new coronavirus is likely to follow a high level of person-to-person infectivity. The virus will then acquire endemic status. It's certainly a disturbing idea and truthfully seems like something from H.P. Lovecraft's The Color Out of Space. But hopefully with an understanding of the problem and what's caused it, scientists can continue to fight against the coronavirus and any future space debris that may be carrying similar mutagens or viral particles. This opens the door to why the Space Force would be important too, all right, to check out any incoming objects and what's on them, because they could also be used as weapons being sent from potential space enemies in space as well. Yes, sent by intelligent design. So I like to add that to that. So there's a couple little things there that do ring true of those possibilities. Again, panspermia, the idea that life could have come here from aboard some meteorite, blasting off from Mars, or someplace else, eventually carrying the dormant DNA organisms or whatnot inside it, and then once it explodes and or lands, infects and or mutates, as he had said, into the life that's here to create a new form of so-called evolution. But again, this is just wishful thinking and an excuse to make up for the Chi-Com army doing what they had done. Because remember, they released it from a bioweapons lab of where they stole many of our secrets and many of our biological agents as well. They were going to use it on Hong Kong and other places and probably against us, but it backfired. Everyone's over there in Hong Kong waving our American flags. It's not far-fetched that the Chi-Com army would be using this guy to try to play down the truth of the facts of the matter that they had released this biological agents. No matter where they got it from, they released it after enabling it. But this segues into our next article from 4 days ago by Chelsea Goad of Space.com. No, the coronavirus didn't come from outer space. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Let's get into this. No, the new coronavirus didn't come from outer space, we promise. With the coronavirus pandemic continuing to spread around the globe, people are panicked, and they're looking for answers and explanations. One wild theory that has made its way around the web is that the virus came from space. Spoiler alert, the virus did not come from space. Recently, Chandra Wickramasinghe, known for his work in astronomy and astrobiology, spread the idea that the virus was living on a comet and a piece of that space rock may have fallen to Earth during a brief fireball event over China in October 2019. He further implied that comets carrying viruses may have caused outbreaks in the past as well. We just went over that, remember? Now this article again is from 4 days ago. In the past, Wickramasinghe had asserted that another disease, severe acute respiratory syndrome or SARS, also came from space. He even co-wrote a book with Fred Hoyle in the 1970s called Diseases from Space. And for decades, he has tried to prove that diseases like SARS or influenza have come from space. However, scientists have rebuked Wickramasinghe's suggestions that any such illness might have extraterrestrial origins, and his ideas have largely been considered pseudoscience or bad science. It would be unprecedented to discover that a virus could survive the radiation it would be exposed to on such a long journey through space, never mind the trip back to Earth, and still be able to infect humans after it landed. Astrobiologist Graham Lau, who hosts NASA's Ask an Astrobiologist series, told Space.com. However, while it would be an incredibly unique and groundbreaking finding if this were true, Wickramasinghe simply does not have evidence to support his claims, Lau said. It's one of those cases where extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, Lau told Space.com. Even though it's an interesting idea, we just don't have any reason to embrace that idea right now. I think it's important for scientists to point out pseudoscientists or bad science, Lau added. If this was real, it'd be great, but we just can't allow ourselves to jump to the feel-good conclusion without doing our due diligence as scientists. That's right, or following the facts that it did come out of China, the Chinese virus. Additionally, from what we know about the new coronavirus, called SARS-CoV-2, it lines up with what we know about terrestrial viruses. The virus is responsible for the disease COVID-19, which has infected more than 187,000 people globally, according to the New York Times. If this thing had some different kind of biomolecule in it that's different from life as we know it, Lau said, then there might be reason to investigate whether the virus had extraterrestrial origins. However, even in that case, there could be earthly explanations, he added. Wickramasinghe's claims into the theory of panspermia, a long-standing but not proven theory which poses that life on Earth originated with help from microorganisms and biological material from outer space, Lau said. And while there is not yet concrete evidence that panspermia has occurred here on Earth, or is even possible theoretically, it could happen, he said. Theoretically, biological materials could survive on a space rock, lie dormant, and continue to survive if they were properly shielded from the radiation in space and survive the process of impacting Earth, Lau said, noting that scientists have found organic molecules such as amino acids inside meteorites. However, despite these theoretical possibilities, there is no credible evidence to show that the new coronavirus came from outer space, he added. Again, we already ascertained from the last article that most likely he's the agent of the Chi-Coms spreading commie propaganda to cover their asses and point the finger somewhere else. So again, that kind of ties up that loose end there. Because some people are going around, believing this commie propaganda crap, and it's got to stop. Speaking of commie crap, by Andrew Jones 9 days ago, Space.com. China's Mars mission likely still on track for July launch despite the coronavirus outbreak. And I, for one, as a real American, certainly hope that they fail, that it blows up before it gets into orbit. So let's get into this. China's first interplanetary mission still seems poised for liftoff this July. China is planning to launch its first solo interplanetary mission in July, but the new coronavirus has severely hindered and slowed activity in the country. Will the COVID-19 outbreak keep China from launching from Mars? I bet no. But China's authorities enacted a range of travel and enforced quarantine measures in January to combat the spread of infection. But this meant many employees, including those in the space sector, could not return to work. However, the situation currently looks good for China's Mars mission, which will send both an orbiter and a rover to the Red Planet, Work at facilities dedicated to manufacturing and testing spacecraft and launch vehicles has continued despite the impact on the workforce. This was possible with the introduction of precautions such as the use of masks, banning the use of elevators, serving lunch in individual boxes, and disinfection of buildings. And the Xichang Satellite Launch Center in Suichang Province has already resumed launches. Wangchang, China's new coastal spaceport in Hainan Island, is currently preparing for launches of 2 new rockets. One of these in April will test a new crewed spacecraft and lay preparations for a space station in Earth orbit. Hopefully that blows up as well. This is good news for China's Mars mission, which will launch from Wenchang in July. The huge Long March 5 rocket that will launch the mission had a successful return to flight in December. Its previous launch in July 2017 ended in failure and grounded the rocket for over 2 years. Good. The rocket for the Mars mission is progressing well with successful engine tests carried out in January. The mission rover underwent its space environment testing in late January. Despite the lack of official comment on the mission, China's first fully homegrown expedition to Mars appears to be on track. The nation's Yinghua-1 Mars orbiter launched with Russia's Phobos Grunt sample return mission in November 2011 aboard a Russian Zenit rocket, but the Zenit never made it out of Earth orbit. Good! And plans for more imminent launches are proceeding at Xichang and Wenchang. China also seems to be sticking to plans to launch more than 40 times in 2020. Hopefully they all blow up. But one commercial space company in China has been hit hard by the virus, however. Launch provider X-Space has its production centers in the city of Wuhan, which is the epicenter of the COVID-19 and has now been in lockdown for over 40 days. Global Times reports that X-Space is unlikely to fulfill its plans to conduct 4 or 5 launches of its Qichao rockets in the first half of 2020. X-Space is subordinate to KSIC, a giant state-owned defense contractor and missile maker. Though the new cases of coronavirus infection in China are dropping, the situation is changing globally. Both the European Space Agency and NASA have implemented measures to protect their employees, with the latter recently testing telecommute plans and issuing a mandatory work-from-home directive for one facility, the Ames Research Center in California's Silicon Valley. There is no indication thus far of any high-profile missions being hit by the virus. NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine told Space News that the agency is considering advice from government officials in making decisions about NASA field centers. In addition, a number of global space conferences have been canceled following the growing numbers of cases in places such as the United States. For example, 2 weeks ago, the organizers of the annual Lunar and Planetary Science Conference in the Woodlands, Texas, canceled the meeting, which was scheduled to take place from March 16th and March 20th. So still a lot of March madness going on. And like Q said, I believe the storm's upon us. There's a lot more going on here than just the coronavirus. So that being said, let's go to the next article from March 18th now. China's Long March 7A carrier rocket fails in maiden flight. Yay! The first of China's new medium-sized carrier rocket, Long March 7A, suffered a failure Monday. The rocket blasted off at 9:34 p.m. Beijing time from the Wenchang Space Launch Center on the coast of the South China's Hainan province, but a malfunction occurred later. Chinese space engineers will investigate the cause of the failure. Good. Take your time. And that comes from the Xinhua news agency. As you can see, I don't favor the Chinese any way possible. I am totally against them, their commie government, and the sick ways of their people and how they live. Not that all of the people are bad, but many of them are sick, and they're twisted, and they deserve what they got coming to them, especially when it comes to the U.S. and spanking their ass of what they have done to us over the years, as well as now for giving us this Chinese flu, which I call fuck you, Kung Flu. So that being said, let's go to the next article. As again, many of the listeners to this show appreciate and really have a high, strong interest in Venus. And this is by Elizabeth Howell 2 days ago. Space.com. NASA asked the public to design sensors for the Venus rover concept. That's right. They're asking the public to design sensors. for Venus rover concept. More and more, they're looking like they're not the leaders of the We the People's public space program as they used to tout themselves to be, which is good because they're not and they shouldn't be. They sold us out over the years, and that's my opinion. And I don't mean the normal Joe Schmoes and Mary Jane Watsons that work for them. I mean those who have led them and budget defended them. Because it's they're only abiding by the policies of the turtleneck snail pay speed agenda that is given under them. But that don't mean I cannot say what is true about that agency. Never a straight answer or not a science agency seems to apply. But let's get into this. The sensors should be designed for a ride in hell, NASA says. Really. But NASA is asking the public to help them explore hell, as the agency terms it, the roasting surface of the planet Venus. The cloud-shrouded planet is so socked in that its surface, which is covered in lava flows and possibly active volcanoes, soars to an oven-like temperatures of 840 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface pressure is so great that it would quickly crush a nuclear submarine, according to NASA. But NASA has plans to deploy a very hardy rover to the surface, and the agency is asking the public to design a sensor to ride on this early-stage conceptual vehicle called Automaton Rover for Extreme Environments, or ARI. The vehicle will use wind power to spend several months carefully crawling Venus's surface. The vehicle requires the sensor to navigate obstacles in its environment, such as rocks and steep terrain. This vehicle is not ready to ship to Venus just yet. ARI is part of NASA's innovative Advanced Concepts program, which studies very nascent technology to make it more ready for the rigors of space exploration. NASA has not yet formally approved the ARI mission for launch, but the agency is hoping the tech will be used someday on the surface of Venus, upon which no spacecraft has landed since 1985. That last mission was the Soviet Union's Vega 2, which, like predecessor landers, succumbed to within a short while to the extreme environment on Venus's surface. But again, now mind you, they took a picture of that landing area, and I didn't see anything boiling or anything. But hey, what do we know? But Earth and Venus are basically sibling planets. But Venus took a turn at one point and became inhospitable to life as we know it. Jonathan Sauter, principal investigator for ARI at NASA's JPL, said in a statement. By getting on the ground and exploring Venus, we can understand what caused Earth and Venus to diverge on wildly different paths and can explore a foreign world right in our own backyard. Several prizes will be awarded for sensor concepts. The device must be able to withstand the extreme temperatures and pressures of the surface. One common problem, NASA said, is that the state-of-the-art electronics fail at just over 250 degrees Fahrenheit. First place for the sensor idea will receive $15,000, with other prizes of $10,000 for second place and $5,000 for third place. Submissions are due by May 29th, and NASA will announce the winners in July. More details about sensor submissions and contest eligibility are available at the HeroX crowdsourcing platform, which is hosting the contest on behalf of JPL and the NASA Tournament Lab. So it's good that they're reaching out to the public to do something to which these people already should have been apt and long ago have solved. But that's my opinion. They have misled the people on so many paths, even for keeping the discovery of life on Mars from us, and also kicking Dr. Gillivan in the balls, as well as we the people, for his experiments that they came to him to put on board the Viking landers at both spots, Chrysa Planitia and Utopia Planitia, 4,000 miles apart, where both landers had replicated each other's dual tests, okay, which both of them tests had concluded and indicated life was there. So what, like Dr. Gill says, you know, as regards to replication, what more do you want? But yes, let's send more missions to Mars with upgraded labeled release experiments and replicate those original tests once again. But no, they've never did that. Ever since then, with Dr. Gill and that controversy and conspiracy, the policy was in place to only look for possible signs of life, not to actually find it. So like Dr. Gill says, they're basically scamming us all. They're ripping us off and putting false pretenses on we the people of the public that they're looking for life, when in fact they are not. They're only looking for possible signs of life. Why don't they want to find it? Why don't they want that discovery made? Why? Because it goes against Darwinian evolution. That's why! Enough said. Well, I guess I could get into another news article, but nah, I don't want to. Instead, I would like you all to please
go to
www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. Once there, please scroll on down the page, see the information for tonight's guest, and check out his links and all the images. Don't forget to see under that, to see the image link there for tomorrow for my friend Francis Walsh's collision course on freedom slips. Every Sunday, 8 o'clock to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget to check out the Cydonia Institute. Scroll on down the page more. Check out Dr. Marcolato's new Before Atlantis article on the sequence and timing of pole shifts. And, of course, click on the link for his book there, Before Atlantis. All right, you can scroll on down the page more. There's some other images there for you to see that I have processed and put forth. But I want you all to check out Rami Bar-Ilan's amazing new exclusive Mars images. Very interesting. One looks like an obelisk with some amazing detail of which he lays out for us and draws out for us in detail. Just look at that. And look at the one underneath that especially. It looks like bricks. That's right. It looks like bricks from an old wall or something that's standing out to us. I don't know about you, but it does look like bricks. It holds the pattern of bricks of which we know of here on Earth. So that's very interesting. And as well, don't forget to check out UFO Diaries, Cydonia, the Mars-Earth Connection. As well as under that, check out the preliminary report for the UFO Diaries Faces of Mars from 2007 by Dr. John Brandenburg. That's right. And also check out Brookings initiated 1952. Check out the movie Red Planet Mars from 1952. I think you'll be surprised by some of the things you will see in that to which we could relate to today, amongst many other aspects of that film that should whoop-de-doo you all. And of course, you see the face of Cydonia also on that page and some other images of Faces of Mars that I have found. The hunt is on. So there's many other things to do on that page during and even after the show. But I think we should all go to a break because I would really love to get to bring on our guest and introduce him, Mr. Keith Morgan. This show tonight is potentially going to be a long one. It might go extended, possibly, depending on how things go, how many questions and or calls, and just about how much information he has to bring forth and for us to discuss about. So I'm all for it. I mean, what else do you all got better to do? I mean, we're all stuck at home anyway, right? Pretty much. So let me give you all the timeline number again in case anyone's going to want to call in later and ask him a question or give any comments or whatnot. 202-684-6955. 202-684-6955. And for a third time, 202-684-6955. But just beware, Odin's not going to open up the gates until I give the word for anyone to call on in. I want to have some time with Mr. Morgan first to get into some meat on the bone there, and then we'll open up the gates. So this would be a great night to, as listeners to this show could appreciate, we have a motto here. Pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Past, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morningstar Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morningstar Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, in a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morningstar Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
If you are a listener of the Martian Revelation, then you are well aware that the entire planet Earth is currently involved in an all-out worldwide space race. Every country across the globe, including England, Germany, India, Russia, and China, are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country to plant their flag on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.theCydoniaInstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed.
Life's never less dangerous, even with a stranger. Never get painless, don't be afraid. dive deeply for the fantasy automatic. I imagine
That's right. Will you live? Will you die for the fantasy? But this fantasy is reality. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, your host, known as the Mars Revealer, also known as the Mad Martian. And, of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon you all again now. Now that you've packed them and smoked them, let's introduce our guest to get this show rocking, Mr. Keith Morgan. And in 1982, Keith Morgan began his association with ABC News in Washington, D.C. as an electronics technician. During his time with ABC News, he also worked with Ted Koppel on Nightline. Ted gave Keith the opportunities to work with producers on two Nightline shows, Project Disclosure on May 9th of 2001, and Dr. Stephen Greer's coalition of over 400 people with firsthand knowledge or experience with the government's interaction with extraterrestrials. And, of course, the Phoenix Lights, where a huge silent craft flew over Phoenix in 1997. Both shows were dropped when all the media jumped on the Phoenix Lights story and when 9/11 occurred 4 months later after Project Disclosure. And Keith has a bachelor's associates in communications from Howard University with a minor in computer science. He helped build Howard University's TV station, WHMM, now WHUT. What? He also worked at WRC Channel 4 in Washington in 1980 as an audio operator for on-air operations. At Georgetown University Hospital, Keith was chief engineer for their closed-circuit TV studio in 1981. As a programmer in various computer languages, Keith has written programs for ABC, Disney, and also a Virginia cable TV company. And Keith is also the discoverer of what was coined the Morgan curve on Mars by Dr. Stanley McDaniel in 1993. Oddly, Keith discovered it by sheer accident. In 1998, after watching his ABC camera crew being diverted away from Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, down to the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., his instincts were alert, which led him to notice the peculiar, out-of-place geometry in a photo of Martian terrain, which was in the Cydonia region. Keith has researched into Mars anomalies since 1988, after purchasing The Monuments of Mars by Richard C. Hoagland. Keith had supplied Nightline with articles from the New York Times of 1924 when they were listening for radio signals from Mars. I guess, and I assume he's talking about the Todd and Jenkins experiments. But these articles, along with photos from the Monuments of Mars, were presented in a Nightline broadcast in September of 1988, where Ted Koppel credited Richard Hoagland's book for where the photos had come from. Keith frequently supplied Koppel's show with information from Hoagland, which was used in various shows about Mars and Europa. He was also instrumental in getting a face-to-face between Richard and Ted Koppel. So in 2018, Keith was included as a member in the Society for Planetary SETI Research for his discovery of the Morgan curve. The discovery of the Morgan curve was made possible by the orthographically rectified image of the face of Cydonia provided by Dr. Mark Carlotto, who is also a member of SPSR, as well as a previous guest and friend of this show as well. But after having been shown the Morgan curve, Errol Torin, a cartographer geomorphologist with the Defense Mapping Agency, had discovered the X and Y axis, which plotted the curve. Errol Torin also discovered that the curve turned out to be the logarithmic function of E, providing to Keith beyond all doubt in his mind that these were artificial constructions sitting on the surface of the planet Mars in the Cydonia region, more exactly known as the City Square area. But Errol Torin, Dr. Mark Carlotto, and Richard C. Hoagland were all speakers at the 1988 Goddard briefing, which Keith had attended, minus his ABC camera crew. And that should be an interesting story. But also interesting is his interest in studies, which is based on 6,000-plus-year-old Sumerian writings, that Keith thinks that he now knows why the face is on Mars and who is potentially buried within it. And we'll get into that discussion later, too, to show that if it's not in that one, it's definitely in some of the other faces of Mars that are also abound on that surface that I have found and that which I am on the hunt for, which do exist on that surface of Mars. But I got to tell you, it's an honor to have you on here, Keith, and I'm really, as well as the listeners, are really looking forward to hearing this show tonight. How you doing tonight, sir? And thank you for being with us. Hopefully all is well by the
Thank you for having me. And that was a long introduction, but thank you.
That's okay, but it's good to, long-winded introductions. I like to get it all out so to show you the respect and also so the listeners know who you are and what you're about, rather than getting glimpses or snippets. There's no rush on this show. But again, so how is it where you're at tonight, sir? It's all nutty around the country, even around the world now.
Yeah, no, the coronavirus has really set things off. I guess nobody expected this. Their whole scenario was they thought Ebola was going to get around the world and really do some damage. But they didn't take into account the internet, and hopefully that will be the savior that will keep the mortality rate down, because everybody can stay home and work from home, do most of the work. Stock market took a hit, and hopefully that will bounce back once all of this blows over. But anyway, I've got a lot to talk about.
Sir.
My history with ABC. Being there, I watched a lot of stuff come through, going to affiliates in different cities that I used to think should be national. And most people, when you say, I work for an ABC News network, most people don't know what a broadcast network is. I say I work for ABC. They said, oh, you work for Channel 7. Oh, you work for Channel 2. No. The channels are what we feed. We are national. That's why Monday Night Football's on all over across the country, because ABC puts it out to all the television stations in each state and each city, and that's how it gets distributed nationally. But when there were stories that were coming through us, I'm standing in control rooms watching spots come through of guys with technology that could have got us off of oil. But it's going to the affiliate in Ohio, or it's going to the affiliate in Oklahoma. And I'm going, why isn't this national? The more people you have watching or seeing this kind of technology, you're going to get somebody out there that's going to say, ooh, let me try that, see if I can get off of oil, or see if I can improve my electric bill or something. But none of that stuff got out there. It would go to these little compartmented cities. And when you compartmentalize stuff like that, you don't have enough people looking at it to actually open up their minds to improve, or at least attempt to do the stuff that these guys are talking about. And the big
Right.
thing is everybody says, oh, you can't do that. It's impossible, etc. No, I've learned over time that nothing's impossible. It's just where are we in the technology to be able to pull off what is your thinking or what you conceived. And
Indeed.
it's happened again and again and again throughout time. And
Right.
in 1985, my colleagues at ABC working on state-of-the-art video and audio equipment, and these guys are going, why are you wasting your time with that computer? Yeah.
Right. And look where we're at now. Speaking of video technology, sir, I believe that you wanted to be on video this night. I don't see you on the screen there because this is going to be very graphically charged as well. And it would be good. I got my ugly mug up here, hopefully not cracking everyone's screens. So please join me.
Okay. I can share my screen because I have videos I like to show. First of all,
right. You talked about the energies, various energies. So I figure before we get into everything, there's certain images that I have listed on the facesofmars.com page that maybe you would like to at least touch base a little bit on first before we start getting into the tamale of our meal.
Okay. Well, first
That's
of all,
right, you.
My website is also, you have a link to, but the key here is the first three pictures after you have the image from my website. Mm-hmm. That's me standing next to Troy Reed's Reed magnetic motor. Troy Reed came through ABC on a spot and going out to Oklahoma. He created what he called a Reed magnetic motor. It ran off of magnetic repulsion. He had a feedback loop from a generator that the magnetic motor was turning that would then drive a little 12-volt motor, which kept this loop back going to keep it going. But most of the energy was generated from just magnetic repulsion. And I thought that was interesting because, oh, wait a minute, this violates the law of energy conservation, it's perpetual motion, et cetera, et cetera.
Violates the law of the greedy, too. Do you have are you sharing screen, or can you share screen and maybe show those particular images, or do you not have that set up, sir?
Oh, wait, I gotta get back to your page so I can call those up.
Sorry for the confusion. Mr. Green, if you're not being so mean, please put that up, please. Let him hear the end of that.
Yeah.
All right.
So, let me get my loop.
Because this is a real fascinating story, everybody. If you check out that image there under his website image of the face shuttle, and it looks like someone getting pitched out. That looks really surprised. Click on that image that goes to his website. Now, under that, you'll see him, Mr. Morgan, standing next to a car called Surge. And what an interesting name and what an interesting story. And many of you are going to be surprised. Because, again, what year was that as you're getting prepped, sir?
That was, that was 1993, I think it was.
Very cool year.
Okay, I seem to have misplaced your webpage. I know it's open.
The face of Mars.
Hey, yeah. Let me see if I can remember while I'm doing this, because I'm trying to get back to your website. And I had it open. That's my
probably
biggest
many
problem.
tabs. We all have that problem. Many tabs are open.
Yeah, that's definitely what I got going. Anyway, I'm going to tell a story about Troy Reed. So the first three pictures there, I'm standing next to the Reed magnetic motor. Troy would crank this thing up. It would pick up speed, get up to speed where it would want to run at, and just keep running. It generated enough electricity for him to run his Christmas tree lights, his vacuum cleaner, his drill, and things like that. And it would just keep running.
Let's go back to the car, Mr. Green. If you could keep us on that. It's I know there's always room for improvement, like you say, but let's stick with the car, the surge, because when people see that, not mean to interrupt you there, sir, because again, it's a great story, and those images are just flashing through. I know there's a process, but I think, can we single out just one particular image at any particular time? Okay. Again, not being mean, Mr. Green. But he's trying to show them up on the screen before you are able. There it is. Is there any way to just hold that there? I don't know, put a stability on it. I don't know. He does his magic thing there, but it's a 3-man process we do here, so we're still honing it down for everyone. But that's the image right there. All right. Well, there it went again. Until,
okay. The way the surge worked is, if you look at the car, behind it, he's towing a shell of a motorcycle sidecar, which he's got mounted on his 2-wheel little trailer that he tows behind the car. Right. He took a aircraft starter generator, which puts out usually high current and low voltage, and he modified it so it could put out high voltage and high current. And they told him, oh, you can't do that. That's impossible. But he did it. So he set it up in the motorcycle sidecar so that he had a motorcycle chain that went to the axle, which then turned the generator. So when he was towing it at about 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour, it generated enough electricity to charge the batteries and run the motor at the same time. So the batteries were charged while the car is driving. So he never had to stop the recharge. Richard and I went out there to see Troy, and we get picked up. I get picked up at the airport by a limousine. Turns out that Troy Reed was his cousin was Dennis Weaver. Most people don't know who Dennis Weaver is, but if they saw McCloud or Gunsmoke, he was in both shows.
Oh, wow.
He played Chester in Gunsmoke, and he played McCloud in McCloud. But he was financing Troy, and Troy was this inventing fool. He just came with all kinds of things. He had taken these materials that he mixed together, came up with this liquid that he could just fill it up with styrofoam, and it would just dissolve the styrofoam until it got to the point where it became a thick, almost paste-like, and he would use it to seal stuff. And once he smeared it over sidewalk or concrete or whatever, or wood, it would just then solidify. It would be transparent. And he said, now that would last 100 years because it is sealed so well. And he had other inventions that he had come up with as well. The magnetic motor was the first one. And that 10-foot tall wooden device that you see in the other picture, that was the first magnetic motor. Then
that looked antique.
Yeah,
it looks like an antique from the late 1800s, early 1900s or something.
Yeah, and that's what I thought when I first saw it. It looked like something out of the 1800s. And he refined that. The way it functioned is those two round plywood flywheels that on the end. They were stationary ones, and then internally, inside of each one of them, was another flywheel that actually had the two flywheels connected through a crankshaft. Mm-hmm. And the crankshaft was pushing rods up into these PVC pipes at the top. So there was 4 crankshafts, 4 PVC pipes. In the PVC pipes was a spring. On the first stroke, the rod would push the spring up, locking it into place like an ink pen top. And then on the next stroke, it would push it and unlock it, and the spring would push the rod down. Just as the magnets started to approach each other, where they would start to repel to go backwards, the rod would then push it, the spring would push it so that it would move to the other side of the magnets, and then it would continue in one direction. So this thing would just had this mechanical repulsion that would overcome the first repulsion point as the magnets approached each other. putting them to the opposite side, and then they would continue on. The inner flywheel, which had the crankshaft, the inner flywheel, so had the crankshaft connected. On the outer edge, they had magnets arranged and spaced a certain way. On the outer flywheel, it was stationary. There was magnets pointed towards the inner flywheel, arranged and spaced a certain way. So he refined this thing down to a 20-inch diameter device that he then got rid of the mechanical repulsors, and he used coils to repulse to get it past the first repulsion point. So now this device, instead of being 10 foot tall or whatever, it was now 20 inches in diameter. It put out more energy than the first mechanical one that you see.
Wow.
And it was even more efficient. So that was what he first came up with.
And it was pushing out electricity, correct?
Right. It was just putting out electricity. He's out on the web. If you Google Troy Reed and Reed magnetic motor, you'll come across videos of Troy demonstrating the surge and talking about it. Because when we were there, Hoagland suggested that Troy incorporate the generator into the car. And my concept was that we should get Troy to call the Guinness Book of World Records and say, hey, I'm going to make the longest electric car drive without ever recharging. And I'm going to deliver a message to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the challenge to the president.
Nice.
And then drive from Oklahoma over to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. and say, hey, here's my ultimatum. Challenge you. Get the car companies to do what I just did. And then drive back to Oklahoma and make the longest nonstop electric car drive in history. And then after he's done that, then incorporate the electric motor into the car. But he ended up doing that anyway. And now everything was incorporated in the car. He used to have a lot of extra stuff under the hood after he took the engine out. But now he's got all this open space, and he's just got a Curtis inverter, some other little knickknacks in there, 12-volt battery to run accessories. And
makes the car much lighter also.
Yep. And he refined that down to a point where the car was very efficient. Troy, like I said, he was an inventing fool. He came up with all kinds of stuff.
You said was.
Yeah. Troy had investors. He had an investor that had invested a lot of money in him. Mm-hmm. And Troy's wife, she was Filipino, I think, Philippines. And she ended up taking all of Troy's money and going back to the Philippines.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, yes. So she kind of ripped him off, and that, really put a damper on Troy. And I have not found Troy since then. In one of the pictures, you see him and his son, Mark, standing next to the Reed magnetic motor. And
did you guys ever make the trip to DC?
No, he never did that. Because I never suggested it, because we were sitting in a room and Hoagland was saying we should do this, he should do that, and I didn't feel it was my place to actually interrupt what they were talking about. There were other people that were there. God, I can't remember their names. One guy was a scientist, a physicist. He was looking into it. Another guy, actually, he ran a recycling company, and he was interested in the technology, so he was there. And like I said, Dennis Weaver and Troy and his son. And I was hoping this was going to be, something major that was going to really take off. But stuff like this gets suppressed. And people don't think these kind of things get suppressed. They don't think, why isn't it out there? If it works, why isn't it out there? They don't believe that other people are out there trying to poo-poo this stuff and shoot it down. To keep it out
Ask them, why do you pay your electric bill?
Mainstream.
Right. You ask them, why do you pay your electric bill? There's your answer.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Well, it's one of those things. One of those things that most people don't accept. Like when Ted gave me the opportunity to do the Project Disclosure, May 19, 2001. I'm talking to the third ranking guy in the FAA. His name is John Callahan. John Callahan's telling me the story about this Japan airline flying back over Alaska and how it encountered this unidentified flying object. And the pilot radios the tower that he's being shadowed by this craft. He said this thing was
They asked him if he was drinking.
Yeah. He said this thing was like 2 aircraft carriers in the sky.
Wow.
He said it looked like if you take a walnut, you turn it on the side so that the center, the ring goes around the middle.
Right.
He said there was smaller craft coming and going from this thing. He's flying a 747 and he's dwarfed by this thing.
Wow.
He said this thing went on for 30 minutes.
Did the passengers see it too, or?
Oh, this was a cargo plane, so it was only the crew.
Right.
He said that when the pilot called out that it's above me, it's below me, it's to the left, to the right, on radar, you could see exactly where it was. Then he explains to me how the radar worked. When he gets a return, the radar looks at the profile, and it can determine, based on this profile, this must be a 707. Oh, this must be a 747. Oh, this must be a Cessna or whatever. And they would classify it.
It gives a certain size of representation, correct?
Right. But when it gets something the size of that UFO, it keeps trying to classify it till it gives up and says, it must be a weather anomaly, and then it takes it off the radar. As soon as it moved behind the 747 and came back out from behind it again, it would start reclassifying it all over again. So for 30 minutes, this happened. After 30 minutes, this thing went off in another direction, actually following another plane, from what I understand. Mm-hmm. So Callahan then takes the radar discs, and he gets the audio tape from the communication between the cockpit and the pilot. He synchronizes them while playing the audio back, and he takes a video camera, records the radar screen while recording the audio from the tape playback of the communications. He takes this tape to Admiral Engen, #1 guy in the FAA during the Reagan administration.
Okay.
And he figures he's going to show it to him, and he's going to go, that's all good and well, and dismiss the whole thing. He said Admiral Engen told his secretary, hold all my calls, and he sat and watched the entire thing. He said he can't remember if it was a few days or a week later. They had this huge meeting. There was 3 guys from Reagan scientific staff, 3 guys from the FBI, 3 guys from the CIA, a whole bunch of other people. They were scientists of some type. He didn't know who they were, but they were all excited because they never had 30 minutes worth of UFO data on radar before.
Major event, right?
Yeah. So, he said they had boxes of radar printout. 30 minutes worth of radar printout. He said the boxes took up a whole wall and went to the ceiling. They went over all of this stuff. They had transcripts signed by the pilots, co-pilots, and the tower people. Mm-hmm. And they had the video synchronization. He said they went over everything. At the end of the meeting, one of the guys from the CIA stood up and said, this meeting never took place. This incident never happened. And we're confiscating all of this. And you're all sworn to secrecy.
Huh. Figures.
Yeah, well, I got to meet my mom's old boss working at ABC. And I said, yeah, my mom worked under you when you were director of Central Intelligence. And he said, oh, yeah? Oh, what's her name? I said, Jean Morgan. Oh, okay. And he autographed a card. He gave it to me. I gave it to my mother. And several years ago, I said, Mom, what'd you do with that card I gave you from George Bush? She said, I'll put it with the picture. I said, what picture? And she pulls out a picture. And here he is giving her an award at Central Intelligence. And I said, well, I guess he did know her. Okay. So he was vice president of the United States at the time. And that's the kind of security clearances I had for the White House. I had DC police pass. I had gallery pass for Capitol Hill. And those are the kind of security clearances I had. But my mother worked for Central Intelligence for 38 years. And she used to tell me some stuff. And then I think she inadvertently showed me something that actually I didn't see happen until I saw the Sabruder film. I was in my car with my mother. We was parked, and she said, move with me to block the people from looking in your side of the car so they can't see what I'm doing in my purse. And she's driving the car. I'm in the passenger seat. And as she's moving towards the front of the car, I'm leaning forward. And then she moves towards the back of the seat. I'm sitting up, and I'm leaning forward and sitting up, back and forth. And I feel like an idiot, right? Mm-hmm. And then I see the Sabruder film. And I see when the first shots ring out, the driver and the passenger, his Secret Service boss, they both turn around and they look back. They turn back around. The passenger leans forward. The driver turns around a second time. This shiny object comes up just as the passenger is moving in tandem with the driver. He's sitting up. And the shiny object comes up, but it looks like a reflection off the top of the passenger's head. Okay. But the driver, if he's got a gun in his hand, he can't get the shot off because Connolly's between him and Kennedy. He turns back around. The passenger leans forward in perfect unison again. And then Connolly lays down in his wife's lap. The driver turns around a third time. You see the shiny object come up, and as soon as this object comes up and is pointed towards Kennedy, Kennedy goes back away from the driver, down and around, because the bullet went in the top of his head, knocking him back, coming out above his ear in the back of his head, knocking him back. And the driver immediately turns back around. The passenger leans forward at the same time. It's unison again, and then they take off. The driver took the fatal shot. The passenger was in on it. He's moving just like my mother taught me how to do this thing, leaning forward and back to block the view of the people looking in from that side of the car. But they didn't anticipate Sabruder standing up there above everybody looking down into the car. And I think the Sabruder film's been slightly altered so that they could cover this up and make it look that you couldn't see the gun and make it look like the reflection off the top of the passenger's head. And
the bastards were in on it.
Yeah. So I think my mother didn't really realize what she was teaching me with that little stupid thing of leaning forward and back in unison with her to block the view of the people from seeing in the car from that direction. And that's what the passenger was doing. So that trick, I think, was from Central Intelligence. So they had something to do with this. I can't prove it, but now you've heard another side of the story that you've probably never heard before.
Yeah.
But if you watch the Sabruder film very carefully, you will see exactly what I told you. The driver and passenger in their testimony said, oh, we never turned around, never turned around. But then the Sabruder film disputes that, shows that they both turned around once. Then the driver turned around not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. And on that 4th time is when he took that fatal shot. And I don't know if you remember Behold a Pale Horse. What's his name? He wrote the book Behold a Pale Horse, and it's right on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, he also said that the driver took the fatal shot. And if you really look at the whole film, you'll see the driver turning around. He should have been getting out of there. If he was doing what he was supposed to do to protect the president, his foot should have been in the floor and gone when the first shots rang out. They are not moving to dodge bullets.
They're moving, send the bullets.
Right. So that's why the doctors drew the diagram with Kennedy having the gaping hole in the back of his head, because the shot came in from the front, in the top of his head from the direction of the driver. That's why it knocked him back away from the driver, and then he fell down and around. So anyway, we're going to get off there. We're going to get back on.
I can see Robert Morningstar lighting his pants on fire over that, because he went into a lot of studies of that and that film. But so you never seen, back to that guy again, what was his name that made these amazing devices? You haven't seen him since? And what happened to the tech that he made?
Troy, I don't know what happened to Troy. I heard that he passed away. I was trying to find his son, Mark, and I never got that opportunity. But then I also heard about Stan Myers. Most people don't know about Stan Myers. Stan Myers, he came up with a way to convert water to hydrogen using very little current. He's coming through ABC. I'm standing in the control room. This is a spot going out to an Ohio affiliate. And in the spot, Stan Myers is driving around in a dune buggy with a tank full of water. Calculated he could drive from LA to New York on 22 gallons of water.
Wow. And
I'm watching this going, this is, we're in the middle of an energy crisis and nobody's talking about this guy. He had a way to use high voltage and resonant frequency. The water looked like it was boiling, but it was just giving off hydrogen, oxygen at a tremendous rate. And he would send that to his carburetor, and that's how he would drive this dune buggy.
Wow.
The Pentagon came to him, said, can you build a tank that will run on gas or water? So he set up a $70 million contract to do that with them.
Wow.
Then he wanted the water to come right up to the cylinder before getting converted. And on my website, you actually see him holding, actually, I think you got the picture on your website, too. He's holding in his hand, it's blue hose that's connected to this silvery shaped cylinder. And that cylinder replaced your spark plug. And the water came up in the blue hose straight to it and got converted before going into the cylinder. Wow. He said it would cost $1,500 to retrofit your car to run on water.
Yeah, that's the guy whose YouTube videos I think I used to watch, right? And some about ionizations and stuff like that, and converting go to the carburetor. It was like early 2000s, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was Stan Myers. He came up with that. Actually, that was even before 2000. I think that was in the late 90s or something like that. I came across him. Anyway, Stan was using high voltage and resonant frequency. Resonant frequency, if you know anything about it, sound is more powerful than most people give it credit for. Okay. Did you ever see Earthquake in surround sound in the theater when it came out way back yonder?
Yeah.
And they had used Cerwin-Vega speakers, and they had to calculate exactly what frequency and how much energy to put out to actually shake the theater so you felt like you were in an earthquake. And it was called Sensurround. because if they got it wrong, the resonant frequency that they were using to shake everything could have tore the building down. Serious business, just from sound, okay? And people don't get it. They have no idea how powerful sound really is. Oh yeah, we can hear things and we can do this and we can do that. I had prostate cancer, right? And I had what was called high intensity focused ultrasound done. High intensity focused ultrasound is they send a probe through your rectum, just like a colonoscopy. This probe then focuses 2 sound waves on the other side of your colon onto your prostate. Then they ramp the intensity of the sound waves up to the point where the sound waves actually burn away the cancer cells on the prostate.
Wow.
And it works. And it wasn't approved here in the U.S. until a few years ago, I think 2-3 years ago.
Without damaging the prostate, huh?
Without damaging the prostate. It burns away the cancer cells. They had this study going on where they tracked the men that they had in the study that they did this on. And after 10 years of keeping track of them, 95% of the participants, their PSA levels were below 1 or non-existent.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's good odds. So I had it done. I had to go out of the country to get it done because my urologist in Annapolis didn't tell me that, hey, this existed. My friend, who was a director for Nightline, he told me about it. And he said, he didn't tell me about it. He told me, I need to talk to his wife's friend, who's the head of prostate research at NIH. And when I called him, that's when he told me about high intensity focused ultrasound. And he said, well, you'd have to go out of the country to get it done because they haven't approved it here yet. But they had the same technique for bone cancer that was approved, but they hadn't approved it for prostate cancer. So he's telling me it's going to cost $25,000. And I'm like, I don't give a flying. I can't take it with me. So
if you got it, especially, use it. Yeah.
So he sets me up with a Boston urologist. In his guy had a technique where he takes a 3D MRI image, overlays it over top of a 2D 3D sonogram image, and he can now target the spots better. So I go up to Boston with my wife, and the day of the procedure that he's supposed to check me out, I go to a facility, get the MRI done. That was that morning. And then that afternoon, I go to his office carrying this disc, this DVD, and give it to him. He puts it in his machine. He puts me up on the table, and he does a biopsy. And he comes back and he says, well, we found that you have a 1 centimeter spot on your left side, and there's a tiny spot on the other side, and we're going to target both of these. So we set up a schedule to go to Cancun. And my wife and I go to Cancun. Never been to Cancun because we were going to go to Bahamas, but then my wife had something scheduled, so I couldn't go. So we went to Cancun. My wife and I were there like a day or two before. Then we had an orientation at Friday evening. And then Saturday morning, I had the surgery. It was like 2.5 hours, I think I was in this procedure. And then after that, I had to wear a colostomy bag. Not colostomy. Catheter bag. Yes. Oh. So I had to wear that for like 7 days, but I felt no pain. I could move freely. My wife and I went to the movies that evening, and I was doing fine. And of course, it was when you deal with the prostate in that fashion, there is going to be some bleeding into your urine. But other than that, there was no pain, no cutting, none of that. So now, I'm coming up on like, I think 8 years down the road now.
Nice.
And my PSA level is still staying at a nice normal level and nothing major's going on. And nobody knows. Most people don't know about this. You can't get it done if your Gleason score, which is the aggressiveness of the cancer, is above 6. I think if it's 7 or something like that, they don't do it. Your PSA level can be whatever, but if your Gleason score, the aggressiveness is higher than 6, then
why would that make a difference? Why would that make a difference? That might be a dumb question.
Well, I think that they keep it at that level because that means they can't tell whether it has advanced outside of the prostate at this point. So they have a better chance of controlling it using this process. So that's why they don't take patients with the Gleason scores higher than 6. And
that's scary stuff, man. I'm glad you got it caught in time, obviously, and the technology. But that's your point, is that the various technologies are not afforded basically to every other American or anyone else really per se, right?
Yep, that's it. So,
that's incredible.
So back to the Stan Myers. Now, May 19th, 2001, at the National Press Club, when Stephen Greer had his coalition going, I was there, and I'm talking to a guy, and he tells me that Stan Myers was meeting with some investors in a restaurant, and he jumped up, grabbed his throat, said they poisoned me, ran out of the restaurant, got halfway down the street, dropped dead. That's his version of the story. But his twin brother is supposed to be continuing Stan's work, but we haven't heard anything. Now, Stan was a tinkerer, where his brother was the actual engineer, and his brother was actually involved with stopping a nuclear disaster from happening at a nuclear plant and a few other things. But Stan, the tinkerer, he wanted to give this to the world. When he came up with a way to convert the water coming right up to the cylinder, the device that replaced your spark plug, that's when OPEC came to him, offered him $1 billion to shelve the device. He refused, started getting death threats.
Yeah, not just shelve the device, take the device from him and shut his mouth. $1 billion? Who wouldn't take $1 billion to shut their mouths? Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Edison and, Tesla.
Yeah. Well, Stan refused. He said he was, he wasn't going to take it because he's doing this for all mankind. Right. And that's when he got getting the death threats. And then I guess they followed through on it. And most of these guys think they can get away with this kind of stuff because they figure nobody knows what's going on behind the scenes. Example, let's go back to John Callahan with the Japan airline flying back over Alaska. When you talk to these guys, they always tell you a second story, okay? John Callahan's telling me a second story. He says, you remember when we went from the old national radar system to the new national radar system? I said, yeah, there was a big controversy about that. He said, yeah, the system was so full of errors that it scared him. He didn't want to fly. But he said one day he was coming back on a flight from somewhere, and he said he thought of this idea. If we treat this like baseball stats, we can say, oh, the system was 95% efficient today, or the system was 90% efficient today. He said it got down into the 70s. It was so bad. But he said, you guys never caught on meeting the press, and this is what we told you. He said they gave him a $10,000 bonus for coming up with that idea. And I said, you tell people this stuff, they wouldn't believe it because nobody's paying attention. They're not listening to this because they can't believe it. I told Ted Koppel, because Ted used to drop me off at my car after Nightline, because I mainly work Nightline. And I said to Ted one night, I said, Ted, I think the cigarette companies have a conspiracy going. And he said, Keith, do you really think the tobacco industry has a conspiracy going? And I just kind of shut up. But I wanted to say, yeah, well, there's people blowing the whistle on these guys, and nobody's paying them any attention. These are the peons they report the news to every night, and they don't listen to them. But when the guy at the top blew the whistle, oh, now it's a story? So I was right all along because I was listening to the majority of the people blowing the whistle on these guys. And people don't just come out and try to, say, hey, something's wrong going on here. If you don't trust your fellow man to the point where you will at least listen to what he's trying to tell you, you wouldn't be out on the road, okay? Right. Because you get out on the road with these, and you know that 99% of the people out there are going to do the right thing. They're going to obey the law. They're going to do what you're supposed to. Then you got that little 1 or 2% out there that, they ain't going to do what they're supposed to do, all right? But that is a small percentage. And when it comes down to this kind of stuff, same thing applies. You got this small amount of people out there that, they're going to try to disrupt things and not do what they're supposed to. But majority of people are going to try to tell you, hey, something is wrong here. Why do you got to listen to the people with the power, the prestige, and reputation before you realize something's going on? Listen to the peons. They're telling you what's happening, right?
All right. And that's coming from a man with experience, journalistic expertise, everybody, which we lack of so much today.
I saw stuff coming back from the Gulf War. It man's inhumanity to man. I'm looking at this video that never was going to get public, okay? An Iraqi convoy. These guys hit this Iraqi convoy with daisy cutters. The weapon comes down, it opens up, it sends out all these little spinning objects that are bombs, and they just devastate everything. And the convoy just got wiped. And the camera crew that came in, they're filming, the aftermath. And here's this one truck, and this guy's skeleton is sticking out the windshield. His mouth is open like that was his last scream or something. And his skin is burned off his face. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, see, if people saw this kind of horror, they wouldn't put up with it. But the public doesn't get to see that kind of stuff. But anyway, so now Ted gave me the opportunity to do a show about the Phoenix Lights. Okay. Now the Phoenix Lights, I'm talking to Frances Emma Barwood. She's the councilwoman who actually got this whole ball rolling on this whole thing. And she's telling me how she was going into an open forum council meeting. And she explains to me about an open forum council meeting. She says, in an open forum council meeting, a council member can ask any question, and the council has to give them an answer within X amount of days. She said that as she's going into the council meeting, Extra, the TV show, literally jumps out of the bushes and sticks a mic in her face and says, is the council going to investigate the lights that flew over Phoenix? And she had no idea about the lights because she didn't know anything about it. But when she goes in, guess what her question to the council was? Are we going to investigate the lights that flew over Phoenix? That she said they went bonkers. Let it go. You're opening a can of worms. Don't go there. And they just dismissed the whole thing. So the next thing she knew, she kept pursuing it. Then newspaper articles, the cartoons, political cartoons came out showing her with the Starship Enterprise flying in one ear and coming out the other.
That's messed up.
Yeah, and she didn't waver. She kept pushing this thing. And as we're putting this together, okay, suddenly the media jumps on this story. It's a 3-month-old story. They jumped on it like it happened that day. Everybody covered radio, TV, print, film. Everybody jumped on it.
Right. Yeah, it was big. Wow, yeah.
And then the executive producer, Tom Batag, came to me from Nightline and said, well, we're not going to do it now. And I said, why? He said, because everybody else has done it. And I'm like, when does that stop Nightline? At that point, the military had they had not acknowledged them doing anything with this, right? Having anything to do with it. Then all of a sudden, the Maryland National Guard comes forward and says, oh, yeah, we were on maneuvers in Phoenix, and we were dropping flares as part of Operation Snowbird. My jaw hit the ground, okay?
That's how the flares came up. Uh-huh.
Yeah. But my jaw hit the ground because do you know what Operation Snowbird is? Well, publicly they say, oh, it's when we're moving airplanes between Air Force bases during the winter. That's Operation Snowbird. Bull. I knew about this like a decade before that. Operation Snowbird is an offshoot of Operation Red Light. Operation Red Light is the operation where we're flying extraterrestrial vehicles either given to us by extraterrestrials or recovered in extraterrestrial crashes. Operation Snowbird is the operation to cover up the fact that we are flying these craft.
Wow.
So they told you the truth. Yeah, we were dropping flares as part of Operation Snowbird because they were covering up the fact that at 8 o'clock, this huge-ass craft flew across Phoenix, and at 10 o'clock, they started dropping the flares to confuse everybody. So, and that's when Governor Fife...
Flares don't fly across a whole regions. They don't fly across. Flares go downward, maybe at an angle, because of winds. But I heard that this thing was large and wide. It was silent. Charles Sellier of Grizzly Adams Productions believes it was the Aurora coming from Area 51.
Nah, this thing was too big. People said this thing was so huge that like one arm must have stretched almost a mile. They said that there were these huge lights along each one of the arms. It would look like, one guy described it as a carpenter square or V shape with the lights going along the bottom. And some people said they saw these lights suddenly change color and this thing took off at a shot, boom, and was gone. So, and never made a sound. And people in neighborhoods came out, and kids and families, they're standing in the neighborhood looking up, seeing this thing fly over their neighborhood. Okay?
Right.
And it's how do you get families to sit here and tell you stuff like this? Hey, we saw this, and this is what's going on. And then Governor Fife Symington, I believe that's his name, he did a press conference when everybody jumped on this story. And he just, middle of the day, press conference. He says, I just wanted to let everyone know that we're going to get to the bottom of these lights and so on and so on. And he gives this whole spiel for maybe 5-10 minutes or whatever. And then he leaves. Then later that day, he holds another press conference. And he says, we had quick results when we found out what was going on, and we found out who was involved, and we have the perpetrator. And he says, bring in the perpetrator. And here comes this guy walking in with this alien head and silver suit and long spindly fingers and big black eyes.
Oh, I remember the mocker, right? I remember seeing that on the news. Mocker.
Yeah, and then he takes the head off because the press is going, what are we seeing? What is going on? He takes the head off, and it's the lieutenant governor that's dressed up in his outfit. And Symington says, oh, you guys take this too seriously. But now Simon has come forward, and he said, now that he's no longer governor, oh, yeah, I personally saw it myself. I was in the park with other people, and we saw this thing coming at a distance towards us. And when this got close to us, it was the craft that everybody had been reporting, and it flew over top of us, and we saw it. So he admits that he saw it now, but he didn't admit when he was governor that he saw it, figuring it was going to influence his voters so he wouldn't get the votes. Same thing with, oh God, I forgot the other guy's name. Billy Cox, a reporter for Florida Today.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, he was talking to Bill Nelson's press secretary, I guess that's what he was. And I can't think of his name. And he was asking him, they were out fishing, and he asked him, well, you think you can get Nelson to, state that we should probably take better photographs of this face on Mars? And he said to him, Nelson's trying to run for governor of Florida, and he can't be associated with crackpot metaphysics. So Billy catches this fish, and his name's the press secretary picks up this camera and starts taking pictures of Billy catching the fish. And then in this photo, he calls Billy and says, "You'll never believe what's in this photo." As Billy,
it wasn't a fish.
Yeah, you see Billy catching the fish, and he's grabbing the line to pull the fish in, and above him, to his right, is this saucer-shaped object up in the sky. As he's pulling the fish in, the second picture, because obviously he took this with a motorized camera, the next picture, this thing is now over top of Billy, and it's a little more detailed. It's still blurred, a little out of focus. And you got to ask yourself, why is it out of focus when everything from Billy all the way to the horizon is in focus, but this thing is moving over top of him, and it looks like it's blurred, almost like there's some kind of field around it. And Billy sent me the pictures, and I'm like, okay.
Do you
Obviously,
still have them?
Yeah, actually, I have those. There was
That would have been
two
good
shots.
to show up on the video.
Yeah, I had to find them.
All right, another show then. That'll be a good follow-up. That'll be nice. But before you continue, sir, there's that Doris Neely, who was the administrator to Dean Milton Wilson at Howard University, says hello and says that she remembers you all those years ago, and that her son Daryl Neely is one of my co-producers as well, and that Dean Wilson was the dean of the School of Business.
Yep. Yeah, I'm in the School of Communications.
Small world.
All right. Remember I told you they tell you a second story?
Yes.
So Frances Emma Barwood decides to tell me a second story. So she's telling me about the Veterans Cemetery. The council had voted that they would build no road through the Veterans Cemetery because they wanted to build a road through the Veterans Cemetery. And the council had voted no, we're not going to do that. So she said one night she gets a call, you need to get out to the cemetery. So her and her friend go out to the cemetery, and they're out there with dump trucks and bulldozers. They're getting ready to build this road, even though the city council had voted no. So she first thought, oh, maybe we can stop them. But then they realized, oh, they could plow us under and nobody would know what happened to us. So they went to get help, and they were able to stop them. Then she said the Veterans Cemetery went from local control to federal control. By the time it came back to local control, all this acreage suddenly disappeared. All right. And she said the mayor was a realtor or something like that, and this was prime real estate, so they were trying to get a hold of it. I said, most people don't believe this stuff. You know, you hear these things, and this is the stuff that goes on behind the curtain, because the public is never privy to this kind of stuff. Okay, so that was my experience at the two shows that Ted gave me the opportunity to do, the Phoenix Lights and Project Disclosure, which then got upstaged by 9/11. But funny story is Ted assigned producer Richard Harris to me for the Project Disclosure. And Harris went to Northwestern University. Weird thing is I went to Northwestern High School. Anyway, but then Richard Harris is telling me about this guy. He said, yeah, I had this professor, and this was strange. He'd come in talking about UFOs all the time, and we didn't know what to make of him. And I said, oh, yeah? And he said, yeah, his name was J. Allen Hynek. I'm dying. I'm saying you had the father of ufology, the Close Encounter, and the swamp gas. I died laughing, but it was. I'm just glad Ted gave me the opportunity to even try to do those 2 shows, because if I had the opportunity to do that, the public would have probably found out a lot more. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the Morgan curve, because most people don't know what the Morgan curve is. All right.
All right.
So I'm going to share my screen.
All right. Before we go to that, sir, we are past the top of the hour.
Oh,
and I definitely got to go to a break. Play a couple ads there, and also play come back with a song. And I got to go take care of a couple things, and everyone else does too, as well as everyone knows that we pack them and smoke them on this show, because, again, like I said, you're definitely going to need them. So if you don't mind, sir, we shall be back in about 8 minutes.
Okay.
All right, therefore you can get all prepped and ready. And again, this is so good so far. A lot of people are listening, sir. And so with that, please mute your mic, sir, until we are back. And again, think about it, people. Listen to this man's history. Listen to what he's saying. This ain't all bullshit. He's telling you truths of his history as a media person, a real journalist. All right, someone that's not just reading a prompter and a script. What happened to him? What happened to everyone like him? So, again, pack him and smoke him, because you definitely still need him on the Martian revelation. Wow.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
For 5,000 years, the world was ruled with wooden ships by one man. 242 years ago, a small group of free men declared independence and crafted a new nation based on liberty and freedom. Global elites have been fighting to destroy this new nation called America ever since. Based on actual events, Charm of Favor tells a true story of how they took over the election system. They infiltrated federal agencies. They murdered witnesses, judges, and even presidents to keep from being caught. Now the largest and wealthiest crime syndicate the world has ever known is at war with America. They have already killed hundreds of Americans and recently attempted to assassinate half our congressmen. Still, they escape arrest through an almost supernatural charm of favor. Read Charm of Favor and be prepared to open your eyes to what may lie just around the corner. Charm of Favor is available on Amazon or Barnes & Noble.
You know, I listened to the end of the day tonight, the show, and I gotta tell you, it was pretty good, but I gotta tell you, I would like to hear more about Mr. Hoagland. You talked about a lot of stuff, but I didn't hear much about Mr. Hoagland. Maybe next time, you do a good job. I just want to say thank you to the end of days, but next time, let's talk about Mr. Hoagland a little more.
What's up, boys and girls? I'm Michael Deacon, just here to remind you, if you enjoy shows like the one you are hearing now, The Martian Revelation, I'm opening Pandora's Box live every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Go to michaeldeacon.com for your preferred platform. Don't forget, the end of days are upon us. Make sure you are on the right side when the end is here.
Standing by my window, breathing summer breeze, saw a figure floating beneath the willow trees. Asked us we were happy. We said we didn't know. in the past just seem to vanish in thin air.
Set in the cosmos is a single sonic sound that is vibrating constantly. And if we could and hold on to the note, we would see our minds were free.
Oh, they're free.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Martian Revealer, known as Mad Martian. And, of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you all again now. And before we bring back on our guests, I just got to ask you, I have to do this. I'm in a very serious situation now, people. I mean, it's seriously, pardon the French, fucked up. All right, and I really need your help, or this show is going to stop. It's going to be destroyed by those who not just want to destroy this show and hate me because I'm bringing the Martians to the reality to them of the Martian Revelation and our reality to the Martians. All right, but they're trying to also steal my home. Yeah, that's right. Ain't that really messed up, man? So I really need you to please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button at the top of the show page with anything that you can help with. And I hate doing that. I hate begging. I started when I was phased back through time. I said, hey, This is supposed to be free for all. And if anything, shows grow. The numbers are growing. I'm just about starting to get advertisers now, but they put the whammy on me. Shows should be for free. No special clubs. No special subscriptions. No asking you to bend over. But yes, I got to humiliate myself and say, hey, this is what it is. I got a wife with MS who's 60 years old. I love my wife, right? I love my family. I got 11 kids. 11 kids? Wow, you're busy. No, they're my dogs, okay? All right, and they're my babies. They're trying to make me put their heads on the chopping block, all right? And that shit ain't happening. You feel me? All right, that's why, even though we're all in troubling times now, but I desperately need your help. And again, it humiliates myself in all humbleness. I have to be on my knees to do that. And as I also pray and cry to God for the blessings to bestow upon me and my family to save us from these pricks in this park who I'm going to sue their ass once I'm done with the first hearing of this. And my buddies out there, my brothers who are helping me through this, God bless you. And he will help you too for helping us. Aside from that, what an awesome show for an awesome guest with Mr. Keith Morgan here. So that nonsense being aside, let's get back to him, as now we're going to get into the other aspects of this night, of the Morgan curve and beyond. So welcome back here, Mr. Keith Morgan. And I believe you're on with us, and I don't know if you're on video screen or not. I know you wanted to share screen. That's the best way. Mr. Green, please don't be mean. Please put that screen. So let's check that out before we continue. And you with us, sir?
Yes, I am.
So, all right. I don't get on the screen yet, but I'm glad you're with us. There's a lot of people. And plus, Wilbur Allen is, a family member of the Martian Revelation as well. I just thought I'd throw out there to get his name out there. I'm sure Mr. Robert Morningstar, another good friend, a brother of mine, I'm sure his pants are on fire by what you said. That would be a good show, maybe with you and him one day, to talk about that on this show, if you're willing, sir, about that Zapruder film. I know you talked with him also as well, probably about these issues, but I forgive my ignorance, I didn't catch that one of where his pants would have been on fire, because, he's very passionate about the Kennedy killings, and I don't know anyone else really who's ever more so and so diligent on doing a lot of work on that than Robert Morningstar. Okay, if you, definitely make his window bigger. Yeah, you could cancel out my mug there if you want, or smaller it, however, because the importance of the focus at the moment is Mr. Morgan here. All right, it's on the screen. All right, now that I took enough time. All right, Mr. Morgan, what we're looking at here now, obviously, is 35A72 from the Viking image data of Cydonia, correct?
Yes. This is orthographically corrected image done by Dr. Mark Carlotto. Dr. Mark Carlotto was one of the speakers at Goddard, along with Richard Hoagland and Earl Torn in 1988. Dr. Carlotto gave me this picture at Goddard the day the media got manipulated away from Goddard. And then I took this multiple grade photo, stuck it in a copy machine.
Before you go, that sounds like a story there. What do you mean they got manipulated away?
Okay. In 1988, Nightline did a show about Mars. And by happen chance, I had a bet going with a Nightline writer that this tabloid article that said that we had received radio signals from Mars in 1924, and it came in the form of dots and dashes, and it was a doomsday message, and of course they hyped it up. And I said, they said it was reported on in Scientific America and the New York Times. And he said, I don't believe that.
Todd and Jenkins. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Tesla originally. Go ahead.
Right. And I said, if I go to the library and I find these articles, will you look at this with a more open mind? So he said, oh, yeah, sure. So I go to the library and I'm looking at microfiche. And for those youngsters who don't know what microfiche is, it's microscopic images on film of the full newspaper in each page. And I went to the New York Times, 1924, and I'm reading from January all the way to December, and I'm looking at all the articles that had anything to do with them listening in for signals from Mars. Yes, Calvin Coolidge, president of the United States back then, asked for radio silence so they could listen in for signals from Mars. And at that point in time, 1924, there was like a handful of radios worldwide. And they kept saying, well, nothing yet. Mars is getting closer. And they said they had gotten Charles Francis Jenkins, who I then later discovered was one of the inventors of the first mechanical television. And the sync signals that we use in television to this day, vertical sync, horizontal sync, blanking, those are the same pulses he used to synchronize his mechanical television. We still have those signals today. They're now digital, but they still use it to synchronize television. Anyway, they asked him if he would use his radio photoscopic blah, 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 yada, yada device to save these signals on the film.
Right.
So as Mars got closer, suddenly they started picking up signals at 3 different military listening posts that came in the form of dots and dashes.
During a radio silence around the world.
Right. And so now I get to August 28th, 1924, and they're interviewing Charles Francis Jenkins. And Jenkins says, well, we don't think these signals have anything to do with Mars. Quite likely it's heterodyning or interference of radio signals, which is completely random, right? Then he says, as for the image of a crudely drawn man's face that appears at intervals of roughly every half hour, it's a freak, something we can't explain. So in 1924, they get an image showing up on a 6-inch wide film that he's scanning the signals onto of a profile of a face. And it keeps repeating every half hour. Tesla had proposed that we transmit an image of a face in the space. If anybody was going to pull this off, that would have been him, okay? But then you get these geniuses today telling me, oh, you can't transmit an image of a face into space unless you know the person's terminal height and width. And I'm going, you don't know the first darn thing about television. Yes, you can. If I wanted to send you a signal, I don't need to know your terminal height and width, how many pixels high and pixels wide it is, okay? I don't need to know that. If I send 1 million pictures,
like the Arecibo.
Yeah, and I send 1 million pictures, each one having a resolution based on its position in the transmission, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, 3 by 3, 4 by 4, all the way up to 1 million by 1 million. And you've got a screen display of 1024 by 768, which is what we call high definition. All right. That 1024 by 1024 image at some point is going to lock in on the left side of the screen and draw across the screen and start to reveal that 1024 by 1024 image. When it gets to that 766 line, 68 line, it's going to scroll up. Okay. And then it's going to finish the picture, and then it's going to be garbage. And it will stay garbage for some amount of time till that pixel locks in again on that left side, starts writing down the screen again. Now, the good thing about this is it doesn't matter whether you're scanning left to right, right to left, top to bottom, top to bottom, right to left, and whatever way you're scanning, the picture's going to either come out reversed, upside down, or something, or correctly. One of those ways it's going to show up, but it's going to show up always some type of way, regardless of how you're scanning it. Okay. All right. So I don't need to know your terminal height and width, and it's going to repeat at that interval that it repeats at over and over again. When we had a synchronous signal and we had a remote coming in from the outside, it was not synchronized to the house. So the video coming in would drift through, but at some point it would lock into place for that split instant, and then it would be out again. And if you looked at the 2 signals, the one locked and one not locked, you would see it walk through, lock into place, go out. It's like that old adage. You have a clock that runs fast and you have one that's stopped. Which one is more accurate? The one that's stopped, because it's at least right twice a day. Right? Yeah. That's the way the video signal functions when you have a locked one and one's not locked. So it would repeat at that interval each half hour, every hour, whatever it took for that to repeat itself, it would repeat exactly at that amount of time. And that's consistent. So 1924, we got a face showing up. I take these articles back to Nightline. I show them to the Nightline writer. he goes, oh, wow, we can use these in Thursday's show. And I'm like, what's Thursday's show about? Oh, it's about Mars. It is one of its closest points to the Earth. And so now I'm making copies of the articles, giving them to Ted, the producers, and I'm like, oh, geez. So now I did their legwork for them, right?
Serious legwork.
So in the opening of the show, Ted uses parts out of the article in the opening, how they received them at 3 different military listing posts, how they came in form of dots and dashes, etc. And these guys actually back then thought it was Morse code. And I'm going, when did Morse get to Mars to teach the Martians Morse code? That don't make any sense. but he uses the opening. I had Hoagland's book at the time, The Minds of Mars, which I'm in the 2nd edition on. And I'm also in his Dark Mission book. I'm in Dr. Stanley McDaniel's, the McDaniel Report. Even Graham Hancock is talking about me in 2 or 3 sentences in the Mars Mystery, but he doesn't know it's talking about me, but that's who he's talking about. And so they took the pictures of the face from Hoagland's book. They took the 5-sided pyramid and the 5-sided pyramid with the overlay over it. So you can see the outline. It looks like the Chrysler symbol. Okay. Yes, people, there's a freaking 5-sided pyramid sitting on Mars. Okay. And Ted challenged Thomas Paine, ex-administrator of NASA, because he was one of the guests on the show. He said, well, what about this face? Thomas Paine goes, oh, we think that's just a trick of light and shadow, a wind-blown anomaly. Then
Mere trick, the light and shadow. Yeah. Remember, now before you go on, sir, think about that. He was giving you a code word. It's a trick of light, right?
Yeah.
Wink, wink, and dark.
Yeah.
It's a trick of who? The light and the dark.
Never a straight answer. Okay. Anyway, so then Ted put up the 5-sided pyramid and said, what about this 5-sided pyramid? And then they put the overlay over it. And Payne went, oh, we think that's a wind-blown anomaly, too. And then Ted gave Hoagland's book credit on the air for where the pictures came from. So I wrote a letter to Hoagland through his publisher, because I didn't know where he was, telling him that Ted gave his book credit on the air. Hoagland calls me, and he said, oh, that usually watch Nightline. That was one night I went to bed early. And he tells me that he's invited out to Goddard Space Flight Center to speak to the scientists and engineers about what they had discovered about the face up to this point in time. Okay?
Gotcha.
But he said there was a rumor that they were trying to pull the rug out from under it and didn't want it to go on. So I said, let me tell the producer, see if he's interested. So I tell his producer, Leo Meinlinger, with World News, what was going on. He said, keep him informed. So Hoagland's people sent out a press release announcing this briefing about Mars. And then reporters started calling NASA, and I started asking them about it. Then NASA calls Hoagland's people and says, oh, don't worry, it's still on. Everything's fine. So Hoagland tells me, I tell the producer gets a camera crew assigned to be out at Goddard the day of the briefing. It was Mondays used to be my day off, so Hoagland invited me out. I go out, and I'm sitting in this packed auditorium with scientists and engineers, people standing around the walls, and I'm going, where's my camera crew? Matter of fact, where's any of the press? There's 2 non-professional cameras there videotaping this, but there's no other press. So now I'm thinking maybe ABC thought it was too stupid to send a crew for. So now I was really feeling down in the dumps. But I'm listening to Hoagland and Torn and Carlotto talk about what they had discovered. Earl Torn, cartographer, geomorphologist with Defense Mapping Agency, had discovered that if you take the angles within that D&M pyramid, which is named after Vince DiPietro or Greg Mulinar, D&M, which Hoagland calls it, if you divide the angles by one another, they work out to known mathematical constants to 3 decimal place accuracy. Square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 5, e divided by pi, e divided by the square root of 5. And it keeps repeating over and over and over again, regardless of how you do the math. Change the back angle by a degree, and it doesn't work anymore. And that's why I'm in Stanley McDaniel's, the McDaniel report, because I gave him the numbers to run on the D&M pyramid, because when I was taking parallel programming at Howard, when I was minoring in computer science, I wrote an algorithm that ran these divisions again and again and again, replicating what Earl had done. And then I changed it back angle by a degree, ran them again, and the two curves that ended up in the McDaniel report, one shows how close the original stayed to the 3 decimal places of accuracy of those constants. The other one shot off the chart. It was nowhere near what it should have been. All right, indicating this cannot be a natural structure. So now, so Hoagland is going over the mathematics of how things are laid out. Dr. Carlotto, he did 3D shape from shading of the face. So you got a rotation of the face. You're looking at it as you're closer to the surface at an angle. And regardless of the angle that you're looking at it as rotating, it still looks like a face.
Right.
He also orthographically corrected this photo, and NASA kept putting out the same raw data photo that had all the salt and pepper noise in it, that was data dropout. And what orthorectification is when you take a picture that high up, the curvature of the planet and the curvature of the lens distorts the geometry so the stuff is not spaced correctly. And because Dr. Carlotto worked for a company that does Landsat satellite spot imaging, he knows how to do orthorectification. He got the numbers from this guy named Mert Davies at Rand Corporation that held the data from the Viking orbiters that he could plug into his algorithm to do the orthorectification and flatten everything out and space things properly. So he gave me this image. I get home after the meeting, the briefing. I turn on the TV, and Dan Rather goes, "Today, NASA held a briefing about Mars." And I'm going, wait a minute, what am I looking at? There was no press there. And I'm looking at this video, and then I realize this was at the National Press Club. It wasn't out at Goddard. And then I find out that NASA had sent out a press release that very day announcing a briefing about Mars at the National Press Club. So everybody who was supposed to go out to Goddard, including my camera crew, went down to the National Press Club. Free food, okay? They went down there.
Shut up.
I'm sitting out there watching these guys talk about all this stuff, and I realized it was an egghead maneuver to get the press away from what was going on out there.
Yeah,
but I didn't have any word that, hey, this press release came out. So that's why I was at Goddard. If I had seen it, I may have diverted, or I would have called Hoagland and said, "Hey, are you guys moving to the National Press Club?" And then he would have said no. And then I could have told Leo, we could have got the camera crew reassigned, or we could have got another crew to go there as well.
So basically, someone at Goddard really wanted to set that up to get the press out of there for you guys to go there and give them a briefing. Go ahead.
Yeah. And that wasn't the only coincidence, okay? They invited Hoagland out to Lewis Research Center. And this is how important it was. They had a number for all the employees to sign off on to their time to attend this briefing. They had posters up. They had it on closed circuit to other areas of the compound. The day before Hoagland was supposed to do the lecture, they interviewed him and recorded him for hours because they were going to put out a video called Hoagland's Mars, and they were going to uplink it to all the PBS stations, okay? Well, the day he did the briefing, the director stands up and he's introducing Hoagland. He goes, yeah, he worked at the Hayden Planetarium. He did this, da-da-da. He was correspondent to, he was the science advisor to Walter Cronkite during the Apollo mission, et cetera, et cetera. And then he says, and as you know, we're going back to Mars with the Mars Observer, yada, yada, yada. Right. And he says, and Mr. Hoagland's been successful in convincing the president to state a return to Mars is our main goal, which was George Bush Sr. at the time. So now I tell Leo Meilinger, the producer who got the camera crew assigned to go to Goddard in the first place, and he calls NASA and says, I want a copy of that video. Oh, we'll send it overnight. You'll have it Thursday or Friday. Friday comes around. He picks up the phone and says, where's the tape? Oh, we had record machine problems Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday comes around. I'm in his office again. He picks up the phone. Where's the tape? Oh, we forgot. It took about a week and a half before we got that tape. And I told Leo that second time when I'm sitting in his office and they said they forgot, I said, either they're that stupid or they're cutting out the part that he said about the president. And sure enough, when we got the final video, they had replaced the whole opening by the director. They typed out word for word what he said in a character generator over the animation where you're flying through the gullies and the valleys of Mars.
Right.
Except for the part about the president. But Mark Twain, the author of The Monuments of the Mars, the music, he was there, and he recorded it with his little cassette recorder. And I got a copy of it. And I actually it's a little grainy, but you listen, you can hear him say he's been successful in convincing the president to state a return to Mars as their main goal. Now, Billy Cox, he caught wind of this, and he interviews the director. And the director says, oh, well, I was just trying to help Mr. Hoagland out. And I'm, what? No.
You guys gave him a free briefing, and they used you, and then they basically told you to bend over.
Yeah.
I get it. We get it.
Then when it came down to the day that they were supposed to uplink this video to the Hoagland's Mars to the PBS stations, NASA headquarters pulled it, and they didn't do it. And you got to wonder why. Okay, if all the stuff they're talking about isn't there, why pull it? Because the more people that know about the details of this stuff, all right, the more people are going to look at it, and they're going to look at the math. Carl Sagan, what did Carl Sagan say? Mathematics is the universal language. And I say, no.
And he also said, how do you look for intelligent life? And people would be like, or life as we know it, people would be like, look for streets, buildings. He said, fine, but no, you look for their geometry.
Right. But mathematics is not the universal language. The universal language is what mathematics is based on, because man created mathematics to quantify the actual universal language, which is quantity. Okay? I can go to any country and I can start holding up fingers one at a time. And you think they understand? Yes, they understand. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Especially the universal one.
Yeah. Quantity is recognized by every living thing. If a rat is facing off a cat, he's going to fight the cat. If there's 2 cats there, he's going to say, I see 2 cats. He knows there's more than him. He's going to run for the hills. Okay?
Right.
He recognizes quantity. A mother duck with ducklings, she doesn't say, I've got 5 ducklings, one's missing, I only see 4. She knows one's missing because she recognizes quantity in her own respect. Okay? That's what I mean by every living thing recognizes quantity in its own respect. Okay? That is a universal language. Anyway.
Right. Repetitiveness, redundancies.
All right. So, I don't know if they can see the image of Sidonia, which I'm about to go through.
Yeah, it's on the screen. I see it.
Okay, I'm going to play this.
On the show page, yes.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Now,
this
is the face. I created this animation with ABC graphics artists in 1994. I'm going to pause this. Now, on the left is the image of the face that NASA took a better picture of. The only reason they took this better picture is because the European Space Agency took a better picture. But what did these rocket scientists do? They put it out upside down and said, oh, see, there's nothing here. So NASA takes a better picture.
Right.
because now they're challenged. They take a better picture. And what do these rocket scientists do? They put it out upside down and said, oh, see, there's nothing here. You rotate it around so it's oriented correctly. Then you see what's here. Now, this is an infusion of actually 3, maybe 4 images embedded in this thing. Okay. And it's really interesting. The left side that we're looking at, we saw that, and that's what caught our attention. Right now, because the contrast is so low, the eye socket is kind of blending in and it's out of sight. The left side, in the upper left-hand quadrant, is actually the image of a lion's face. That's why the nose area is so broad. But the right side is actually a profile of a human face. It's not a head-on. And
before we go on, that's not a human face. It's a hominid face. It looks more apish, saurian than human. But yes, for lack of a better term, human face, because we're recognizing a humanistic face.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to play this a little longer, and here's the overlay. Now, if you guys are seeing this, you can see eye, ear, neck comes down, curvature representing where the collarbone should be, chin comes down, and a hairline across the top. There's too many details here for this to be a coincidence. Over here on the right side, a coworker of mine, she drew this in 1979, had no relationship to the face on Mars. It was something she did in an art class. And if you look at it, it's a profile, nose, eye. Now there's no ear showing here, but you can see the chin comes down, etc. And this is an abstract drawing that she did. And when I saw it in her house, I said, this is what we're looking at on the other side of the face on Mars. Now I'm going to back it up just a little bit so everybody can see that once I take this away, you still see it, and you will always see it, and you will know when this picture is upside down, okay? Because you now know what's over here on the other side. All right, so I'm going to let it play through. So there is somebody buried here. Actually, there's 2 people buried here. And Gary, I did look up the further in the book, and I figured out what was going on. They buried Anzu here after he stole the tablets.
They did.
Yeah. So, as you can see, I outline it here. This is actually the European Space Agency's image. It was upside down. I rotated around, and you still see all the contours and everything, just as we did.
That's Graybeard's. That's Graybeard's image. They gave that out as the hit piece, along with ESA's Mars Express imagery, which you could tell the resolution difference. This one's higher resolution. This one has a knot on the head, like someone hit it with a bat. Where ESA's imagery, again, lower resolution, you do not see the bump on the head. And the colors are more high resolution on Graybeard's than on ESA's. The colors don't even match up. But yeah, I remember that. I'm up at that chapter in my book writing about it now. Very interesting. Go ahead, sir, because yes, they released it upside down with a knot on the head. Graybeard, obviously, I think must have been pissed off that he had to give it out, and do the molar thing. Just put the bump on the head. But go ahead. Other than that, it's right.
So now this is rotated around correctly. You still see it even in this image. You always have to question, why is there a ear or a upside down check mark right here where the ear should exist? Right. And if you ever took art class, the art teacher would say, if you follow the eye around the side of the head, you come to the start of where the ear would be. And this is pretty much where the ear should be. But since this is a lion's face in the upper left-hand quadrant, there's, the symmetry isn't quite where it should be because the ear should be a little higher, but it's close enough to represent where an ear. And you shouldn't have a ridge created like this out of no place on something like this. All right.
Match up with that so-called check mark here too. Right into it.
Yep. And this is a different angle of it, but it's still there. All right. Mm-hmm. So that was the face.
It's amazing.
Now, then there's the fort. The fort has got this set of triangular walls on it. Doesn't make any sense. This side over here is a perfect 45-degree angle. Nature doesn't make perfect 45-degree angles.
Right.
It just doesn't do that. Then there's the city square. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, 5-sided pyramid. Now, the overlay that I put over this, we did this kind of in a hurry. It doesn't look like a home plate. It's supposed to look like the Chrysler symbol.
Well, it's
so
because
the
shadow is wide. You know, right? 7813, you can see it clearly.
Right. So, and then there's the city square. You've got 4 mounds that are orthogonally arrayed, 90 degrees apart from each other, look like the number 4 in dice. 4 objects.
Right.
So I dropped my circles on them.
That's a good analogy. Number 4 in dice,
yeah. And we thought something was in the middle, but the high resolution shows there's nothing there. But this guy here, he's got a set of walls on him just like the fort. And it's like pointing in the opposite direction of the fort, but on a smaller scale. All right, so the contrast changed when I put this in a copy machine. It came out black and white. And all these white mounds that stood out, they look like mounds, these things are jutting light out. Most people probably never looked at a bicycle reflector with a magnifying glass. I'm kind of weird. I like to know how things work. Look at the bicycle reflector.
All geometrically shaped, right? You're right about that. Pyramidal, I forget the correct term, you would know.
Right. There's a 52-degree angle. There's pyramids in the reflector.
Right.
And they have a 52-degree angle on them because regardless of the angle that the light hits that 52-degree angle slope, it shoots it back up the apex. That's why reflectors do what they do. Okay?
Right.
These guys have a 52-degree angle slope on them. Now, I noticed that these guys stood out because this picture actually got darker than this because everything in here was gray, went black. The face, these guys, all these really bright objects stood out like gangbusters, but everything else was black.
Like stars, yes.
Right. So now I noticed these guys, and if I played connect the dots, they formed the perfect curve. And they started out from around this big pyramidal structure. And I'm going, well, you know, and maybe this is just, you know, something I'm reading into this. But then I noticed that if you measured the distance between these guys, they were doubling in their spacing, perfectly doubling. The distance between the first and second doubled between the second and third. The second and third doubled between the third and the fourth. Except the fourth and the fifth didn't double the distance between the third and the fourth. Skip it, go to the sixth one down here, and suddenly it's perfectly double the distance between the third and the fourth. Then I noticed if you drew a line from the fourth, from the sixth through the fourth, you came dead center to that guy right there. Now you had a ray across the curve. This is basic high school geometry, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nature doesn't space things exponentially. I couldn't figure out why the fifth mound didn't fit the exponential spacing. And I thought maybe I'm reading something into this till I showed it to Earl Torn. Right. When I created this animation, I asked the graphic artist to duplicate this ray, swing it over to the third mound. That angle is actually dead center to what you're looking at is 19.5 degrees. 19.5, if people have been listening to Richard Hoagland and 19.5 Club, 19.5 degrees is significant. It's telling us actually how planets generate energy, how the suns generate energy. And it's not based on fusion. It's based on rotating mass, reaching into other dimensions, shunting all this energy across. They're big hyperdimensional shunts. The more mass you have, the more energy is shunted across. Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus, they're all putting out more energy than they're getting from the sun. NASA hasn't got a clue where it's coming from. They're thinking it's nuclear. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't live in a freaking nuclear universe, okay? We live in a electromagnetic universe. Without the electrochemical properties of the atom, there would be no universe at all, okay? So what you can do on a nuclear scale, you can do on an electromagnetic scale. If you can get more energy out by splitting atoms, you can get more energy out by doing it on an electromagnetic principle, okay? You just have to do it. That's what Troy Reed's magnetic motor was doing, all right? Anyway.
That's a good tie-in.
Now, what I'm going to show here is I had him move it a half a degree. Let me see if I can do this neatly. Oop, half a degree, right there. Now, if you look behind here, there is a mound here. This is actually 20 degrees, but it still hits this guy, and it falls right through the guy that's underneath for there. Let me back it up just a teeny bit. You see that one underneath for there?
Yes.
That, when that is perfectly over top of that, whoop, that's a 20-degree angle.
And then it butts up right against that one just by moving it a little, therefore making a connection.
And this guy, that guy, between the second mound, that is 30 degrees, a difference of 10 degrees.
The audio listeners may have a hard time following this. That's why you need to see the visual aspect to this on the facesofmars.com or elsewhere in YouTube and, well, in the archive.
If you go to YouTube and you put in the Morgan curve, there'll be two videos that come up, all right, and they'll be the top ones. And you can play, the first one is the one that we're playing right now, which has no audio to it. The second one is got my narration, which is based on the PowerPoint, which I duplicated this on. So I narrate and explain exactly what's going on, just like I'm explaining to everybody right now. So now this angle is 35 degrees going through the first mound, a difference of 5 degrees.
Right.
And then I asked him to make an angle from the fourth mound to the third down to the sixth. And that angle is 40 degrees. So you have 5, 10, 20, 40. You see they're doubling in degrees. That means they are exponentially spaced, okay? Mm-hmm. Then I asked him, swing at 45 degrees. I want to see what happens. And that's when I fell on the floor, because this was the first time I encountered that. And he said, what are you talking about? He could not see it. And I said, drop a circle here, drop a circle there. Look at this. This guy is exactly the same distance as the fourth mound. If you look carefully, you'll see that this mound is connected with something to the big pyramid, that some kind of ridge that connects to the big pyramid. If you look at the fourth mound, you see there's some kind of ridge that connects to this guy. And people have told me, this looks like a half a face, eye, nose, mouth, almost like a Hawaiian tiki statue or something. And I'm like, okay, you should.
Like a side profile.
Right. So perfect 45-degree angle. You connect
a little also.
Yeah. You connect the fourth and this guy, and you got a perfect isosceles triangle. You connect this guy and this guy.
This is a triangle.
Got a bigger isosceles triangle. And this guy's falling dead center, and this guy. How do you get that? Nature didn't do that. Okay?
Right.
It just did not do it. So.
Right. Yeah, having mathematical constants within mathematical constants. And that's another thing. You see, I can see it not by the numbers or the geometry, but I see it as the art. And you see that red line of which is the curve? It's actually followed around like a whole circle. Many circles, even on the face, even on the structures, even on the landscapes, circles, 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 and then lines connected everything like an incredible, beautiful spider web within a spider web, but each spider web's a picture of geometry or it can make pictures. I don't know, hopefully if that makes sense to you, sir. I don't see the math, I see the art.
Yeah, well, this red line, when I did the PowerPoint presentation, I used a real circle, just cut it off at the right spot, and it fits in there perfectly, okay?
Yes, you can see that clearly. I see it.
So when I showed this to Earl Torn, the ray and the curve, he discovers the X and Y axis. And in the animation, I dropped this grid on, and if you look carefully, the grid is cutting through these green guys right on, like, boom, crosshairs, all right?
Bingo, right, of each square, right on the corners, and the yellow ones are like in the center of the squares as it was. That's not a coincidence either, and those are evenly squared grid.
And boom, he finds the X and Y axis. And if you look carefully, you'll see it cuts through this one, the X axis cuts through that one, and ends up at the tip of the fort. The Y axis goes through 2 mounds in the city square, goes through this bump on the corner of the big pyramid that I didn't really pay attention to, through the 5th mound that didn't fit the exponential spacing, and where does it end up? In this picture, I zoomed in so you don't see it, but goes right to the center of the 5-sided pyramid, right to the apex.
To the DNM, right.
To the DNM pyramid. The odds are against that. And then the curve falls right into place, and this is the logarithmic function of E curve, okay? And Earl didn't figure this out by finagling anything. He took the logarithmic function of E graph, laid it down over the area, and everything fell into place. That's when I knew this was no joke, because I found the majority of the mounds.
And that's how they formed their artscapes. I call them artscapes, by using this highly advanced intelligence of math to also shape and sculpt the planetary surface. Because that's why I see the art beyond the math. The math is there, obviously, and I wish I did good in math and stuff like that, to where then I could make more sense in what I'm trying to say.
Well, the point here is that, one, nature couldn't align to everything like this with this precision. In Hoagland's book, the 2nd edition on, when he's talking to me, he says, and we're looking at the curve, okay? NASA didn't know what the curve was. So these geniuses, I'm going to show you the curve in, where's my curve? Oh, I'm going to show you this. Whoop. All right. What you're looking at now is the high resolution shot that NASA took across the big pyramid that the curve starts out from around.
The city square, people, in the right.
These 4 mounds of the city square, these 3 are the first 3 that make up the curve. Let me outline them here. Now, what you're going to see here is, if you look very carefully, okay, my little pin is not a pointer. Coming down the side of this guy, these ridges or humps, one comes down, connects to this guy.
It's part of the structure. I wouldn't call them humps for that, but I see where you go. It's part of the structure. I call them the spire type parts of the structure that come off of it. But it's formed in as part of the curve. It's not a coincidence. It's really what I'm trying to say. It's not a coincidence.
The odds go out the door that this guy had one that was coming here, but there's an impact crater that looks like it disrupted it. these connect right to these. This guy is more circular. This guy's a little more oval. This guy is clearly oval in shape. And as a matter of fact, they took a high-res picture of the one that starts the x-axis at the end of the ray, and it looks exactly like this guy. Nature made things exactly looking the same in two different locations? I don't think so.
No.
Anyway, that's the gist of the Morgan curve. Since then, a lot of other things have come to light in this one region of Cydonia, and it just proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, mathematically, alignment-wise, this is not a joke. Nobody made this up. Nobody's believing this stuff, because science is about show me the math, show me the proof. Here is the proof.
Look at the art. From an artist's point of view, the art's there. I see it. I don't see any ruin. I don't see sand. I don't see dirt. I see chiseled, like a tattoo artist went mad.
Now, the next picture I'm going to show you. This is from the Mars rover.
Mm-hmm.
And in this picture, this is on Mars. And I'm looking at this guy, and it looks like it's some kind of sheep or ewe laying on some kind of cart. It looks like the wheel here with a hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going, okay, is this a sacrifice to the serpent god? Because I've seen this structure somewhere here on the earth with the eye, the same shape. This is some kind of serpent god. And I think this was supposed to be the representation of the offering to the serpent god. This should not be where it is, especially this guy. And if you look at the shadow on the ground, its antler or ear or something is sticking up.
Yeah, it's antler horn. The
and
shadow.
You can see it, the shadow.
Yeah. Right. It's not just a bump on a rock, because you could clearly see the horn unobstructed in the shadow. Therefore, that gives us the dimensionality of what we're seeing in that.
Yeah.
Again, though, I see what you're saying about the cart, but it looks like it's tipped over,
mm-hmm.
like the thing he's sitting on is also looked like the platform as it was. And you know where I'm going here. Like he's slouching with his legs, like he's risen on the air, sitting on his butt, just like hunching up. Because look at that under the head there, under the horn. It looks like a leg, but the leg's not touching the ground. Like he looks hunched. And that horn definitely helps bring it out to what we may be looking at it. That shows it's amazing. It's just, it looks like a sculpture.
Right.
And that's something new, because we're finding a lot of that. Rami Bar Ilan and many others are finding weird structures and sculptures at the Curiosity site.
And these artists' drawings, or not drawings, but sculptures.
Don't it?
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to, make the point here is these things look too much alike. And I was looking for this guy. If I had found the one that I had seen, it was exactly like this, that would be up here instead of this, because this was like the closest thing I could find that would represent the serpent. But anyway, what else I got here? Oh, I got a face again. And there's the overlay. And then this is the other angle, face overlay. Now, what you're looking at here, this is from Mike Barr's, one of Mike Barr's contrast enhancements of the left-hand side of the face with the eye. And as you can see, with the contrast just right, you can see there's an eye socket here.
Even without it contrasted, you can see the eye. I did, but it helped with bring it out more to show the point, pun intended.
Right. And you can see the pupil in the eye. Mm-hmm. So what I did was, here's our face again. Now I'm going to overlay the higher contrast one. And you can see it as it dissolves in. Now, do you really think nature did all of this? The lion's face is here. The other half, the profile of the face is here. Then you've got the side that caught our attention with the eye. And this thing is bisymmetrical. You divide it down the middle. You got equal distance on the left side and on the right side. Nah, this is not a coincidence. It's not a joke. And then I've got this, which is the eye close up again. Mm-hmm. And this is these three pictures are from Vincent DiPietro and Greg Molinar's starburst algorithm, where they brought out the pupil in the eye socket on the original photo. And then we've got this, which I'm bringing up. And this is known as the Badlands Guardian. I don't know if anybody has seen it, but the Badlands Guardian, those who don't or can't see this on Skype, but they're listening.
Before we get into that, Mr. Morgan, we should go to a break. I got another ad to play. But so therefore, that's a good segue, as a matter of fact, because looking at that face at Cydonia there and the eye and everything, and to conceive that it's a face, I'm seeing a totally, it's not a ruin. Again, it's not dirt. It looks, to me, it's metallic. It was carved. As a matter of fact, we'll get into that in a little bit later, I hope, that shows evidence of even by what is told here to us on Earth, that in fact it was carved, and from my confirming my theory from years ago, from above. But on that note, people, please mute your mic, sir, and definitely pack up and smoke if you're still definitely going to need them. And for those that have, you'll be able to follow along much better, believe it or not. And I'm sure many of you are already seeing that, pun intended.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Once in a decade, a true story comes along that remembers the future. After 6 Amazon bestsellers, I have completed the epic Birth Trilogy, a true story of Earth. By reading this trilogy, you will be drawn from the origin to the final destiny of Earth in a white-knuckle ride that combines the intrigue and drama of Clancy with the epic scope of Prometheus and Interstellar. You will learn more about the purpose of life, the mystery of death, and the true nature of your soul that you thought possible. The Birth Trilogy is now available on Amazon and Kindle. The audio version is a free bonus when you buy the paperback, so even if you're not a great reader, don't worry about it. I read it for you. Use the Amazon app today and buy the Birth Trilogy, spelled B-E-A-R-T-H, or search for my name. I'm Brooks Agnew.
M8 beats on the track.
beats on the track. A little mishap there. That's all right. I packed them and smoked them. But welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Martian Revealer, of course, the Mad Martian, and you're listening to the Martian Revelation. So anyone, everyone like to call in on the timeline and may have a question or comment for Mr. Morgan or whatnot. But anyway, before I give out that number again, please, need I describe it again? No! But the big red, white, and blue American donate button is the key for the future to help secure the make-off fate. Anyway, 202-684-6955. 202-684-6955. One more, 202-684-6955. And we're back with our guest, Mr. Keith Morgan. And again, check out those videos on the Faces of Mars page for his YouTube. Click on the actual video itself. It'll take you to his YouTube channel, whatnot. I should have put that in there. Sorry, Mr. Morgan, but they could click on it and go and click on the web there to check out those images. And again, this is really hard to follow if you're just listening to the audio. That's very graphically charged tonight. And thank you, co-producer Mean Grain, not being mean and being on with us and helping the listeners to be able to have access to this, and the viewers, as well as Odin there. And Odin, you could open those gates if any of them are at the gate. I'm sure there are questions being built up, but we're rocking along, man. They're just following it. So it's pretty hard, maybe pretty hard to get in questions anyway, because there's so much material that you'd like to cover. Again, we are going already over technically, but we can keep going as long as possible. So anyway, we're back with our guest, Keith Morgan, and let's jump back in this to where he was talking about the image that we should be seeing up there on the screen now of the Badlands,
Guardian.
Face.
Yeah, you guys can Google the Badlands Guardian, and you will get this image. I wanted to say I should have done this before we got too late. The face on Mars. There's someone buried there, according to the ancient tablets from Samaria that Zachariah Sitchin and his professor were translating or had some hand in translating.
If you don't mind, Mr. Morgan, sorry to interrupt, but if you want to go over this Badlands Guardian, we could jump back to that as the finale as it was, because that's going to be a little discussion. And It's going to be really nice to leave off on as it was. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay.
Like the finale, unless you have more after that. So hopefully you'll be on again in the future, though, again, to go over other things as well. You're more than welcome. The guests definitely love you, that's for sure. From what I'm being told, the chats are going wild over there in Twitch and whatnot. I don't have access to that at the moment, or I would see it, but it's being seen and I'm being told. So and other venues. So all right, so since the Badland Guardians is up, because since we looked at the face, because this would kind of segue back into that anyway, wouldn't it? But go for it, sir. We're viewing the Badlands Guardian right now, and it's still amazing.
Okay, the Badlands Guardian. I forget the lady's name. She actually saw this on Google Earth when she was searching for a trip to someplace, and she just came across it and noticed that it was really interesting. And then people caught wind of it because she posted it, and it's become known as the Badlands Guardian. Now, I showed this to Eric Von Daniken in 2018, October 2018, at the Baltimore Civic Center, where Ancient Aliens was having their Alien Con. And Eric Von Daniken went, "Well, why is this?" Because they didn't know anything about it. A lady had asked them a question about, what do you think is the most significant thing that proves that the ancient aliens theory is true, and something like that. And they were talking about, the lines of Nazca and Peru and this, that, and the other. And I'm pulling my hair out because I'm like, you're talking 1980s rhetoric here. And I got to show them Kevin Burns, the executive producer this image because I was going to show it to Eric the night that I actually introduced him to the Morgan curve. And he was looking at it. He says, "Oh, this is very interesting." When he was looking at the Morgan curve, which I had on a metal plate, printed on a metal plate, he's looking at it.
Awesome.
But then I showed it to Kevin the next day and said, "I didn't show this to Eric. Can you tell him to look at this? Because this vindicates everything he's ever done." And first, Kevin was going into his staging area, and he said, "Well, I'm kind of busy." And then when he saw it, he went, "Wait a minute." And then he stopped and looked at it, and his eyes kind of got wide. And then all his entourage came up and said, "Oh, he's got to go. He's got to go." And then they shoved him off. He says, "Oh, okay. And he left. Then later, I was in front of the microphone, and I said, "Eric, I wanted to show you this, and I didn't get to show it to you the other day. And this is the Badlands Guardian." And the thing is, but earlier that day, Kevin I'm walking through the lobby, and all of a sudden I hear, hey, from Kevin Burns. And he says, "Hey, we're definitely going to contact you. We're definitely going to contact you." And I said, "Okay." I had no clue, but now I know why. Season 14, which aired started last year, episode 2 was about the Badlands Guardian. And George Haas, who has been working on Badlands Guardian since 2010, they had him and Dr. Mark Carlotto on, and Dr. Carlotto had made a 3D imaging of this. It's not convex, it's concave, so it's dug out, okay?
Sunk in, right, inward, not outward, like the face of Cydonia is risen. This is inward.
And he created a 3D cube of this, so now you can rotate it and look at it at different angles. It looks like this only if you're looking straight down on it. So whoever made this had to be looking straight down on this when they did it. George Haas talked about it and explained a lot of details and so forth. And George Haas is the one who recommended that the Society for Planetary Research indoctrinate me as a member, and that's what they did. And then I found out that the man who actually coined the Morgan curve was Dr. Stanley McDaniel, was the president of the Society for Planetary SETI Research.
CSR, yeah.
And when they found out, they started talking about me, he says, "I don't remember him." And I don't expect him to remember me. He might remember my email address, kbm@scs.howard.edu, because we were on the ARPANET. There was no internet. It was the ARPANET, okay? And from the School of Engineering at Howard, I was sending emails to an email address that got distributed to everybody in the contact list. And I created a crudely drawn Harvard Graphics image of the Morgan curve, put the face in there and everything, it's crudely drawn. And I sent it out. Dr. Horace Crater said, "Oh, it's like 1 in a million chance these things align this way." And Dr. Stanley says, "Oh, yeah, okay, the Morgan curve." And that's why I made it stick with the Morgan curve.
You threw in there a curveball.
So we never met face to face. So I didn't expect him to remember me. He should remember that I gave him the information, because him and Dr. Crater, when they created the book, the Case for the Face, they found that these mounds also had another pattern in them, which was a mathematical pattern, which they included in the book. Don't talk about me, but they put it in the book. Anyway, so season 14, episode 2, that's when they go over the Badlands Guardian. Also, with this new season 14, they changed the opening of Ancient Aliens. Because when I was in Baltimore, I challenged Travis Taylor, David Childress Hatchers, and David Barr was also on the panel, and he didn't know who I was. And I'm like, glad when I saw him in Dallas, I said, "What, you don't read your own book? You don't know who I am?" You co-authored it with Hoagland, Dark Mission.
Oh, Mike Barry.
Yeah, Mike Barry. Then he knew who I was. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. But anyway, when I challenged these guys, I said, look, you guys don't get it. We are not alone. We have never been alone. We will never be alone.
Right.
And in the show, the opening of the show, they get to the point where it says, in the universe, there's a doorway, and question everything, and we are not alone. We have never been alone. Where do you think that came from? So that's why Kevin wanted to contact me, because then I was running across other people like this guy that was working with Linda Moulton Howe, and I got to talk to her, and he says, "Oh yeah, you're the guy that was in the conference with Travis and Dave." And I said, "Oh, you saw that?" Because they videotaped all of this stuff, right? And he said, "Yeah, you really made people stand up and take notice." So at the Dallas conference, this lady stands up and she's asking a question at the mic, and she says, "Oh, I just love your opening. How did you guys come up with 'We are not alone. We have never been alone'?" And Kevin Burns wasn't there. He was someplace else. He wasn't at this conference, but they had sent Max and this other lady and I think David Silverman or something. Anyway, they're saying, well, we don't know how he came up with that. Kevin Burns came up with that, and he worked really hard with the announcer to get that just right. And then when I got up to the mic, I said, "Okay, guys, it came from me." Okay, hit the Baltimore conference. Go look at your video. Okay, I'm there going, all right, and they stole my line, and then Georgia couldn't remember me, and I said, "Georgia, do you remember me showing Eric Von Daniken, the Badlands Guardian, him going, 'Where is this? Why is this?' Yeah. And do you remember?" And I started pulling up all these things. And I said, "Do you remember this? Do you remember?" "Yeah, okay. Then you should remember who I am." Anyway, the Badlands Guardian, people are saying, "Oh, this is just a natural formation. This is just erosion and from water." And then I'm looking at this, and I'm showing my friend this. And I said, well, look at these two parallel lines. One comes down here, curves up under his neck. One comes down here, and it's down his shoulder. Yeah. And I said, he's wearing a vest because his shoulder comes out here to the right, our right. And I said, look at his neck. You got these two parallel lines, and then there's this pattern in between the lines. He's wearing a neckband with symbols on it.
Yep.
And then my friend says to me, "I'm just surprised he got an eyelid." And I'm sitting there going, yep, too many details.
Not just an eyelid, he's got an eye. Yep. He's got the eyebrow can be clearly seen, the nose, the big old schnoz that typical of the Native Americans or that type of race. And look at the lips, for crying out loud. Even the lips. Wow. Now that's a different oh, that one was with vegetation, I think you just shown.
Yeah, this one that follows after is this is when there's foliage on the trees and there's vegetation growing and it looks green, but you can still see it. It doesn't have all the details that we see when there's no foliage. Right. You can still see the vest coming down because those ridges are coming down, and they're definitely, you can see it's curving. Now, this one is curving under his neck. If that was just a natural formation, it should be segmented, sawtooth, something other than a perfect curve. It should not do that. But this is the kind of stuff, they're just like, oh, they just missed this, they just missed that. No, I don't think so. So the Badlands Guardian.
It takes time to study it, and not too many people study it. They glance at it and then walk away to their normal lives. Right. Those are the same people that never look up.
The line that goes up the side of his neck, it looks like he's got Apple earbuds plugged into his ears.
Now, is that a road, a path?
Yes, that's a road. And at the end of the road...
what is that there?
That black dot.
Earring.
Yeah, that black dot at the end of the road where it looks like his earbuds go under his ear.
Uh-huh.
That's a gas rig or oil rig. This thing is like, they said on Ancient Aliens, it's like 2,200 feet from head to chest.
Okay.
And I think it's a little bigger than that, but that's what they said it is. Now, the face on Mars is 1.5 miles from head to chin, cheek to cheek. Okay.
1.5 miles long, 1 mile wide, 1,500 foot high.
Yeah. Super, super large. And people go, nah, nobody could have made that. Nobody could have done that. We made Mount Rushmore. Okay.
Yeah.
It took a while to do it, but we made it. And if these guys have, the Anunnaki had tools of power, they could have done what they did on Mars with ease, as far as they're concerned. I'm reading the Lost Book of Enki, and it's telling me it took them 7,000 years to build the cities that they were building. 7,000 Earth years. But to them, those 7,000 years were like 3 years of their time.
Not even. 2 years. 30, less, a little more than two. So, yeah.
It's like 2 years. Right.
Of the years.
Because it's 3,600 Earth years before their planet makes one orbit around the sun, which gave them longevity. And not only they had longevity because it took that long to make an orbit around the sun, but they found it in a plant on their planet that they put in their breads and elixirs to give them even longer longevity. And it actually reversed the aging process when they were here on this Earth and they started to synchronize with the Earth, and their parents would come here and they looked older than their parents. But then when they started eating and drinking the food of Nibiru again, then it reversed the aging process and they were back to normal. So that's the fountain of youth, if you want to look at it that way.
It was not adrenochrome. But that's another subject.
So Badlands Guardian, I think, is one of those key things that they can't explain. We've got enough things that they can't explain. Why?
Where located?
This is located in Alberta, Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
That's what I was
when I'm telling people about the face on Mars and I'm showing it to them and they're going, yeah. Well, I don't believe that. Belief. I'm not a belief-oriented person.
You don't have to believe in it. You got image data and more than one source of image data. Don't believe it. If you want to deny your eyes, deny your eyes. That's your problem.
Then I show them the Badlands Guardian.
Right.
And then they'll go, oh, where's that? On the moon, Mars, Venus? And I said, no, it's in Alberta, Canada. And they go, what? It's and then their eyes whooping wide and they start looking. All right? Because they can't believe what they're looking at because they see what they're looking at. And obviously, when people look at this, they get it right off the bat. They say, dude, this is a profile of a person's face. Some people can't recognize that it's Native American, but
I see it clearly. It looks like a Native American type style. Again, look at the schnoz. Looks more traditionally to it. I don't know about Cherokee, but a lot of them have interrelations or interlooks. But you know what I'm saying. They all don't look alike. I'm not being racist. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying characteristics of a people's. Yeah. You could clearly look. It looks traditional, definitely Mesoamerican, Central American, Native American type race.
Yeah, I can recognize Native American people. It's just by looking at their facial features.
Right.
So, and then the headdress that he's wearing, it's a medicine hat. Weird thing is that the town that's to the northwest of this face, because this face is perfectly aligned north, okay? If you go to Google Maps and you find this and you click on the compass so it aligns everything north, this thing lines up
west.
It lines up right, lines up perfectly, just like it is right there. Boom.
Yeah.
And nature doesn't do that kind of stuff. But to the north, to the northwest, the town up there, which is Native American, is called Medicine Hat. Okay?
That's incredible.
So why it was built, don't have a clue. But whoever built it, it was obviously done before, or I mean after the Ice Age, because the glaciers or whatever would have probably torn this apart when they were receded or whatever. And I'm wondering who created it and why. That's my question. I know why the faces on Mars, which I'll get to as we get to the end. But this, I don't know why. But it's too many details again. And that's what I look for. When you... Yeah, it's probability. I tell people, if you have a coin and you flip that coin, on a good day, you're going to get 5 heads, 5 tails if you flip it 10 times. On a really, really bad day, you may get 1 tail and 9 heads, or 1 head and 9 tails.
Right.
But if you get 10 of either one and never see the other side of that coin, something's wrong. The game is rigged.
Someone will want to see that coin.
Yeah. The probability says it's beyond probability that you should be able to do that. All right. When it comes down to Sidonia and all the mathematics, we have flipped that coin 20 times and have not seen the other side of the coin. That tells you what? Probability says this is artificial. It was designed by somebody. It was built by somebody. But NASA has been covering this thing up and covering it up and not telling anyone, because the Brookings document, which was put out in 1958, 59, just as NASA was being developed, because NASA came to them and said, come up with scenarios that we may come across in our exploration of space. And in the Brookings document, it says, the likelihood of face-to-face extraterrestrial contact is highly unlikely. But artifacts left behind in time on the moon, Mars, or Venus could be discovered in NASA's explorations. This could have profound effects on different groups here on the Earth. And then they go into the different groups. But they said the one group that would be most devastated by this would be the scientists and engineers, because their whole thing is the mastery of nature. And for them to find out there's a superior brain out there would make all of their theories null and void. And they said, then they make a recommendation. NASA should seriously consider either disseminating or withholding this information from the public. And which one do you think they chose? They were withholding it. Right. Because the military got a hold of this craft. These craft crashed. And yes, a craft crashed in Roswell. Okay. And they recovered it. They've been reverse engineering it. And a lot of the stuff that we got with the stealth fighter and the stealth bomber and the the SR-71, all of those things came out of this crash. And now we have the TR-3B. Right. Haven't proved that it's out there yet, but if Tom DeLonge's been giving us true information of what's going on, then yeah, it's out there. And now that the Navy has come forward after the Nimitz incident with the Tic Tac,
right,
and showing us the gun footage from 2004, 2014, and 2015, and the pilot's going, wow, look at that thing. It's rotating. It's going into a 10-knot wind sideways. And the Tic Tac outrunning these guys, and the thing's got a cold signature around it, no heat signature, no propulsion system, making 90-degree turns in the blink of an eye. Okay?
Yep. Going faster than what they could do, that's for sure.
Oh, did you know that a guy named Carlos Paris has filed a patent with the patent office for an electropropulsion system that allows you to fly at thousands of miles an hour and make 90-degree right-hand turns because it negates inertia?
That's interesting.
And he works for the Navy. Okay. So now the Navy says, oh, we're going to let our pilots report these things because we need to know what this unknown aerial phenomena is. You know what the damn things are. Come on. Now you're trying to act dumb. Oh, we don't know. We don't know what they were. We don't know what they are. Yeah, you know if they've not been since 1947 and probably before that. And you're playing games. We're getting to the point where the technology was disseminated into our society through government contractors by Colonel Philip J. Corso.
Right.
He wrote wrote the book the day after Roswell. And I got to meet Colonel Corso's son at one of the X conferences that were held in Greenbelt, Maryland.
Nice.
Stephen Bassett put that on. And Stephen Bassett knows me because when I was working at ABC, I would go to his press conferences and we would talk. And now he's part of the Ancient Aliens team. And I know enough people on the Ancient Aliens team. If I need to filter information into them, I could do it to them. They don't really need me. But
filter those faces of Mars. We'll get into a little later. But go ahead, sir.
Okay. Anyway, this whole thing is starting to snowball.
Right.
When Philip Corso wrote the book the day after Roswell, his son at the X conference after Corso had passed away.
Right.
He was scared to death. He said, I really don't want to be here. But he said, we've been getting these phone calls, people telling us don't publish any more books, don't say anything else about this. And they've just been threatening us. And I said, look, your father did the right thing. He's trying to tell the public the truth of what's going on because it's been covered up too long.
Yeah.
And I think these guys have a deadline. I think they gave the governments of this world an ultimatum. You either tell your people about us or we're going to do it for you.
Well, like Brookings, right? After all those years of acclamation and everything and, giggle factoring and all that and total suppression as it was, but except their acclamation, I believe now we are at the end point to where now, based on Brookings, we're at a time where we must be told. And that, again, that goes with also who recently died. What's his face? How's it? I did that last time too. Why do I always brain fart his name? Very respectable. He was, damn it.
You talking Stanton Friedman?
No, not Stanton Friedman. Dean. Robert Dean.
Dean, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where he says, look, there'll be a time when, they'll make themselves manifest, basically. And obviously that seems to be what's going on. And I believe, going back to that Todd and Jenkins and Tesla before him, that even with what I'm involved with, and which I won't explain now, but listeners of this show can appreciate, I went over it a couple times, hinted at it, that I'm connected also, and what I'm involved with and doing regarding to this UFO diaries and these faces is also part of those original messages that was ultimately being meant for us at the time, now down through time where we must be told. But I'm crazy. That's what they tell you. I'm sure you've already been told that by what I hear. But anyway, so.
Yeah. I came across, remember Phil Klass?
Yes. Yeah, the ice crystals. Yeah, ice crystals outside the shuttle, Never mind, it wasn't ice crystals.
He was on Nightline with Stanton Friedman. And Ted, they were in different studios because they always put people opposing viewpoints in different studios. And,
I bet.
And Ted had asked Stanton about something. He said, give him something, an incident that, has some details to it that he could look at and try to, see if this is credible. And Stanton talked about Betty and Barney Hill.
Right.
And Ted said, well, is there anything you can tell me that could really make me see these guys did have this encounter? And Stanton went rambling on about something. And when I saw Ted in the hall, I said, Ted, he should have told you that Betty drew a star map of the Pleiades star system And they couldn't match this to anything until they found this other star. Then they realized this is not the Pleiades, this is the Zeta Reticuli star system. Excuse me.
It looks like an angel.
Yeah, they said this is a Zeta star system that she drew a map of. How could she draw something with this kind of accuracy? Because she was looking at a star map that was in the ship that the leader was showing her. Okay.
Right.
And Ted said, well, why didn't he say that? He said that was something significant. And I said, I have no idea. But then Phil Klass is coming through the hall because he's coming from the studio. And I tell him about my incident in high school that I saw. And I was in high school. I was at High Point High School. I got bused from Northwestern to High Point. In the middle of my junior year, I became the drum major of the marching band at High Point. And I'm waiting with a band member after marching band practice in the fall. So now it's dark. I'm waiting for my father to pick me up. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I'm sitting on the stairs. I see this light moving into the horizon. It is traveling. It's going, covering blocks instantly. I'm like, hey, look at this plane. This guy's got his foot in the tank, and this thing makes a 90-degree turn straight up, cuts back at a 45, cuts back at another 45. It's moving so fast that when it made that 90-degree turn, retention of vision, you could see that perfect 90-degree turn. And 45s. And now I'm standing up going, what the hell am I looking at? And he goes, I live over there, and every now and then we see that, and we don't know what it is. And that's what got my curiosity going. But I tell this to Phil Klass, and he goes, oh, you saw a spaceship from Alpha Centauri being patronized. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. You seen a spaceship from Alpha Centauri. Right. Yeah.
That's okay. That's what pushed me forward on this, okay? Because I said either I'm going to investigate this. I'm going to either prove him right or I'm going to prove him wrong about this whole thing. And I went into it, and so far, he is wrong. And I know that there's going to be a saying in the future that's going to stick with him. Klass was an ass.
Well, he already proved himself when it regards to the ice crystals, but then again, he's being pushed by those, obviously, that want to tell people not to write books or talk about these subjects.
I got to meet Senator John Glenn. He was on Nightline. And this is my childhood hero, right? I have
seen him on Frasier, right?
Yeah, he was on Frasier. Yeah, I saw that.
Now think about that skit. That's part of that acclamation, giggle factor area. But he came on following Brookings. He's a public figure, right? An American standard as it was. Telling the truth, but made in a skit. And notice at the end of the skit, I'm going to need that tape back. And then what did Frasier say? Boy, looks like someone had a little bit too much tang. It was hilarious.
As long as he didn't put poon in front of that. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I'm talking to my childhood hero. And I said, so what do you think of all of these reports about UFOs? And he said, well, I'm an agnostic when it comes to these kind of things. And he said, but I have really good friends that tell me they've seen things, and I can't dismiss them. And he said, but all these photos and stuff are blurry, balls of light, out of focus. You can't tell what they are. And I said, have you seen the photographs about a Swedish farmer? He's got one arm. He gets his film done at the local film store. He's got 8mm film footage showing these things in motion. He's got 35mm stills, sharp as a tack. And he said, no, I haven't. So the next time he was on Nightline, because he was like, within a few weeks, he was back. I had this book, this coffee table book called Visitors from the Pleiades, and it's got a lot of Edward Myers photos in there. And I'm showing him the book, and he's going through and he says, if just one of these is real, this is fantastic. And he autographed the book.
Right. Nice.
So then Colonel Corso is doing an interview with Leonard Moulton Howe, And he's telling her the story of how he's talking to Senator Glenn. And he's telling them the story about how they took these wafers, which he now knows were microchips.
Integrated circuit chips, yep.
Right. And they hooked it up to an electric golf cart. No batteries, just the chip. They put a drop of water on it, and they're driving around in this golf cart with just a drop of water on this chip and no batteries in the
Wow.
And he said that John Glenn said, well, I'm an agnostic when it comes to this kind of stuff. And I knew right then Corso was telling the truth, because that's what Glenn had said to me. So
script.
A lot of this stuff is there for the public to see. NBC, one of their correspondents, I forgot this guy's name, he interviewed Corso. And Corso's telling them, you know, the whole story about, you know, his day after Roswell, how he worked at the Pentagon, how when he was at Fort Riley in 1947, and he actually saw a physical body in a crate in some kind of blue gel or something.
Right.
And then Corso says, well, remind me to tell you about the time machine the Germans were trying to build. Time machine? That's what the correspondent's response was. You know, like, oh, the time machine? Yeah, they were trying to build a damn time machine. They were trying to come up with every type of thing they could ever think of. Yeah, they were trying to build a time machine. So he was trying to make Corso look like he was some kind of fruitcake or something. But Corso wasn't out of fruitcake. Oh. He was trying to get it out to the public. And he told General Trudeau that he was not going to say anything or write any books about this until Trudeau had passed on. Because Trudeau was his head at the Pentagon and the Foreign Technologies, at the Foreign Technologies and Research Division. And in the Foreign Technologies Research Division, what their job was to get hold of technology from other countries that the other countries had and get it into the hands of the government contractors so they could reverse engineer it and get it incorporated into our tech.
Right. That's how he came in contact with Trudeau that put him in charge of the nut file.
Right. And he said that when he got to the Pentagon in 1960, Trudeau said, I have this filing cabinet with all of this stuff in it. I want you to go through it and figure out what we can do with it, and getting it into the government hands of the government contractors.
Right.
He said,
that's all sorts of companies, Grumman, basically passing it off to him. You invented this. You got patents for it. We do? Yes, you do. But you leave our name out, but we want the best and the most accurate of what you get out of it, basically, right?
But he said, but Trudeau said, before you look in that filing cabinet, read the Roswell report. And that's when he said that image of the alien that he saw jump back in his head, because it took him all that time to get it out of his head. Okay. He said there was night vision, laser, fiber optics, the microchips, the wafers. He said.
Transistor, for crying out loud. That's when we went from tube radios to the transistors. Where'd that come from? The nut file.
He said that Bell Labs had come up with the transistor because they had gotten this technology first, and they were the first ones to reverse engineer it. His job, he was taking the stuff to other companies that were working on similar things, and he said, okay, I know you're working on something. I have something that can help you. You didn't see me. You come up with how you develop this, but you never saw me.
Right.
And he would give them the stuff that they needed to reverse engineer. Now, I know you have never heard of American Computer Company, have you?
No.
They came up with what they called a transfer capacitor. You know what a transfer resistor is, right? Shorten it. Transistor.
No. Oh, transit. Okay, yeah. Okay, what would I just mention?
Okay.
All right.
Transistors, they have emitter, base, and collector. a P material, N material, P material, or N material, P material, N material. Okay, that's NPN or PNP junction transistors. Okay, a diode is just the P material and N material, positive, negative. Okay, a diode lets current go one direction, but it won't let it go the other way. That's how a diode works. When you put the other material around the one material, you have an NPN junction or PNP junction. Depending on how you charge the base with a voltage, it will either cut off the flow from the emitter to the collector, or it will allow it to flow, depending on which transistor you have. NPN or PNP, either turned on with the voltage on the base will let it flow on one, or with it off, it will let it flow depending on the other.
Right.
Anyway, the transfer capacitor has 4 leads on it. And it's a capacitor. A capacitor is like a battery. It charges up, holds the voltage, and it charges and discharges rapidly. Okay. And so if you did that to a battery would blow up on you. Okay.
The flux capacitor. Go ahead.
But this transfer capacitor could be made the size of a transistor on an integrated circuit. Now, the transfer capacitor could hold a voltage, and you would read that voltage back out of that transfer capacitor, and it would represent a number from 1 to 10 to the 23rd power. Wow. That's 10 with 23 zeros behind it. Okay. Wow. Whereas a transistor is either on or off. So you need 8 to make a byte, which represents 255, 0 to 255, or 254, excuse me. Or you need 16 to even get higher than that. All right. So this transfer capacitor could withstand an 80 megavolt discharge. So static couldn't hurt it. Wow. It could hold its memory up to an hour after the power had been removed. Whoa. It had no heat dissipation at all. It was so energy efficient that you could put a battery on this thing and it would hold its memory for 100 years. Wow. They had Berkeley test the switching speed of this thing, 12 terahertz. Transistors can't switch at that speed. Okay?
Wow.
So they were using this in some of their laptops as a power miser and some other stuff. Then they came up with this poker chip size wafer that held 90 gigabytes. And they said if you stacked a dozen of these into like a D-cell size battery case, you could have a terabyte.
Wow.
So they made interfaces for SCSI, IDE, and other drive interfaces. They had a press conference and they showed it off, and they thought they were home free. And instead of keeping their mouths shut, they had to go start talking about where this came from. Huh. Oh, it came from the lab shopkeeper's notebook at Bell Labs. Okay, if they had just shut up at that point and just let it stay there, nothing would have happened. But no, they had to keep going. So what was the lab shopkeeper at Bell Labs doing? His wife, he died. His wife or daughter got a hold of his books. She didn't know what to do with them. She showed them to a friend. He said, oh, I know somebody that can do something with this, which was the owner of American Computer Company.
Oh.
So now they said there was enough stuff in these books to release one new object a month for the next 60 years.
Wow.
They said there was stuff like liquid memory in there that was faster than the TCAP.
Wow.
I'm going, but then maybe that would have probably kept them out of trouble. But then they start talking about, yeah, what they were doing was Bell Labs was reverse engineering the technology from the crash at Roswell. Then all hell broke loose. People broke into their office, hacked their website, all this, and I'm like, why don't you just keep your mouth shut? Get the tech out there. So everybody's used to it. They got it in their hand, and you become a household name.
And that's what so wanted. He wanted that to be applicated in the human technology. So when the time came to face the threat, that was his words, to face the threat, we'd have a somewhat better playing field, level ground, so to speak, as it was, because they would get the MOTS, the top notch of the reverse engineers or other technologies that could be derived from what they given them, and applicate that technology into society. That, and so they blew it on. They screwed him over ultimately too. But I guess that's how it happens, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, American Computer Company. The next thing you know, some company comes along, buys them up, and the transfer capacitor, TCAP they called it, disappeared in the Never Land, and nobody's heard of it ever since. But then, in 1973, when I was at High Point High School in Beltsville, they had electronics class. That was the only good thing about getting bused from Northwestern to High Point, was they didn't have an electronics class. They didn't have a closed circuit TV class at Northwestern, but at High Point, they had closed circuit TV, they had an electronics class, and I took electronics because I love this stuff. Then I was taking typing, and then I found out there was a closed circuit TV class. I got into that, and these guys had a video switcher, reel-to-reel, helical scan, tape machine. They had cameras, and I said, okay, I'm in. So my electronics teacher took me further than the rest of the class because he saw that I knew a lot about this stuff already, because my father was a master electrician, and I used to help him fish BX and Romex through the walls using coat hangers and stuff like that when I was just a little guy. Right. And I loved hanging out with him because I got to help him hang fixtures and change wall sockets and light sockets and all this switches and all of this stuff. And he used to buy me these little electronic kits that you put together with the resistors and everything. And I miss my dad, but it's one of those memories nobody can take away from you.
Amen, man.
And so my electronics teacher saw that I was more advanced in the class. So while they're blowing up their Heath kits and I'm fixing them for them, he gives me a totally different project. I have to build a digital clock. Now, this wasn't a, hands on 10 or digital numbers showing, 830 or whatever. All this did was it was supposed to take in a 60 cycles sine wave and turn it into a 60 cycle square wave using, I think it was JK flip-flops. And anyway, I had to wire it, build the brute power supply to power it, and get it to work. And then I could put my scope on it and see that, yes, it's now wave that's going in sine wave, coming out square wave. And I had to write the whole thing up, and that was my project. And my electronics teacher, I'm sitting there, he's telling me, yeah, you need plates the size of a football field to make a 1 farad capacitor, because capacitors were measured in microfarads, picofarads, nanofarads, small portions. But you could never make a 1 farad because that's a hell of a lot of energy. Well, now we got these little tiny caps that are 1 farad. We have these bigger caps that are 3,000 farad. Okay. Wow. And one guy took like 4 of these high capacity super capacitors, they're called. There's now ultra capacitors. And he put them together, and he was able to replace his 12-volt car battery with these super capacitors.
Wow.
And you could start the car up, turn it off, start it up, turn it off, start it up, and this thing would charge these things back up in like a minute or two. Whereas you'd have to drive around for like a half hour, hour just to get a lead acid battery to charge back up. Okay.
So it needed an alternator?
No, you needed the alternator to charge them back up.
All right, gotcha.
All right? But it's because they're capacitors, they charge up rapidly and discharge rapidly, and it doesn't hurt the mechanism. Like with batteries, if you did that, if you rapidly discharge a lithium-ion battery, you're going to have a fire. It's going to heat up, and it's going to go boom. But supercapacitors and ultracapacitors, they're at the brink where they could actually replace batteries. Okay, they're using graphene capacitors, and they're using graphite in the capacitors to achieve these high farad capacitances. And there's a company out there, they've got this little box that's got an AC plug on the front of it, and you charge it up, and it's got supercapacitors or ultra capacitors in it, and it actually has an inverter to give you AC out. Okay, and it's not that big. So we've got new technologies in super and ultra capacitors. This guy named Mike Zimmerman, if you ever saw the Nova piece, Hunt for the Super Battery, that's out on YouTube. Go look it up. He came up with this electrolyte, a solid electrolyte, not liquid, not gel, a solid out of some polymer. Wow. And it allows it's more efficient. It doesn't allow dendrites to form to short the battery out over time. You can shoot bullets into it, and it doesn't short out. It doesn't burn out. It doesn't catch fire. It's still producing electricity. You can take scissors and cut sections off of it if it's an aluminum pack that they were making, and it's still producing electricity till you get it just too small to produce enough to light lights. And he says, Mike Zimmerman says, "Oh yeah, that's an unforeseen consequence that we didn't expect."
And all this came from the Roswell nut farm?
No. Mike Zimmerman, I think he came up with this on his own. I don't think this came from Roswell. But this is the next generation of what batteries are going to be made out of. Because now you can, instead of having lithium ion, you can go back to solid lithium. And now in the same size area, you have more capacitance. Your battery will last longer, and you don't have to increase the size of the battery, because now instead of having a lithium oxide, which got a bunch of holes in it virtually, so it's taking up more space, you can have solid lithium, and it takes up the same amount of space, but now you get twice as much energy out.
Nice.
And then
it lasts safer.
Yeah, and then what's his name? Be Good. Johnson Be Good. Good Enough. His name's Good Enough. He's the one that came up with the lithium ion battery in the first place. He's got a new type of battery, okay? And it's going to put that to shame. So batteries have come of age, and we've been making these leaps and bounds towards an electrical society. And I bet you don't know about the Bloom box, do you?
I've heard of that. I don't know what it is. Where did I hear that before? Go ahead.
I may have told you. Anyway, I'm telling your audience now. This East Indian guy, 60 Minutes did a piece on him. This East Indian guy was working with NASA for the manned mission to Mars. He came up with a way to create oxygen on Mars using solar panels. Then NASA pulled the manned mission to Mars. And before I knew about this guy, I heard Google wanted to start selling electricity. And I'm going, why the hell would Google want to start selling electricity? Or search engine? It didn't make any sense, right? Turns out Google had been running a 400 kilowatt system in this guy's technology for 2 years. Because what he did was, instead of air coming out, you put air in and any kind of gas in, and you get electricity out. So he reversed the process of his technology. So he was turning out these 100 kilowatt size boxes. They were like mid-size refrigerators that put out 100 kilowatts. Now this thing runs off of any gas: butane, methane, propane, hydrogen, natural gas. You put in the gas, you put in the air, and out comes electricity. It's like no other fuel cell has been created to this time. All the fuel cells that have been on the Apollo missions and the space shuttle and all, they're hydrogen based, but they need platinum, palladium, and all these expensive metals and carrying on, and they run off of only hydrogen. Okay?
Man, we should have those for all our homes and everything.
Yeah, well, his box, like I said, will run off of butane, methane, propane, hydrogen, natural gas. You put in that gas, you put in the air, you get it out. in a 60 Minutes piece, and people can go look this up on YouTube too, because it's there. Bloom Energy, the Bloom box. This box is simple. The main ingredient is sand. You get the sand from your beach, and we know there's tons of sand out there all over the place. He takes the sand, he turns it into a ceramic plate about 4 inches square, and it's thin. He came up with these inks, and I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure, maybe 50-50, that they're based on Buckminster fullerenes. And if people know about Buckminster fullerenes, they're the hexagon type buckyballs. Yeah. There you go, buckyballs. He paints one side with a black ink, the other side with a green ink. And that one plate will light a 25 to 30 watt light bulb. Then he takes those plates, he stacks them into a 4-inch cube that you can hold in your hand. He said that one cube will run a European home. 2 cubes will run a U.S. home. 64 cubes runs a Starbucks, Subway sandwich shop, stuff like that. Okay.
For how long?
As long as you're putting the gas in. Okay.
God, wow.
They require maintenance after years of use, but you can work on them, individually and change out whatever needs to get changed out and do maintenance on them. But
right. Yeah.
But these things are using like almost half the amount of gas would normally be used to generate that kind of electricity. Oh, wait a minute. You're violating the law of thermodynamics. You can't do that.
You're violating the law of our greed.
Yeah. Well, you remember Pons and Fleischmann, fusion in a bottle?
Yeah.
They came out and they said, oh, yeah, we did this with nickel and palladium, and we're getting more energy out than what's going in. And they shot them down like gangbusters. The scientists just stomped all over them. Oh, no. MIT, they got positive results, but then they lied and said, oh, no, we didn't get any. And Eugene Maloff, who was at MIT, he knew they got positive results. He resigned and quit MIT because he knew that they were lying about the results they got. Then James Patterson, him and his son, they created what they called the Patterson Power Cell. And this was on 2020 in Nightline, okay? Wow. And our science correspondent, Michael Gilliam, he is interviewing James Patterson. Patterson has all these patents under his belt, okay? He's an old guy. I don't even know if he's still alive. But he has all these patents under his belt. And one of his patents is making perfect spheres from microscopic to ball bearing size, okay? Oh. So what he did was he took some of his spheres, coated them in nickel and palladium, sandwiched them between 2 electrodes, ran water over this cell, hit it with a high current to get it jump started. Then he dropped that current down to milliamps, and he continuously had 1,200 watts of heat going into this water, heating the water. 1,200 watts with milliamps of energy trickling into this thing. No, you can't do that. You need amps. You need several amps to be able to get 1,200 watts out. You know, a hair dryer that you use to dry your hair?
Yeah.
That's 1,200 watts. All that heat coming out of there.
Wow.
You got it? Okay. That's 1,200 watts. Okay. And they had this coming out with just milliamps trickling into it. And it continuously kept doing it. And you could run it forever. Then Michael Gilliam went back to visit Patterson later. And now him and his son are no longer in the garage. They're in this laboratory. And he said, oh, yeah, we discovered something really interesting. He said, okay. So he takes this radioactive material. He pours it into the water that's passing through the Patterson power cell. He's got a Geiger counter. The Geiger counter is pegged, okay? And they do this time-lapse thing, and they show that over the next 2 hours, the Geiger counter goes from being pegged down to almost being 0 and still going down. Now, a half-life of that kind of material would be like thousands of years just to get it to half that. But this thing is neutralizing freaking radioactive material.
Wow. There you go. Fukushima, other places, get a bunch of them immediately.
Yeah. But now, see, Patterson is, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he's passed away or in the wind, but his son should be still continuing the work he was doing. And this is stuff that the public doesn't catch, okay? They don't hear about that kind of stuff. Even though Nightline and 60 Minutes at the Bloombox, and the guy with J.R. Schender, he kept his mouth shut. What he did was he got 20 high-tech firms to run this box for him. Google, eBay, FedEx, Walmart, Staples, Coca-Cola, Cox, et cetera, et cetera. He got these guys to run the boxes, okay? He didn't say anything to anyone. He got these guys to run the boxes, and they said, sure. So he built the boxes manually. He had a team of people who were building these boxes manually. They put them in place, and these guys were running the boxes for a few years. That's why Google wanted to start selling electricity, because they were looking at getting a hold of his technology and selling it to
screw us all. They could keep screwing us all instead of making it available to everybody.
Well, see,
we need that tech for space. That's ultimately where I think you're leading. We need that tech for space as we go to Moon, Mars, and beyond, or even just live in space. Period. No. Without going the world, we need that.
Yeah. Well, he went to Planet Perkins. They're a financing company. Got financing for eBay, Google, Segway, whatever. Anyway, they raised $400 million for his company before anybody really knew about it. Colin Powell was working with Planet Perkins. Colin Powell is Gulf War General Colin Powell, if anybody wants to look that up. Colin Powell is now on the board with Bloom Energy, because you can see the writing on the wall here. This is a technology like no technology that's ever been created to this point in time. Okay, it doesn't need platinum, palladium, and all these expensive metals. It just uses standard alloy metals to make the cube. It uses sand to make the ceramic plate, and the inks are just about Buckminster Fullerenes or whatever, and some pigment, and it's any gas. Google's using methane. I mean, no, not Google. eBay is methane, because in the 60 Minutes piece, Leslie Stahl is interviewing the CEO of eBay, and he's showing their 5 boxes they have out on these concrete slabs. They look like transformers, but they're really slick looking. And he says, yeah, these are producing 15% of the campus's electricity, but based on how much they're putting out and what we're actually using, they're putting out 5 times more than we're actually using. He said, in the 9 months that we've had these in place, we've saved over $100,000. She came back 3 months later, and he said, yeah, we've saved over $200,000 in 1 year. Okay. And they're using methane, which is landfill gas. And that's making them carbon neutral, because that gas would have just gone back into the atmosphere. The carbon footprint of this is not as big as if they were burning this gases. And he was calculating, he was hoping to have a home model that would cost about $3,000. It would be about the size of your air conditioning condenser on the outside of your house, and it would you'd feed it natural gas if you have natural gas coming to your house, or you could put propane or another tank of gas out to feed it, or you could have solar panels doing electrolysis on water and feeding it hydrogen. Okay, so you could be off the grid. So now, this was like 8 years ago. They have a manufacturing facility on the West Coast, because that's where they're stationed. They started a 40 megawatt project with the electric company in Delaware. Mm-hmm. So they built a manufacturing facility in Delaware. Wow. Now, that mid-size refrigerator footprint that put out 100 kilowatts.
Right.
Now it puts out 200 kilowatts. And
Wow.
it's 65% more efficient than the first box. And the first box, I told you, was already using almost half the amount of gas that would be used in generating that kind of electricity.
You think that this will be being utilized for people soon at affordable prices as communities, or are the greed, those are the greed going to keep this away from us like everything else of where you've been explaining to us this night?
Well, they've already been fighting a battle. They were trying to get their boxes into an area in California, and they wouldn't let them bring the boxes in, right? Because all they have to do is bring these boxes in, put them in at substations, feed them natural gas, and now if the power lines go down somewhere before the substation, the neighborhoods stay up because the substation is getting fed by these boxes. Okay, so you don't have a power outage. Now you have a distributed power system, so hackers can do whatever they want on the centralized power station, but it wouldn't affect the grid because the grid is now independent of the centralized power station. Ted's book, Ted Koppel's book, Lights Out, his book, he was talking about the very, scenario of how vulnerable our grid system is, and how one hacker could probably take out enough power sources that we'd be in the Stone Age again.
Wow.
And Ted, he didn't know about the Bloom box because I sent him an email telling him about it. I said, well, here's, this technology could get us off of this centralized distribution to a distributed power system. And even if he came up with the ones for the home, okay, and you had one at your home and you had one that could actually power your home and your neighbor's home.
Yeah.
Or you just had one at your home and feed back the grid. So what you didn't use would go back into the grid to help support the grid.
Yeah, completely recyclable.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, this is what's going on. And finally, they actually went public in July of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought a whole bunch of stock. It dropped down. And then my little portfolio, my IRA, went from like 56,000 to 119,000. And
wow.
when the stock market went up to the 29,000 mark, I said, okay, I'm looking good here. I bought Tesla stock, and I didn't buy Tesla stock. I actually bought stock in a company Tesla was interested in, and I bought a lot of that. And then when it went over to Tesla stock, when Tesla finally bought the company,
right,
the stocks all dwindled down to 6 shares of Tesla stock. It was at like $280 a share. And then you saw what Tesla did in the time that we went up to 29,000 in the stock market. He went up to like 900 and something per share. So that $280 now just tripled. They went up to $900. And I said, hey, that's, I'm happy with that. Quadrupled or whatever. It just went up. And I said, hey, I'm happy. 6 shares. So.
Yeah. I wish I knew of those type of things years ago.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for this coronavirus thing to go away so the stock market gets back on an even keel. Because
according to Trump, and if there's more going on here, if Q's right, next week, boom, boom, boom. Let's see what some of those booms are. Because, it's also has to deal with the central bank. They got to be taken down because that's what fed them around the world. And that's why Trump's been doing all these deals with all new countries to create a new economy for the people, not for these, ones that have been doing what they've been doing. But,
Yeah, remember what? I was telling you about what was happening with the Bloom box in California. They wanted to bring their boxes in, and I guess city council or something in the area that they wanted to bring it in said, no, you can't bring it in. And then they found out why, because they went to court on this thing. They wanted the old guard centralized power stations to continue to make money. So they didn't want these boxes to come in. So Bloom won their case, and they have to let the boxes come in.
Nice.
So, yeah, people think there's no conspiracies going on out there. Yeah, this stuff goes on behind the scene because they think they can get away with it because nobody's watching. And they're going to keep trying. But it's going to catch up with them.
That's right, just like the UFO diaries, but I'll not get into that now. But, sir, if you're cool, we could go to our last break. I want to come back so we could get into what the other tamale of what you wanted to talk to us about. Because of all these technologies, again, this is all stemming to what we're seeing, that at least help explain to where it's conceivable, everyone, on how these things could be done on Mars, on Earth. It's by these things that we're learning now and applicating, need to applicate more in our lives to where we can also achieve this, and also we could face the threat coming from deep space, according to President Trump and Mike Pence. Are you okay with that, sir?
Sure.
All right. Because the night is waning, and I know your times, I could keep rocking, but I know, let's just go to a break.
All right.
All right. But we shall be back. Again, you know the motto, pack them and smoke them. You're still definitely going to need them. There's some interesting twists and turns when we come back, Mr. Keith Morgan. Yes, indeed. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. Of course, you listen to the Martian Revelation. That's still upon you all now. And look at your skies. And in the darkness, still lies. We're in a brave world, especially regarding all the technology that's potentially available to us. That's been being suppressed and kept back. That's why they don't want to tell us about what Darwinian evolution. They just don't want to lose power. They have a puppet to control we the people. And that, he's sick opinion. Well, we're back with our guest, Mr. Keith Morgan, and there are questions, but you know what? There's really no time to get into that. This show is just so information-filled. So we definitely love your presence here, sir, and appreciate everything that you're telling to us. And again, we can't wait until you're on again at some point. Will you be on again at some point?
I hope so. Yeah, I didn't get to tell anybody about the Alaloo. Are we done for the show or?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But that's what that was our last break. So I figure this would be the perfect time now because you laid a lot of good groundwork for future shows. That's for sure, sir. With that, but yes, now back to Alaloo, and regards to the face at Cydonia and or faces, but like we touched privately on, but we could expound on that because of the possibilities of what the face of Mars represents overall. It's not a coincidence, and that's why Keith Morgan here has been showing like the Badlands Guardian and also touch base Mount Rushmore. It's a rock. Okay, so is Mount Rushmore. It's a rock. And there was an episode, sir, before we go on. I forget, I don't know if it was Outer Limits or some other show where being put like in our shoes, like how we are, and that they viewed Mount Rushmore, it turned out to be, as a matter of fact. But throughout the whole show, they were like, kept us guessing that they were going through the things like we would be going through regards to the face on Mars, but they were aliens. It was like real shits and giggles, pun intended, when it turned out that what was being suppressed was them determining and studying on Earth, and what was being suppressed from them was Mount Rushmore.
Right.
I mean, yeah. If anyone out there is familiar with that episode of what show, please let me know, because I want to find it and make it available to everyone, because it definitely hits at the heart of the basis of the Face on Mars issue / the Faces of Mars issue. But back here on Earth, people, there has been a tale given to us to why we should consider the face of Cydonia all the more as being real, because it was told to us in the Lost Book of Enki specifically of that face and given a reason for it. Therefore, for us being able to connect to it as a reasoning of there being a face, let alone of who and why. All right, Mr. Morgan, I think this is where you come in. You could fill us in of this story, sir.
Okay. So, in the Lost Book of Enki, which is the translation of the 14 tablets that they found in Samaria, a.k.a. Mesopotamia, a.k.a. Iraq. They found millions of cuneiform tablets, millions of them. And they said, well, most of them are those daily receipts. I'm like, how do you get daily receipts into a cuneiform tablet? Think about it. If you're working with cuneiform, you got wet clay, you press your markings into it, you let it dry. How do you do daily receipts that way? That would mean that the customer could actually alter your receipt and let it dry and come back. Well, there's more to that story. But anyway, the person that's buried in the face, probably 95% of your listening audience knows his name. They have no clue they know his name. They've heard it, read it, said it sometime in their lifetime, and they have no idea that's who they're talking about. They even know his half-brother's name. They've heard it, read it, said it in their lifetime, and still don't know they're talking about him. The way I came across this is after reading the Lost Book of Enki. I'm driving my car. I stop at a stoplight. I look up, and I see Alalu's name up on a billboard. And I'm going, why is his name on a billboard? And I lean forward and look around my rearview mirror to see the rest of the billboard, and then it made sense. So I started telling people about this. Okay, this guy named Alalu's buried on Mars. And then my wife and I, February 2018, we were at the Bible Museum in Washington, D.C. And I'm looking at the cuneiform tablet replicas, I'm hoping, in the display. My wife comes up behind me and she says, they're talking about your guy. And I said, what guy? Alalu. Where? Over there. So I go into these overhead speakers. I hear this guy speaking Hebrew, Arabic. I don't know what he's saying. All I hear is yada, 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 Alalu, yada, 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 yada. Yada, 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 Alalu, yada, yada, yada. Yada, 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 Alleluia. So what did I see on that billboard?
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Not hallelujah with an H.
Right.
Hallelujah. And I said, okay, there's my confirmation. Now, I didn't have to know what he's saying. All I know is he said Alleluia twice in 2 sentences, and third thing sounded like a prayer or whatever, and then he said Alleluia. And I think Alleluia probably means praise Alleluia, because these guys were seen as gods.
Right.
And that's probably what it really means, but I can't prove it. So now, who's his half brother? Now, the flood wasn't caused because it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights because of what caused the flood. Okay? The flood was caused because there was some celestial event that took place which caused the entire continental ice shelf to fall into the ocean, creating a tsunami so huge it encompassed the entire planet. And there's a relief from Samaria where you see the earth on the relief because you can see the continents on it. There's these people with Egyptian headdress on looking at it from distance. And around the circumference is this huge curl. And when I first saw that, I didn't know what the heck I was looking at. Now I know. That was them in space seeing this event take place because they knew it was coming, because they were warned by an emissary, allegedly from their father, Anu, that this was going to take place.
You don't have that picture, though, do you, sir? To show on the screen? Right now?
No. It's in one of Stitchen's books. You know, whenever I talk to Stitchen and I'd ask him a question, he'd say, read the book, read the book. You got 6 books out. And then before he died, he put out the right book, which is the Lost Book of Enki, which is just the translation, not his interpretation, not of this. It's just the translation. And it's like reading Yoda speaking, but you understand what's going on when you start putting the pieces together.
Right.
And anyway, the Enki in the book says that they were warned that it was going to happen, and they got up off the planet. And they were, some of them stayed in orbit, others went to Lemure, Mars, to stay there until it subsided. And they could see this event taking place from space. And Enki said that the Anunnaki were set at such an awe to see a power greater than their own. And that's because they could see this tsunami or tidal wave, whatever you want to call it, encompassing the planet. And when you get that much water moving...
Destroying all that they built and weeping for it.
Yep. And when you get that much water moving through the atmosphere, you get a lot of evaporation. Then it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. But there was an ark, you want to call it the ark, but Enki gave the plans to this human. His name wasn't Noah. Again, I think it began with a Z. I'm going to go back and read it again.
Sudra.
Yeah. And he built the ark with the help of the people in the town, because Enki told him to get the people in the town to help. And it came to rest on Mount Ararat, yeah. But Enlil, Enki's brother, wanted all the humans to die, so he told Enki not to tell the humans, but Enki kind of got around that by talking to the grass wall, which Zucha was on the other side.
Sudra, right?
Yeah. And that's how he kind of got around that. But then when Enki and Enlil came back after the flood, they went around the planet looking for remaining celestial landing sites, and they only found one intact, which I think was Stonehenge, but I can't prove it. Because what happened when you get that kind of water moving through around the world, it dumped all the sediment on all of these places, okay? That's why the Easter Island statues are buried up to their necks with all this artwork on the bodies, because the sediment got dumped on them. They didn't bury those statues.
Bosnian pyramids and all that region, all the dirt covering them and all that. But I think it was Baalbek, you know, the old foundation of Baalbek. Those, I think that you were referring to, because of what they had to do when they come back. When they came back, then, well, go ahead, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Göbekli Tepe, they didn't bury that stuff. The flood did that. All right. So this event, in order to avoid whatever caused the celestial event that caused this in the first place, Enki and his son Marduk went to the moon to chart the heavens so they could avoid this event again. They stayed there for one cycle, or one orbit of the Earth around the sun, which is 1 year. At the end of that cycle,
3,600 of Earth years, one of their years. Go ahead.
No, it was actually 1 Earth year.
Oh, 1 Earth year. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, 1 cycle of the Earth. I apologize.
Okay. At the end of that cycle, Enki decides to name this cycle after his father, Anu. And what word do we have that means yearly that sounds like Anu?
Annual.
Yeah. There you go. So, people, they've been saying his name all this time, and they have no clue that's who they're talking about. They've been saying Alleluia for the longest time, and they don't know that's who they're talking about because all of this got lost over time. The Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel was Marduk was going to build a celestial launch site, but he was going to put humans in charge of it. His uncle Enlil said, quote, "If we give them this, there will be nothing they will not ask for."
He said, "No way, Jose."
So he sent his people to destroy the launch site, and they scattered the humans around the world. And Enlil had Enki come up with the different languages that they imposed on the different groups.
Right, they're babbling. No one could understand each other.
That's the Tower of Babel. So it wasn't a tower to heaven. It was the celestial launch site where the ships would leave to go to the heavens. So that's the Tower of Babel. So a lot of this stuff started coming together when you read the Lost Book of Enki, and he's telling you the story. He tells you he had the scribe, the human scribe, put his experience into this whole thing at the beginning. And the scribe said he was summoned to his lord Enki's abode. He heard the voice of his lord say, "Write down word for word what I say, not a word more, not a word less." The scribe said, "What shall I write with?" And he said, a glow appeared in the corner of the room. He didn't say a light came on, because as far as they knew, anything lighting up the dark had to be on fire.
Right.
He said in that corner, there was an easel, none like he'd ever seen before. And on it was a stylus, none like he'd ever seen before. Then the scribe said, "What shall I write upon?" He said a glow appeared in another corner of the room, and there were the cuneiform tablets. And like I said, the way you do cuneiform is you have your wet clay, you take your stylus, you press your cuneiform symbols into it, and you let it dry. The scribe said these tablets were already dry, but when he used the stylus on them, it was like writing into wet clay. And what the hell kind of technology is that? We can't do that to this day, okay?
Right.
But yet here's somebody who's primitive, doesn't understand the technology, telling us about something that is impossible to us at this moment in time.
Right.
They could manipulate stone on a molecular level. That's why all of these stone walls that had these irregular shaped stones so tightly fit together that you can't slip a piece of paper in between them, because they could manipulate stone on that level. That's why these
freaky shapes and everything. Yep.
That's why they found all these daily receipts in in Samaria because they could manipulate that stone on the molecular level, and they could make these receipts right there, unless somebody had the technology to be able to go in and forge the receipt or alter it. They couldn't do it. So it starts making sense that our primitive ancestors could not understand the technology that they were standing in front of. They just couldn't comprehend it. They saw it was magic. And you guys can go on to YouTube right now, and you will find a video from World War II where pilots had made a landing strip on a island where there was a primitive culture, a primitive tribe.
Yeah.
And the video shows the plane flying over a precipice, and down on the ground is the tribe, all in white, and they're on their knees bowing to the plane as it flies overhead.
Cargo cults, right? And they would drop food. And at the end of the war, they all left. Where's all the food? We want the gods to return. They made straw planes.
Right. And in that video, as it's flying over and they're bowing, right behind them is this full-size stick and straw replica of the plane. Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
Cargo.
I don't know if anybody can see me, but on Gary's site, there is two pictures of, one has like 5 Delta Wing aircraft, little metal models that they found in tombs, alleged tombs. And they go, oh, these are just representations of insects with vertical tail fins and rear stabilizers. And I'm going, no, this is not representations of insects. I showed these to my son, and he was like 3 years old. He said, those are airplanes. Now, if a kid can notice that they're airplanes, why can't grown scientists recognize them as airplanes as what they are? Because it throws their paradigm into chaos. And the one right below the 5, you have a side view of one of them. You can see this particular one is not in that group up above, but you can see there's a wheel. The pilot is sitting up in front of a barrier with a slope in front of that barrier representing the air intake for whatever the jet engine was driving. And I don't know if that's the jet engine underneath behind the wheel, but that's an airplane. That's an airplane. So these guys had jets, they had tanks, they had helicopters. The stone fell off a relief in Addis Ababa, and behind it is a profile of a helicopter, tank, something else that looks like some other kind of submarine or something, and something else.
And
they
another
don't
machine, yeah.
And the history of this, the passed down histories. Oh, this is the ancient war machines. Please, there you go. And they're saying, oh no, this looks like a helicopter profile. No, this is the soul leaving the body from the sarcophagus and spreading out the top. And I'm going, you jig, nah, okay. This is the stuff they try to pass off. And
let alone how they imprinted it in that stone to begin with. Well, what they used to imprint it in the stone, that's not some cheap material rock that was impressed upon, and it was pretty precise when it was new. That's for sure.
And all of these carvings in this stuff are so detailed, so accurate. The statues perfectly, the divisions down the middle, and people are going, you need a 3D printer, or you need a computerized engraver to sculpt these things, to make them that accurate and so forth.
Right.
How did they do it? How did they do it?
You just said it.
Marduk was banished after he went to war with Diana. Diana declared war on Marduk because she blamed him for the death of her fiance, because Marduk pulled some prank on him, and he ran off trying to cross a waterfall and slipped and fell and died. So she blamed Marduk. So she declared war on them. She was a pilot. She flew a pillar of flame with fins like that of a fish whose eyes went from red to blue to red to blue. She's a pilot flying a jet plane, okay, a pillar of flame, okay. She had harpoons, missiles. Marduk hid out in the Eker, or the Great Pyramid.
Yeah.
Enki even tells us what the darn pyramids did. They generated energy with a stone in that king's sarcophagus. There was no mummies in there.
Right.
Anyway, he hid out in the Eker. One of his uncles put up, based on the description, some kind of force field around it to protect it from harpoons. And that's what the tablets of destiny had, the power to do stuff like that. I have no idea what they were, because he didn't go into really details.
No, I'm sorry, Keith, but Hoagland brought up years ago about the sands outside the pyramid being nuclear radiated. So these harpoons, and that could be leftover radiation, couldn't it not, from that battle?
Yeah. And so one of his other uncles raised the all-seeing eye above the pyramid, and this all-seeing eye could perceive from horizon to horizon. What do we have that can see from horizon to horizon? And some of them actually look like an eye, but they can't see over the horizon. It's radar. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or even better than radar, if the tech's better than our primitive radar, sure.
Yeah. And I think that's what the all-seeing eye is above the pyramid. So it ends up on the back of the dollar. That tells me somebody knows something. Okay.
Yeah.
And so Marduk was hid out in the pyramid. Then one of Diana's soldiers found her way into the pyramid and chased Marduk into the section down below. Now, in the book, I think Stitchin made a translation error. He said he chased him into the upper section. Now, unless there's more under that sand than what we can see.
Right. Wasn't it the king's chamber? And that's why they had to, in order to get him out, they had to tunnel through somehow, and it was very painstaking so he could get out. Now, it
wasn't the king's chamber.
No.
Down, if you look at the grand gallery ramp, it goes down, then it cuts back and goes down to a smaller chamber underneath the pyramid.
Right.
That's where he went. And if you notice, in the middle of the grand gallery ramp, there is this raggedy tunnel that goes down, opens up into this oval
That's the one.
and then it continues down to the next ramp and continues from there. That's how they took him out. That's
squeezed out, right? And it was a painstaking from what it was described on the process of trying to get him out, because obviously things were sealed.
Right, because the soldier, when they chased him down there, he dropped the 3 slabs that shut off the grand gallery ramp to the other ramp going down into the smaller room.
Wow.
So, yeah, so it's all making sense now. And that's why I kept wondering, why is this raggedy tunnel here going down this way when all this other stuff is pristine? And that makes sense. They got him out that way. That's why they did it, rapidly, and made that raggedy tunnel so they could get to the other side of where the slabs were cutting off. But then the soldier, after he had trapped Marduk, he went into the king's chamber, and he took something and he broke the corner off.
Right.
That's why that corner is broken off of that sarcophagus, if you want to call it that. But what that held was a stone, and it's so finely tuned, when they put the lid on it, it would resonate and generate an energy. And then in slots in the walls, they put crystals to focus the energy. I don't know what energy it was.
Right. Well, it will obviously light up too. They'd be able to see.
Yeah. Well, I'm hearing other stories about how they found these spheres that were in little cubby holes in sections underground, and when they went and touched them, they lit up.
Wow.
And then they or when they came in the room, I think it lit up. But then when they touched it or something, they stopped working, and then they never worked again. But then one broke open, and they said this silvery liquid came out and flowed down into this gully or something.
Mercury.
Yeah. And what did they find under the Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan?
Mercury.
Yeah. And mercury is made of bismuth. I think in bismuth is a powder, and if you heat it, it becomes mercury. And if you add something, I forgot what you add to it, sulfur or something, then it becomes bismuth again. I'm like, oh, good grief. Okay. So what were they using the mercury for? They claim that a sinkhole opened up in front of one of the pyramids in the the gateway, the Avenue of the Dead that goes up to the Pyramid of the Sun.
Right.
And in one of the front of one of the pyramids, a sinkhole opened up. They went down inside, and that's when they found the path going to the Pyramid of the Sun. But they found mica in these little trenches that were going up to the Pyramid of the Sun. And mica is an insulator. So what if they were using the mercury as the transmission lines? Now, if you had solar flares, it wouldn't hurt the mercury. But with what we have with transformers and power lines, and you have a solar flare and it hits the Earth's magnetic field and it penetrates that, then we're going to get power outages, blown transformers, wires melting, all of that kind of stuff. But if you got mercury, you ain't going to hurt it. Solar flares, it can't hurt it. It's not going to hurt it. So what if they were using that? And people think the pyramids are primitive. No, that's a 300-degree cycle. We start out in caves, in stones. We learned metallurgy. We can do metal. Yeah, we can do metal. Then we learn plastics, other synthetics, and then we come right back around. We're going to end up back at stone because that is nature's natural.
See, that's what I said years ago when I was a kid, and I used to get in trouble for this, but I thought it was a common sense question. What brought us into the caves? And then why'd we come out if we left it in the caves? Something brought us in the caves. I always seen that there was something wrong there. But like you just said, cyclable.
Yep.
What's cyclicable? Well, like you just said, we will be drawn back into the rocks once again. And ain't that what Scripture says too? People will be claiming, God, please, rocks fall in on us for the the power of the presence of the Lord, who, the destroyer, the Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. I mean, I don't know. It really makes you wonder. But that's it.
And think about it. Tornadoes can't hurt them.
Right.
Hurricanes can't hurt them. All right. They just can't be hurt by nature because it is nature's material. They're heavy, and these guys, they figured out how to move these things with very little effort. But yet, we can't move that stuff. We still can't move it, but they were able to do it. And these are the kind of things that people don't take into account. And yes, the Sphinx is older than what they thought it was. Inky said that they built the Sphinx, and it's looking out towards a celestial landing site. Oh, they found a temple in front of the Sphinx.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, this temple has no roof on it. Maybe it's a celestial landing site. And the craft lands on top. The people come out from underneath. Okay, like Grand Central Station. Okay.
The under the Sphinx is a labyrinth as well that they may have walked down into, as so-called, right? And something about, like, I had Billy Carson on once, and he said led to, Thoth's emerald tablets, or at least one of them, or wherever they're placed around the world.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder that stylist thing, the stylist that you told us about, Vizio Sudra, because it was written in emerald tablets as it was. And it's all, I see connections. That's all. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay. This is what we're talking about. It's connections. And most people don't put all the pieces together. You know, I had no idea about the Alleluia thing. And for you who you're going, man, that Alleluia thing's just a long stretch, take the last syllable off of Alleluia's name. Take the lu off. What do you get?
Allah.
Yeah. Okay. So is this all coincidence? How many coincidences do you need when it comes down to looking at all of this data? And
Well, either
things
way, it shows he's a dead god. No offense.
Yeah, I was telling this stuff to some kids at St. Augustine Elementary School in their science class, because they do like from pre-K to 8th grade, and these were older kids. So I'm telling them about the Morgan curve and so forth. Nice. And this one girl, she's covering her ears like I'm blaspheming, and I'm like,
and all you need is someone else holding their eyes and one holding their mouth.
Yeah. I'm like, you got God in a box. Take him out the box, okay? He did all of this. You keeping him in the box and say, this is him, I'm his special, and he didn't do anything else, right? He did all of this, okay? Even the freaking Anunnaki says the Father creation did this. They believed in something greater than themselves, okay? Yeah. So if they believed in something greater than themselves, but yet they passed themselves off as gods, and after the flood, they created little temples for the humans to come worship them as gods, you got to wonder.
You should wonder exactly what would we be doing upon other worlds when we have this high-tech control at our fingertips, too. The good thing is they're like us. The bad thing is they're like us, or we're like them, or vice versa. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It could be a continual chain.
This is history that's about to turn the world topsy-turvy, because I think these guys, they've been here a whole time. They've been keeping an eye on us, because when Enlil and Enki came back and they went around the planet looking for remaining celestial landing sites, they came across the submersible, the Ark, on Mount Ararat. And when Enlil found out that the humans were still alive, he started choking Enki because he knew Enki had something to do with it. And then Enlil found out that Cain's people had survived on the other side of the planet in rafts. And he said, it must be ordained that the humans survive. And he turns to the humans at the Ark and says, from this point forward, we will look out for and protect man. Go forth, be fruitful, and multiply.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Cain and Abel. Where did Cain and Abel get wives from? They got wives from the first group of humans. They are not the children of the first humans. They are the children of the first, quote, civilized humans.
All right.
And who are they? They are the offspring of Enki and 2 female humans.
That's right.
Okay. And Enki and his savant go out in his whirlwind, because Enki started to notice that the humans were starting to digress back to being more primitive. So he decides to go out and infuse new DNA the old-fashioned way. He comes to a lake. There's 2 female humans. They see these guys as gods because they can fly. One comes up to Enki, presents him with an apple, and he, quote, pours his semen into her womb. The next one comes up. She presents him with something else. He does the same with her. And he told the savant, stay with them until they give birth. Bring the children to me and my wife. Say you found them, and we will raise them as our own. Yeah. And that's exactly what he did. And for the savant, that's 9 days for him, because each day is each month is a Nibiru day. Okay? Right. 1 month is a Nibiru day on the earth. So 9 days for him, 9 months for them.
Right.
he brought the children to Inky and his wife, said he found them. One was a boy, one was a girl. The boy they called Adapa,
right? And the other
and the girl they called Titi.
Titi, all right. Titties. That's probably where that came from.
Titi. Anyway, when they came of age, they procreated. They had Cain and Abel. Now, since they were raised under the Anunnaki ways, they weren't taught to tech, but they were raised under the Anunnaki ways. They were considered civilized humans. Adapa is actually sent to Nibiru to meet Anu.
Right.
So that he could, because Inky was requesting you to be sent to Earth so they could make sheep and have sheep and some other stuff and some other supplies. And Inky sent him, and Inky's son went with him. But Inky told Adapa, do not eat or drink the food there. It will kill you.
Right, and Anu was offended. Why isn't he eating? Why isn't he drinking? Well,
Right.
because
Because knew Inky knew that if he ate or drink the plant that he put in the elixir to give them longevity, he would then have longevity. And that's why he told him do not eat or drink when he got there. And then when Anu talked to Inky's son on the side, he said, oh, yeah, Inky told me to give you this tablet with this information on it. And Inky tells his father, oh, yeah, this is my son. Yeah. I guess Anu was like typical Inky. And then he agreed to send the ewe so they could make sheep and the other supplies and so forth. But they, Titi and Adapa had Cain and Abel, and Cain didn't kill Abel out of jealousy, as it says, it's the Bible Museum. And they weren't both lusting after their sister because there was plenty of humans that were there before. They just weren't civilized humans. So Marduk taught Cain how to do horticulture, grow crops, irrigation, that kind of stuff. Enlil taught Abel how to herd. Enlil's son, Marduk's cousin, taught Abel how to herd and shepherd. During a drought situation, Abel brought his sheep onto Cain's land to drink from the irrigation. They got into an argument. Cain hit Abel upside the head with a stone, killing. Cain hit Abel upside the head with a stone, killing Abel. Let me get my story straight. When the Anunnaki found out, they said we could not kill the firstborn, the first civilized human. So they decided to banish Cain to the other side of the planet. But before they did, they altered his life essence, and this is where the mark of Cain comes in. They altered his life essence so they could recognize his people, because we already carried the mark of the Anunnaki, but they altered his life essence so they could recognize his people, and it's not some physical mark on the body. They altered his life essence so his people could never grow beards.
Right.
What people on this planet can't grow beards? Asians, Hawaiians, Native Americans. They are the true descendants of Cain. So that's why Cain's people survived on the other side of the planet in rafts. And then I'm reading the Lost Book of Inky, and it says that one of Inky's sons, one of his other sons, it begins with an N. I can't think of his name. No, he taught
Nigashida.
Yeah, that's the guy. He taught Cain's people how to build boats or ships or rafts. He taught them how to music. He taught them how to there's something else. There's music and something else. How to build stuff. But that's why the Chinese, the Asians were so advanced, because he taught them a lot of this stuff. because I kept going, well, wait a minute, why are all the tribal cultures on this planet dark-skinned people? But yet, you got Europeans that were building ships and traveling around the world, and the Egyptians were traveling around the world and all. But then all the cultural, the primitive tribal cultures are dark-skinned people. Well, according to Enki, the first human, he didn't call him human at that point, but
right.
He said the first one, Adapu, his skin, his hair was dark black. His skin was the color of dark blood, that of the clay of the Abzu. In other words, it was the Abzus in Africa, tribal cultures in Africa, dark-skinned people, the Aborigines, dark-skinned people, all these tribal cultures, the Native Americans, dark-skinned people, because they are the descendants of Adapu and the first humans that they created. And when they started to digress back to being more primitive, as Enki said, then Enki infused a new DNA, which then gave us Adapa and Titi.
Right.
And then they had Cain and Abel. And Cain and Abel were twins.
Right. Therefore started your Sumerian civilizations on from there. We're all taught in school, the farming and like you just described and all that.
Yep. So these cultures were taught that. Then we had the fallen angels. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
After Anzu took the tablets and they buried him with Alalu after they executed him for stealing the tablets, Marduk became the commander of the way station on Mars. So Marduk, let me get my stress. So Marduk became the commander of the way station. Then he came back to Earth when a calamity started to take place on Mars. They started having high winds, all kinds of stuff, because there was another celestial alignment. The planets of the solar system started to align in such a way that it caused high winds. The Earth started heating up because Nibiru was coming back. All kinds of weird stuff was going on.
Water was getting wasting away. So many aspects was going on. And plus it was Marduk's age anyway, time to get what was coming to him for leadership of Earth.
All right. So Marduk came back to Earth. Now Marduk decides to marry a female human. Ooh. So there was 900 heroes on Mars. 600 of them decided they were going to come to Earth under the pretense of attending Marduk's wedding because he was the commander of the way station there. Mm-hmm. So when they get here, their whole intention was to rebel and take female humans as their wives as well. And that's exactly what they did. So that passage in the Bible about the daughters of man took the sons of God took the daughters of man as their wives and bore them children.
Yeah.
That they are the fallen angels. And then came giants within the earth. And these guys were bigger than us. Right. Don't know how much bigger, but this is what they're saying is that these 600 took female humans as their wives, and that's how we got the Nephilim.
The Nephilim, right?
Nephilim, yeah, pronounce it right. So this story that Enki's telling us, a lot of the stuff that's in the Bible, like he said when the Anunnaki first got here, when Alalu was here, when they first got here, the sun was going up and down so fast that they were disoriented.
Right.
But then they said they built their city in 6 days, and on the seventh day, Enlil said that would be the day of rest. And then later they built some other cities, And it took them like 7,000 years or something like that to build these cities. And then Enki spoke and said the seventh day would be the day of rest. So again, it gets repeated.
Right. But about Alulu, which comes before that, which takes us back to the face of Mars, which was before Marduk taking control of that station. Alalu was the one that fought against King Anu, lost. He took off from potential punishment after he took on Anu for the kingship on Nibiru when Anu won the crown, because Alalu was once the king. And Anu won. Alalu took off, and he said, well, you know what? Where do I go? Well, I'll go to the earth. Surely, if I can find gold and to help the atmosphere, surely I'll be rewarded and at least accepted back on Nibiru. So he comes here, he does all that, and he finds all that, and then he's like, okay, beam back to Anu. Guess what? Oh, I thought you're dead. No, I'm on Earth. You're on what? I'm on the part of Tiamat that survived, that became Earth. The chunk of Tiamat that blew up, or whatever the case was, from the old celestial battles, where our moon was once one of its hosts, that we had got. I still say it's placed there artificially. It may be artificial, but the thing is, there were rivers of gold, so they came here, established camp. Long story short, he got the shit end of the stick of the straw on after Anu came and his sons were here. His sons came first. Anu came and basically lotted out the places of the earth for the sons. Alalu got screwed. Therefore, he's like, damn it, I challenge you once again. And, I kind of feel for Alalu there, because he got screwed again. Yeah. And, this time, so they had a fight, and he lost. So what does he do? He bites off the manhood. He bites off the schlong of Anu, totally preventing him from being able to have any more progenitors or heirs besides Enki and Enlil. And he swallows the thing. All right. So for his punishment, instead of immediate death, which obviously Anu would have wanted, and you would have too, but they exiled him to Mars. And that's where Anzu comes in, because Anzu wanted to be his compadre, his friend, and to go there to Lamu, to Mars, so to stay with him until, the passing, because they knew he would have his death sentence there, especially with that in his innards, like it describes, his schlongness among us of manhood. In him, it would fester, and without any medicines or healings, or surgeries, probably, that was his hanging, as it was, everyone, and therefore it festered, and it would what's that word? Yeah, damn right, it's getting late, but it festered. It became no antibiotic.
Infected.
Infected, yeah. Right? Thank you, sir. So therefore, he went there and he died. So Anzu, according to the story in the Lost Book of Enki, all right, he died. So they found basically a mountain, or they found something real big. And here's what it says: the image of Alalu upon the great rock mountain with beams they carved. Hoagland, remember that years ago? They art carved the whole thing, and not just the face, the entire surface. An entire artistically sculpted entire planetary surface. How? It had to have been done from above. The Morgan curve, everything else that's there that we went over, had to have been laid out and seen and carved from above. So the image of Alalu upon the great rock mountain with beams they carved. They showed him. Now here's the thing. Now, Mr. Morgan and I was talking to each other, and it's okay to disagree on some things, because it creates, what is that word that we agreed on? It creates thought. It creates conception. And not only now do we have the scriptures, well, it might as well be, the tablets, the stories of a face being on Mars attributed by the Anunnaki given to us, that gives us reason we could connect to for the fact of what we actually see in images. People could believe it or not believe it, but we have the data and more than one source. So they showed him wearing an eagle's helmet, his face they made uncovered. Let the image of Alalu forever gaze toward Nibiru that he ruled, toward the earth whose gold he discovered. So Enigma, exalted lady, in the name of the Father Anu did declare, as for you, Anzu, to you, Anu the king, his promise shall be keeping. What, making Anzu basically the leader of Mars way station. All right. So therefore, now, and I don't blame Mr. Morgan and others for thinking, because the only face of Mars we ever got to know and see was about that one in Cydonia, right? But where's the eagle helmet? Has the look of a lion with Cornelius Saurian, Tyrannosaur, hominid looking face for the other side. Leo. Now, Mr. Morgan here was like, well, he could have sworn there was something about the Leo lion aspect of why that would be attributed, and I'll let him get to that in a minute, because that brings up an extra point of that possibility. And maybe it is, and maybe the face was modified. But however, I brought up to his attention the UFO diaries, the faces. There's other faces on Mars many of the show listeners of this show can appreciate, and not just those faces. It yielded results. Remember when I said you can't get anything if you don't ask, and especially you can't find anything if you're not looking? Well, in my search for those faces, I have found others as well. They're not look the same. They're not the same sizes. Some are even 3 miles by 2 miles at its widest point. However, some are also smaller than the face of Cydonia. They don't look the same, but they share similar bifurcatedness, artistic iconography. Thank God I said that word right. And the fact that they share similar designing characteristics. Now, to where if that's not Alalu's face, I'm sure, like I said to Mr. Morgan and others previously, even privately and on the show, that face is out there somewhere. If it's not one of those faces from the UFO diaries, right, that are just a few examples just to be given to us for representing a tip of an iceberg of what the Mars they now know compared to the Mars we now know, and the Mars we now know is changing all the more, isn't it? Day by day. Even that it's a live planet, it's not dead. They steer away from there like the plague. Like I said to Mr. Morgan and others, the face of Mars. Notice how they officially always still keep the name the face of Mars. But, it's a mountain, it's a mesa, it's a massive, they don't even know what the hell to call it, but yet they officially call it the face of Mars to this day, which is what Vice President Mike Pence said. We're going to put American boots, not international cooperation boots. We're going to put American boots on the face of Mars. Well, maybe Mr. Morgan has a point there. Maybe they want to get in there like they did in Iraq. They want Alalu's bones, for all we know. If it's in there. If it's not in there, maybe some of the others are in there because Mars was a way station where others were. So if this is a trait of theirs to leave, like Mr. Morgan showed us, the Guardian, the Badlands Guardian, and other things, right? Just follow me here, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to drown you out, sir. I just want to get this all out of my head, so you could tidy it up for us. So if there's other faces, it shouldn't surprise us, and it should not surprise us, according to Dr. Brandenburg, who wrote the preliminary analysis for the UFO diaries, Faces of Mars, stating that indeed they are and could be real, where he did that in 2007 under an undisclosed name. I respected his privacy and his wishes until last year, 2018, 2019 on this show, listeners could appreciate and respect, where I was allowed to reveal he was the author of that. And he also stated the fact that at the end of the Viking missions, they dipped down into the atmosphere closer to get closer views of interesting things that they wanted to check out, and that these images were amongst them. And they were not given to the public for obvious reasons of classifications due to their provocative nature. Therefore, the face of Mars isn't a mere trick of light and shadow, which I'm writing in my book titled The Faces of Mars, Beyond Mere Tricks of Light and Shadow. I'm at the chapter now where I'm dealing with Mr. Morgan's ESA's Graybeard's, knockout on the forehead, releasing a color image where previously he only publicly given us a black and white image of it from Mars Global Surveyor. He took a color image of it. And that was what was used, given the ESA, to show the comparisons. It's not the same color. That's even higher resolution, as well as the details and the face of ESAs. You could compare them. No bump on the head. Why? Because Malin doesn't control ESA's image data. He couldn't knock it out if he wanted to. But they had to make a collaborated effort, which was a pun intended. Hoagland will appreciate this because he said this too. A hit piece. Yeah, they gave him a bump on the head. They hit him so hard. But what was so important and Hoagland did not focus in on was the fact that Graybeard gave us a color image, which had CMYK availability, and that is higher resolution than ESA's. ESA's is lower imagery even for the visible data, but it's better than NASA's because they show the tattoo. They show the features, which is not so easy to see until now, MRO. And even then, I think it's because they could peer through the foo-foo dust with whatever it is extra they got on that camera. Bob Williams of CommonSenseCentral.com could appreciate that. So if there's other faces, that means it's not Face of Mars ain't mirror alone. It ain't alone. It's not even lonely. And this gives us a tip. Since it was connected to text here on Earth, that Mr. Morgan, and thank you. I know you're getting tired like me. That's why it kind of got skipped, I'm sure, because you went to Marduk, and that's okay, sir, because this ties it up, in my opinion, and where, again, you'll finish off, that this is something they must even do on Nibiru. They must do, therefore, if we go to other worlds, see features like this, it's not coincidence, it's universal. In that sense, hopefully I explained that right, Mr. Morgan. I mean no disrespect, but you know where I'm coming from by our discussion. And it's amazing to think about, but go ahead, sir, because your opinion counts as much as mine does. And it certainly does not rule out what you say or what I say. Now, you said earlier about finding something about which would attribute to the Leo. All right, but before you go there, take off from where I did. Therefore,
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so after Anzu took the tablets of destiny and they recovered them, they sentenced Anzu to death. Anzu is the pilot who actually buried.
Of course, he wound up stealing them too later on, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
He's the one that actually placed Alalu's body in the mesa that they faced, made
right.
into the face.
Mesa massive that they can't even tell us what it is, but yet it's the face. Go ahead.
And that's why I keep thinking somewhere in here, because I hadn't gone back through it again. I read that they went back and refashioned the face and included the lion's image in it because it was the year of the lion or something like that. And that's why I keep thinking.
Marduk. Was it Marduk? Yeah. Was it Marduk that punished Anzu by chance?
Actually, it was actually all of them. Actually, it was 7 of them that judged.
Yeah, but whose age was it at that time? Wasn't it Marduk's age at that point, or no?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's something to look into. But go ahead, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just get these thoughts. It stirs great interest and thought-provoking conversations. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I wanted to talk about technology that in 1973, when I was talking about my electronics teacher, and he's talking about you need plates the size of a football field.
Right.
I said to him, how come we don't send a signal through the magnetic field around the wire instead of through the copper in the wire? And he said, oh, that's impossible. It can't be done. I said, okay. And then in 1996, I think it was, a guy named William Luke Stewart created a company called Media Fusion. He came up with a way to send 2.5 gigabytes, not gigabits, gigabytes a second through the magnetic flux of the power lines. So what that meant is that everybody who's connected to AC power now has radio, TV, internet, phone, all of that stuff coming over the power lines.
Right.
And I brought this up at a meeting that we had at ABC when the head of broadcast operations and engineering came down to talk to everybody in Washington. He used to work with me in the maintenance department. And I brought up the fact that this guy had this technology. And I said, we pay like $2,000 to $3,000 a day for a satellite uplink truck waiting for an event to happen, when the camera crew could come in, plug in a $300 packet that would then stream audio and video back over the internet through the power lines. And that would save us big bucks. It would make us more versatile, so we could go into almost any place, plug in, and now we got internet and everything right there through this technology. And he said, well, we're more interested in content, and he ran on about us with content. And I'm like, broadcast operations and engineering, our whole thing is collection, construction, and propagation of said content. We have no say in the content, okay? But that's what he was talking. So one day I come into work, and somebody says, Preston wants you to call him in New York. And I said, oh, geez, what did I do now? Called him up. He says, yeah, I was just calling you because I wanted to let you to know that there was this article in the New York Times, Science Times, and the headline is, are the power company sitting on a gold mine? And he said, they're talking about the exact same thing you were telling me about. So I'm letting you know, we're keeping an eye on this.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they're keeping an eye on you.
No. They're keeping an eye on that, because that technology would have revolutionized communications right then and there, okay? But that was my idea in 1973. I just didn't know how to do it. Then I found out how this guy was doing it. He was using microwave lasers, masers they're called, to inject the signal into the magnetic field. Once it's in the magnetic field, it goes through transformers and anything inductive at the speed of light. Once the signal is into the magnetic field, nothing can disrupt it. No static, lightning, no outside discharges or anything can hurt this signal. So there's no lost data package, no retransmission of data packets, etc.
Unless you could demagnetize the magnetic stream?
You'd have to turn off the stream. That's all you can do, because you can't get in there unless you somehow can interfere with it with microwave lasers again. But I doubt that's going to even function, because you got to be on the right frequency and so forth and on. Anyway, that was 96. He testified in front of Congress. He started testing in Manassas, Virginia. And I'm following all this because this is some serious tech, right?
Right.
And then in 2004, they took the man to court saying, oh, this is science fiction. You're just trying to bilk the public. And I'm going, what the hell are they talking about?
Look who's bilking. Pay your electric bill.
Yeah, but here's what was going on. I put the pieces together. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. At the same time, the military came up with HAARP, High Antenna Auroral Radio Project, right? Remember I told you, I think I told you, the military will tell you the truth because they know you're too stupid to know the truth. That's why they said, oh, yeah, we were dropping flares as part of Operation Snowbird. And they told you the name because they know you don't know what the real truth is, right? So now they're coming along saying, yeah, it's a communications experiment. HARP is a communications experiment. So what are they doing? What are they doing? In the northern hemisphere of the planet, there's an antenna farm. And in the southern hemisphere of the planet, there's an antenna farm. And what are they doing? They're shooting microwave lasers up into the ionosphere. Oh, they're just doing weather modification. Oh, they're trying to do mind control. And with Travis Taylor, Ancient Alien, said, oh, they're trying to ionize the ionosphere so that they can send a signal around the world. And I'm going, no, they're not. What surrounds this planet that protects us from the solar winds? Magnetic field.
Right, the magnetic field of the Earth, right, which Mars's once is also weakened somewhat.
Yeah.
But it is generating some type of magnetic fields from underneath, which I say is the subsurface illegals running some type of power technologies like you're probably describing.
Don't make me lose the thought here. Now,
sorry.
Think about this. If you're in a war and all your satellites get blown out of the sky,
right?
How do you communicate to the other side of the planet? If you can inject a signal into the Earth's magnetic field, it goes around the planet at the speed of light. You pull it out on the other side, and voila, now you got your communications going again. So they have to discredit the inventor of this technology to make it look like, oh, it don't work, so they can play with it, just like they did with T. Townsend Brown's electrogravitics. You know who T. Townsend Brown is, right?
I've
T.
heard
Townsend Brown created electrogravitics.
Oh, okay.
He discovered that this was 1948 or something like that. If you take a disc, denticular shaped disc, and you charge the top and the bottom with the plus and minus high voltage, like 25,000 volts, the disc rises up into the air.
Right. Right.
If you charge the front and the back of the disc, it goes in that direction around the pole that is tethered to with the high voltage cable coming to it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It works in a vacuum. So when they discovered all of this, they classified T. Townsend Brown's electrogravitic technology immediately. Today, there are people playing with this stuff like model rocketry. And they're building what they call electrogravitic lifters. And they're really simple. You take 3 dowel rods, you make a little dowel rod triangle, so they're in the 3 corners. The lower section of the dowel rods, you have like this little aluminum strip that goes around at the bottom. And then at the top of the dowel rods, which are so far away from the top of the aluminum strip, you put a corona wire up there. Then you charge that the little aluminum strip and the corona wire with plus and minus 25,000 volts. And this thing rises up in the air energetically.
Wow.
The Mythbusters did a thing on anti-gravity.
You think that's how flying sources UFOs work then, or basing maybe some of their tech on to do that?
Probably somewhere around there. Okay, so the Mythbusters did a thing on anti-gravity. This was one of them. Grant Imahara, who's supposed to be a robotics expert, he gets a kit from off the internet that this guy's selling to make a gravitic lifter. He can't get it to work. So he calls the guy up, and the guy tells him, walks him through getting it to function. Right. So Grant's sitting in his chair, his stool at the bench, and he turns this thing on, and this thing shoots up into the air. And he goes flying back out of the chair because he didn't expect that to happen. Jamie and Adam come in, and they're looking at this thing, and they're going, wow, just amazed that it's doing what it's doing. And said, we didn't expect that. And then they put this little, I forget, it was wind speed measure underneath of it.
Right.
And they said, oh, it's producing a 1 mile an hour wind. That must be what's lifting it. And I'm going, no, it isn't.
Not a 1 mile an hour wind.
Yeah. And so they decided, okay, we're going to put it in a vacuum. And if it's not going to work in the vacuum because it's that 1 mile an hour wind. And these idiots put it in the vacuum. They made a plexiglass clear chamber that they bolted it into, sucked all the air out. Then they turn it on and they go, oh, see, it's not working. And I'm looking at this thing, and the front dowel rod is burning with glowing embers on it because they got grease from their fingers on the darn dowel rod. So the high voltage is traveling down the freaking dowel rod to the fence rather than creating the field between the corona wire and the aluminum strip all the way around. And I'm going, you guys shorted the thing out with the darn grease on your fingers. You should have cleaned it off first. But they didn't get it. Oh, see, it doesn't work. Yes, it does. And T. Townsend Brown proved it worked in a vacuum long time ago. NASA was looking at it for using it for thrusters to do station keeping on satellites, because right now they use chemical thrusters.
Right.
So once they get the station keeping, the geostationary satellite in position, every so now and then they got to fire a little thruster to keep it in place so it doesn't drift out of place. But then when the fuel gets low, after a decade or whatever, then they got to move it up into a parking orbit before they run completely out of fuel, and then put another satellite in its place. Now they got a completely working satellite that was working, that they now moved into a parking orbit, shut down, and it's just junk. And if they had these electrogravitic thrusters on there, as long as they had solar and batteries, they could continue to maneuver this thing until the cows come home and not have to move it up into a parking orbit and send up another one to replace it. So, you know, it works in a vacuum. But the Mythbusters, they blew it. And if they had just looked at the rest of the videos on YouTube, they would have seen that this Asian guy had taken this rickety four-legged table that you could actually separate the middle and put a leaf in the middle of it to make it wider. And he had set up the two halves of the table with corona wire and aluminum foil around the edge of the table. And then on the relief in the middle, he had set it up so that it could rotate up on one side and point in a direction and rotate around the other way. And he could remote control all of this stuff. And it had a corona wire with aluminum foil going around the relief in the middle. So he had these helium balloons connected to it to take a lot of the weight off of it, but it wasn't enough to lift the table off the ground.
Right.
But as soon as he turned on the electrogravitic circuits on the two halves of the table, it lifted up into the air.
The table?
Yeah, the table lifted up into the air. The balloons were taking up most of the weight,
right? But
they weren't enough to lift the table into the air until he turned on the electrogravitic circuits. Then it lifted up into the air, right? Then he took the little relief in the middle, rotated so it pointed in one direction, energized it, and the table would move in that direction. Then he would rotate that leaf around back the opposite direction, energize it, and the table would go back in the opposite direction. Then when he turned it off, it slowly sat back down on the ground because it was too heavy for the balloons to lift in the first place. Now, how do you get a 1 mile an hour wind?
Right.
When you've got a solid table and you've got a solid centerpiece, the leaf in the middle, how is the air causing this thing to move like this? All right. It can't.
Right.
But if they had watched that, they would have realized, hey, you know, it's not this 1 mile an hour wind doing this. And if they hadn't gotten grease on the dowel rod and shorted the whole thing out, they would have seen it lift in the air in the vacuum. But they didn't know what they were doing. You know, I always looked at that show and I said, "Oh, it's like
they should have redone it then." That's a good test, though, to do that and then find out that that's what it was, and then redo it, just for shits and giggles, and prove whether that was it or not. And obviously, that was it. The grease shorted it out.
Yeah, And I can see it in the video while they're doing it. I can see the embers glowing on the front of the dowel rod and it turning black. And I'm going, they don't see this? Oh, like that was so stupid. I said,
yeah, they didn't wear no clean suits.
Yeah, but I always saw that show as being like watching the Three Stooges. I got a good laugh every time I watch it. So they had a fan, but I was laughing the whole time. Most of the time they did stuff because they in another episode they were doing the hydrogen car. They were trying to see if they could run a car on hydrogen, and they had got a kit off the internet where it was a cylinder that did electrolysis on the water, and the water was then supposed to send the hydrogen to the carburetor, and it wasn't working, and they couldn't get it to work. And they said, well, let's see if we can just get the car to run on hydrogen. So they had this big cylinder of hydrogen, and they started to a hose dumping the hydrogen into the carburetor, and they start up the car, and the car starts up, and it's running off the hydrogen going into the carburetor. And they're going, wow, didn't expect that. It's running. It's actually running with just hydrogen going into it. And they turn it off. And they said, oh, wow, let's try that again. So they put the hose in, they start the car, it's running on the hydrogen, just going into the carburetor. Now, these idiots couldn't leave well enough alone. So they decided to step on the accelerator. And Jamie's holding the hose in the carburetor. Of course, when you're running on hydrogen and internal combustion engine, you have to change the timing to compensate for the way the hydrogen implodes instead of explodes like gasoline.
That's true.
So he steps on the accelerator, and the car backfires through the carburetor, igniting the gas coming out the hose, and he jumps. Like I said, it's like watching the Three Stooges.
That's hilarious. They must sign their lives away when they do those things. You know?
Yeah.
That could have been a bad situation.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, these guys, they don't think about this stuff.
They take too long.
They did the experiment that is attributed to Galileo. I think it's Galileo. Was it? No. God, I can't think of his name. I think the soldiers were attacking the city from the sea, and he's right there on the tip of my tongue. His name.
America or Europe?
Who said Eureka when he was in the tub?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, his name's right on the tip of my tongue.
I remember hearing it years ago in history or something.
Everybody will know the name when I come up with it. Anyway, what he did was he took all of these shields and polished them to the point where he had an army that focused the sun onto the ships as they came in to attack them, and they would catch the fire. Archimedes.
All right, yeah, Rome, not Rome. What was it, Greece? Somewhere around there.
Yeah,
I
but
forget.
it was Archimedes. I'm pretty sure it was Archimedes. So they focused. They tried to duplicate it. So they had a whole bunch of people with these reflective mirrors or whatever to shine the light onto the ship, and they couldn't get it to catch on fire because everybody was virtually focusing every place else. But then they got a way to help them focus in one location. They couldn't get the ship to catch on fire, but they still didn't have enough people. Because out in the desert, they've got this mirror farm that focuses the mirror up to the top of this tower. And it's got so much sunlight going up there that they convert water to steam to turn turbines.
Nice.
And But when you look down below, you see all of these mirrors surrounding this tower, and they're all focusing up to this one spot. But then you see these little puffs of smoke trailing off up there. Birds flying through. And they fly through, they get fricasseed. And I was like, oh my goodness, that is just gruesome. So they came up with a way to try to keep the birds away. I think they used sonic sound or something to keep the birds away. Oh my goodness. But it would work if you had enough soldiers, if you had the number of soldiers that they have for the number of mirrors that they have to light up that tower. Yeah, right. You could have set their ships on fire.
And also potentially what time of the year maybe too, right? Would that have anything to do with that? That could help or that?
Yeah, it could help too. Yeah, because as the Earth tilts, you lose some of your direct energy coming from the sun, and but it was little goofy things like that. They redid the experiment because President Obama had asked them said, well, don't think you did it quite right. You need to do it this way or something. And they went back to try it again, and they still failed on being able to pull it off. So, that show was a trip. It's a real trip.
Yes, indeed. This show was a trip too, man. I got to tell you. Man, it was good. I got to ask you though, do you have any upcoming events or anything? I guess we should start winding down. My co-producer's getting a little tired. I could keep going, but you know, I think this was cool. There's a lot of information coming out, and we definitely got to do this sometime again, Mr. Morgan. Is that cool?
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it usually takes me 6 hours to dump everything in my head out. So
no problem, man, and we could do that again sometime. You know, definitely a worthy guest. Do you have any events coming up, or any books being written or put out, or what's going on now, and or what are you doing, sir, especially with your knowledge and experience, to help force these technologies to be put forth to the public? Because with your knowledge, sir, you know, the responsibility for all mankind is kind of on you.
Well, on my website, under What's New in Technologies, I post some very profound things that most people don't know about. If you go in there and go under What's New in Technology and under Alternative Energy, you'll find links to Bloombox, John Kansas, Kenny, Denny Klein, Troy Reed, and others, links to the technologies that they came up with. John Kansas is a Pennsylvania retired TV station owner and engineer. This man wakes up in the middle of the night with an idea for curing cancer. He gets up, starts cutting up his wife's pie pan. She thought he lost his mind. He's making an antenna, and his idea was you float nanoparticles of metal in the body so to attract and attach to the cancer cell, hit the body with a radio frequency, heating up the metal, killing the cancer cell. And in the 60 Minutes piece, they're going, the doctors are going, oh, wow, why didn't we think of this before? Here's the rat's tumor before the treatment, here's it after. But they didn't talk about the other thing he discovered. He discovered, a friend came to him and said, you think this will work with desalinization? What do we need next to air to live? Water. All right. We got all that ocean out there. We should be pumping water out of the ocean for drinking, irrigation, and fuel. I had a lady say to me, what if we use up all the water in the ocean? You can't. I said, what do you get when you burn hydrogen? You get water vapor. It's clouds. It's going to rain back down. You can't use up all the water in the ocean. You can't drink it all because you're going to pee it back out. Come on. It's a 100% renewable, recyclable, endless source of energy, but they don't want to tap into it. It's too easy. So John Kansas takes a test tube of salt water. He puts it in front of his radio beam. He sees gases coming up out of this tube. He takes a lighter, lights the gases. Now he's got a flame of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit coming up out this test tube. He could stop stopped the beam. It stopped. He turned the beam back on. He could light it back up. Then I don't know if it was dumb luck or he figured it out, but he took a paper towel. He put it in a test tube with the salt water. All he had to do was turn on the radio beam, and it ignited all by itself. No external ignition. Turn it off, it stops. Turn it on, it starts. But the paper towel never burns. But it starts the catalyst. It's the catalyst to start the 3,000 degree flame ignition. And I'm going, what the hell kind of technology is that? We could take that simple technology, upscale it, and retrofit every coal-fired power plant and every nuclear power plant in the world. Because what are we doing? We're burning coal to boil water to make steam to turn turbines. We're running nuclear reactors to boil water to make steam to turn turbines. And what are all of these power plants sitting next to? Water.
Yeah.
If it's not salt water, you bring in a train load of salt to make your salt water to get your 3,000 degree flame. At 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, water will boil almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
And boom, there you go. You boil your water, and what do you get as a pollutant? You get water vapor. And when people were talking about fuel cell vehicles, people are going, oh, no, the environmentalists say if you get all these cars dripping water everywhere, you're going to add to the global warming. No, you're not. What's harder, trying to get carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and other smoke out of water? I mean, get carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and other pollutants out of smoke, or capturing some water vapor, running it through a coil, cooling it down till it condenses back in the water and putting it back in the system. Which is harder? I think getting the smoke and the carbon dioxide out of smoke and all of that stuff is harder than capturing some water vapor. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is stupid. And even if Denny Klein, he has an electrolysis process. He drove 100 miles on 4 ounces of water, but he was using his gas like acetylene. It cuts through anything, tungsten, titanium, steel, you name it, it cuts through it. So that's what he has a patent on. So he said, let me try it in the car, drove 100 miles on 4 ounces of water. People say to me, well, isn't gasoline more powerful than hydrogen? No. Gasoline is a hydrocarbon. It's got hydrogen in it. The gasoline is actually subduing the full power of the hydrogen.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And when W was in office, he said, we're going to promote fuel cell vehicles. And the reporter raised his hand and said, where are we going to get the hydrogen from? He said, oh, we're going to get it from gasoline. I'm like, isn't that stupid? Didn't that prevent us from getting off the darn oil in the first place? We got all that ocean out there, and you don't want to use it? Give me a break. So that's the kind of stuff that's going on behind the scenes, and the public never catches wind of it. They have no clue. And when you got people like the lady who says, well, what if we use up all the water in the ocean? That's the kind of, mentality you have to overcome, because people believe, oh, we can use up all the water and never have any water. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? So
it ain't leaving the atmosphere of the Earth, that's for sure. Like Mars is dissipating and leaving. Our atmosphere is stronger and all that. Oh, that's incredible, though. So let me see. So, but are you any more vocal, or to the governments to try to, at least ours, to try to make these things more available?
Well, I did do the
the
workshop. I did the workshop that we did on Zoom with Hoagland and 7 other Mars investigators. And of course, I went over the whole Morgan curve thing, and that's when I also introduced the Badlands Guardian, and that's why George Haas recommended me to be a member of the Society for Planetary SETI Research.
Right.
But and that's the tape that they converted to what they call the presidential briefing, and it's supposed to have gotten into the hands of President Trump, but I don't know. It may be just a rumor, but I haven't heard anything. But that's probably the closest thing that I've been to doing that. And I really need to finish putting all the pieces together on my little book and get it out there with all the details. Yeah.
All right. Hey, how soon do you think that may be coming out? That'll be a good show, too.
Yeah, I just need to I just need to make the time, and I need to make it focus mainly on the Morgan curve and maybe some unspoken technologies.
Right.
There's a lot of unsung heroes out there that people have no clue about. And that's what drives me crazy. Knowing these guys have spent their time with technologies that they've come up with, and everybody's out there trying to shoot them down to keep them off the market. And I think it is stupid.
Yes. It is. We have to propel the stars and Mars.
Do you remember reading what the Firestones for the Celestial Chariots ran on in the Lost Book of Inky?
What was it? It wasn't Mercury. The Vimanas. I'm thinking of Vimanas. No, what?
Water.
That's right. That's right. The water. They had to build up the tanks and everything. It said something like about that, right?
They used water cannons to push the asteroids aside to get through the hammered out bracelet or the asteroid field. Right. But by the time they got to the other side, they didn't have enough water to land on the Earth. So they landed on Lemieux, which had rivers and lakes 450,000 years ago. Not a million, not a billion. 450,000 years ago, it had rivers and lakes. Something devastated that planet in that short period of time to make the water either go underground or something like that. And in that video you had me look at, they were talking about the glass tubes. That's not glass. Those were underground rivers, and the ground somehow opened up, froze these rivers where they stood, and that's ice surrounding maybe water flowing in the center of it. Because I've seen that fracture pattern before, because when my hose was left outside and the water froze inside of it, and I was able to get the ice to come out, I saw these cylindrical tubes, and they had the exact same fracture patterns that we see in what's on in the glass tubes that Hoagland says he thinks it's a subway or underground thing. And that bubble, the bubble where he thinks is the car that's one of the subway cars is stuck in it. No, the water started to make another tunnel, and it started to bubble out that area. And that's why it is as dense as it is, because it tried to make this turn, and it started digging out that section. So it's just water, but they're not going to admit that, one, right? And they can't explain it, but that's what it is. It was an underground river. It froze. Somehow the ground was opening up, or it got cold enough to freeze the outer edges. Then the ground fully opened up. The water stayed trapped inside. It started to freeze a little deeper, and they may be completely frozen closed, or they maybe have water flowing down the center of them. I don't know. But I know it's not some glass tubes. It's water, frozen water that just happened to be in that shape of a cylindrical as it made its way through the underground tunnel that it made. Anyway, that's what I think it is. I don't think it's technology. Anyway, and the trees at the pole of Mars, the banyan tree looking type things.
Yeah,
you can see the fractal pattern of that. It's bushes or trees, and if you start at the top of the picture, you see all this open tundra. Then you get all these little tiny growths that are growing on. Then it gets a little bigger and denser, and you get further down the picture, you get so dense that you can't see the white tundra underneath of it, and then it goes under the ice.
Yeah.
And these things, they come out from under the ice when, at the right time of the year, they turn green, and then they go back under the ice. And we've got snakes, frogs, freeze completely solid here on the earth. Yeah. And then when spring comes around, they unthaw and they come back to life. Life wants to live anywhere damn well pleases. and it doesn't have to conform to what we think life should be living under. Okay.
Right. Anywhere it can. Life finds a way, like Jurassic Park.
They didn't expect to find those plant-like tubes down next to volcanic vents, miles under the ocean.
True.
Oh, nothing can live down there. And then you got crabs and other stuff down there at that level. How are they surviving that kind of pressure? They are, because life wants to live anywhere damn well pleases. And then in space, they got what? Little things on outside windows of the space station that are living.
Yeah, that's true. So there's life in space as well. Good point.
Yeah. So life wants to live anywhere it damn well pleases, and you cannot dictate where it's supposed to live by saying, oh, you need this kind of atmosphere, and you need to be this far from the sun, and you need this, that, and the other. In one of Keith Laney's photos, I saw what looked like a rock, zoom in on it, and this thing has a texture of a reptile.
Right.
And it's green, even though they sucked most of the green out of the picture so you can't see the moss on the rocks and things like that.
Yeah.
This thing was still green, and it had the texture of a reptilian skin on it. And I'm going, oh my goodness, this is a living creature, but it's a still. If it was a video, we could have probably seen it move or something.
Right.
But we aren't going to see that kind of stuff. They've probably seen it, but we'll never see it'll never see the light of day to the public. But this is the kind of stuff that goes on, And they come up with every excuse for why it can't be. And it's a good old boys' school. Okay, it's time for us to.
Well, that's definitely a good part to drop off. Definitely, let's keep in touch, sir. And definitely do this again sometime. Maybe pull in someone else too. Again, like maybe even Morningstar. You seem real apt to that. Zapruder also. I don't know. This is I don't see how that ties to Mars, but it would be a good subject. I'd like to see you two, at least both, talk about that. You probably already have. But anyway, all right. But yeah, let's definitely keep in touch. And thank you very much for your time. And that this show definitely rocked. A lot of information. And yeah, you're more than welcome to come back anytime.
Okay. Thank you for having me. And I enjoyed it. And this is the latest I've stayed up on a Saturday, into Sunday morning.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
All right. Thank you, sir. And it was awesome. All right. You have a good night.
Good night.
God bless. All right. So there you go, people. Oh, that was awesome. Mr. Keith Morgan there. I don't know, of everything that we went over, think of the technologies. And that's what pretty much I think his main theme is that how all this is being suppressed from us, let alone features of Mars, faces of Mars. Everything's being suppressed from us, and of our potential, holding us back. It reminds me of, again, John Carter, of Mars. That movie, John Carter, not John Connor, John Carter. And, the Therns, what they would do up there, what they would do up there on Mars and here on Earth. Remember, they knew about Virginia. They knew where it was. And they were here walking around on Earth as well. Remember, transporting back and forth. That's how we got there. And then that the trick John Carter, the trap he laid for him with his nephew, I think it was his nephew, Edgar Rice Burroughs, with the mausoleum from the opening from the inside thing there, the trick. That was pretty interesting. So he could get back to Mars. So think of the possibilities where all these technologies that are being suppressed from us. If we could only fight for it. That's what we have to do. We have to grow some nuts and fight for it. Enough. We have to wake the people up. All we need is 2%, like to make our fate and secure a future of the Martian revelation. I just need 2% of you. Speaking of which, please, 2% of you, please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button. I know, especially now. It's embarrassing, and then you need to ask, but no special clubs, no special subscriptions. I cannot do this without you all. So at least 2% of you all. The rest, there's so many percentages that are just entertained, and so many, maybe again another 2% that will actually do something about this to help us make our fate and to secure that future of the Martian revelation. That would be by fighting for these technologies to come forth. I mean, I think many of you could at least agree to that. What a different world it would be for these technologies to come forth, to take off the pressure from us primitives, from us animals, from us lowlifes, according to them, because they have it all. They rule it all. They charge it all. Now it's time to charge them. I just hope that out of this March Madness, everything going on, especially in my life, but one thing, after all this long show, we have reached the bitter end. Have we? I hope not. Good night. Take your time. Get off. Two faces of the coin of understanding to look at that one. One, which the space race we're all in. Take your time. Get off. We'll have to get off this rock. And they are. They're working very hard at that. Number two, get off of me. And they don't even give you the common courtesy to give you a reach around. Welcome, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and all you ETs out there in the byways of the internet, and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. Welcome to the Bazaar. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. And today is April 27th, or the 28th, depending upon your time zone as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network and also through the Martian Revelation Show stream live at
www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against the evil dark mission is, who are all leading you away from the truth and the light and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark side in special clubs or join their special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you away from the truth that they themselves not wish to face or even admit to, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries. Faces on Mars. Cover up controversy. Down through time.
That's right, but the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs to join or special subscriptions that manipulates you to open your wallet. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show, again, which is your defense for the war, which we all fight against the evil dark mission is, with the goal to bring you the truth one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link. And also, I must ask you all this humbling question, though, that you all please donate to the show with anything that you can afford by clicking on the big red, white, and blue American button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, of which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be even brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us not only to fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as listeners of this show can appreciate and not appreciate the things done by their witness as well. I'm not just the rantings of a madman, but this is also as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what? By making our fate. But I must stress again that you all please, because the next couple months, the next few months is going to be real iffy and hard. And again, no special clubs to join, no special subscriptions, no manipulations of your monies. It's for what you dare to have the balls to stand with us all, to raise one fist and state openly, I stand with us. Because it's because of you, again, which is why I'm able to be here, phased back through time, and helping you make the journey to make our fate for the Martian Revelation that is upon us now. But I'm crazy. They don't call me Mad Martian for nothing. So just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. And that being said, this is my email, marsrevealer@gmail.com. That's marsrevealer@gmail.com. And using this email address, you can send me messages, questions, music, or artwork, or guest requests, or anything else that you would like to speak to me about, even if you would like to be a guest. But most importantly, if you certainly have any knowledge or any help that could lead us all to looking for the truth in a certain Mars imagery that has never been made public, I would certainly love to hear from you, and so would the listeners. And that helps make our fate, because we need those things, of which was once and still is being kept highly secret, but is now being made safe to be seen. The time is now when we have to be told of many things. So if you could do so anonymously if you want, or to help point us in the right direction. I, and again, anyone else here listening, encourage you and support you to do that. I'm very interested for where you could help take us as we make our fate. Because again, this isn't just by myself alone. I'm doing my job. Why aren't the dark missioners? In order to change our fate, we must change our way of thinking, our consciousness as it was, and start to understand things. Because then when we do start to understand what the reality is of the Martian revelation upon you all now, again, you will see that the future is going to be made by making our fate. If we all just stand with one fist risen, saying, I have the balls to say, I stand with us. And then we can make it happen. Just 2% of you who are listening now. One show at a time. And we got a very cool show for you tonight with a very interesting guest. He is a recurring guest. Well, recurring, again, down through time since, 2003, 2004 possibly, when he was last on the Martian Revelation. I think that was at WMEL at that time. Or I was doing it streaming online. So, that being the case, again, I'd like everyone to please
go to
www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. Scroll on down the page, read about tonight's guest, click on his websites, etc., and a link to his book. Scroll down the page, check out the image. Again, I left Rami Bar-Ilan's image up there, independent Mars researcher / artist. Because, it's very fascinating, and it helps encourage you all to open your minds and to freely speculate, not just on this show, which we really do here and encourage the growth of, but also to use your skills of whatever God gave you to help you see even deeper or more into what we are being shown of what's at Mars, facing us, pun intended. Scroll down the page a little more. You'll see some images there from Keith Laney, independent Mars research, image processor, and image analyst. We're going to get him in here for a 5 to 10 minute skit at some point. So other than that, check on those images and help us answer the questions of what you see. We're not going to tell you what we think we see just yet. What do you see? Click on those images. Scroll on down the page, Red Planet Mars, pre-bookings, bookings. I'm telling you, Brookings is even older than what we all thought we knew when it officially came out that from 1958, it actually made a movie in 1952. Scroll on down more, you'll see UFO Diaries, not to be missed. Cydonia, Discover the Earth-Mars Connection. A lot more meanings there intended. Check out the screen grab images. Any of you out there that know of these images or where and how we can find them, as they're not out there in the NASA public purview for you to preview. These are a few of the images I'm looking for, and we all would like some help on. And there's other things to do there at thefacesofmars.com on and after the show. And we're starting to work on different things to put forth together to make it a much better experience, streaming experience, as well as overall experience, maybe even for the whole damn day, Saturday morning, all the way up until the show start. So the whole day could be filled with fun and joy like it used to be for many Imagineering department minds growing up. They had seen to take away a lot of the Imagineering departments in the children's minds with an ultimate plan to dumb us down, to destroy our nation. So never known a space race, we wouldn't even be in it. There'd be nothing like what Vice President Mike Pence had stated.
And here from this bridge to space, our nation will return to the moon, and we will put American boots on the face of Mars.
That's right. As you know, we focus on that on every single show that gets brought up, because that's part of the goal, and that needs to happen for the Martian revelation to ensue. But that means we have to make our fate. We got to grab ourselves by the balls. Ladies and gentlemen alike, proverbial in your mind. Change your consciousness. And then you will see what the fate that we must make and why I'm here trying to do my job down through time. So anyway, that special return guest anyway will be Marshall Masters. But aside from that, and until then, we got a lot to cover. Hopefully I got enough time, or I might have to run over again. But things are picking up, and believe me, I'm leaving out a lot of news. Trust me. But anyway, one show at a time, we strive to bring you the truth. That's why your donation support and your listenership support counts. Spread the link. Here it is again.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com.
The Faces of Mars.
That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. So now let's get into our first news article. From 4 days ago, an article by Megan Bartell, Space.com, Marsquake. NASA's Mars Insight lander feels its first red planet tremor. Listeners to this show know what I'm thinking. Scientists just felt the red planet move under their feet, robotically from millions of miles away on the stark surface of Mars. On April 6th, NASA's Mars Insight lander sensed its first confirmed Marsquake, a phenomenon scientists suspected but could not confirm occurred on the neighboring planet. Measuring the Martian equivalent of earthquakes, seismic waves traveling through the interior of the planet, was among the lander's key science goals. We've been waiting months for our first Marsquake, Philippe Lagnane, the principal investigator for the seismometer instrument, said in a statement released by the French Space Agency, which runs the instrument with the National Research Center. It's so exciting to finally have proof that Mars is still seismically active. Really? It proves that it's seismically active. It doesn't prove that it's seismically active by the natural means, how you would think it would be seismically active, but listeners to this show could appreciate the fact that the Mars Insight is there, in my opinion, doing part of its classified aspects being launched from Vandenberg, according to Dr. Brandenburg and others, that every mission that launches from there is either classified or has classified aspects to it. Well, my opinion is that part of those classified aspects, yeah, they look for seismic waves, all right, but the seismic waves created by any subsurface illegal activity that's going on beneath the surface. Remember, it's very important. And at a time, again, let's focus on Vice President Mike Pence when he said,
And here from this bridge to space, our nation will return to the moon, and we will put American boots on the face of Mars.
So there you go. We got to start putting two and two together here, people. We're coming at a time when we have to be told. But anyway, back to the article, because it's still interesting regardless. But scientists never thought Marsquakes would be as frequent as their terrestrial equivalents are, because Mars doesn't sport the tectonic plates whose jostling interactions prompts many quakes here on Earth. But we also know here on Earth there's a lot of subsurface activity, especially in the past century, more so in the past 40 years. Again, we'll get into that tonight with our guest, with Marshall Masters, on how it could be also causing quakes, of subsurface activity, intelligent subsurface activity. But look at another thing that they just admitted, because they just said that Mars does not sport the tectonic plates whose jostling interactions prompt many quakes here on Earth, right? Tectonic shifts. Dr. Mark Carlotto, he's doing a lot of interesting work of the ancient features here on Earth that point to that very fact. Different locations, whether it's from tectonic movements or from crustal displacements. Cities could eventually be eaten that way, and or pole shifts or whatnot. So just to throw out a shout out there for Dr. Carlotto and before Atlantis. So even though it don't have tectonic plates, they suspected that the stress caused by the slow cooling of the body could trigger sporadic quakes as energy rippled through the planet's interior. Oh, that's a nice theory. Even if you're picking up the detections, does not prove that that theory is correct. You have to find out the source of what's really creating its seismic subsurface movements, right? Because you really do not know what is beneath that surface. That's the reality. Again, listeners to this show could appreciate the subsurface illegals is just as more implicating and astounding for us to explore than stresses caused by slow cooling of the body that could trigger sporadic quakes, that could trigger. You see, you're trying to come up with a model to spell to us as some type of natural form when Mars is anything but natural. But now they have their first proof that's the case. What? You know, they picked up seismic subsurface detections. But on April 6th, the incredibly seismic detector the lander brought with it captured a tiny movement from the interior of the planet. The tentatively confirmed signal may have company from similar tremors measured on March 14th, April 10th, and April 11th. But scientists aren't positive yet what triggered those incidents and cannot confirm their shakes reflect interior activity, or the type of interior activity that you tried to spill onto us there about cooling. It's more likely attributable to subsurface illegal activity. Mark my words, and believe me, you all that's listening already have. Whether you choose to accept it or not is the other thing, but 2% of you will. But the scientists behind the seismometer already knew that they were facing a tricky challenge. The instrument had to be carefully designed if it was to succeed in picking up incredibly precise signals. It also needed protection from the wind, which is why the instrument itself is covered by a white dome, a shield that helps the instrument focus only on the interior of the planet. And because the scientists could only place a single detector, they needed to find a way to replicate the triangulation process that the seismic network on Earth permits naturally. The April 6th signal is the reward that they've earned for that intricate design process. Although the scientists are excited by the detection, it will not help them tackle the ultimate goal of the Mars Insight mission, which is to analyze the interior structure of Mars. Again, what are they looking for? They even openly admit that the ultimate goal of the Mars Insight mission is to analyze the interior structure of Mars. You know, that's interesting because I claim that Mars itself is a giant structure, artistically sculpted on an entire planetary scale. The Mars we now know is not the Mars they now know. But hey, I'm crazy, but I just have a right to throw that out there to you because that's something else for you all to consider that really has not been being considered at all. Only by a few of us independent Mars researchers who openly state about these finds that we're finding all over the surface. But that's okay, that's science too. I'm here to bridge that gap and to encourage you all to freely speculate and use your imagineering departments of your minds. To dare yourself to think, and then grow the balls enough to speak up about it, because that's how human progress is done. Not by being led like sheep, blind sheep at that. So the ultimate goal of the Mars Insight mission is to analyze the interior structure of Mars. Between the lines, the truth is told. It's a structure. This particular quake, though, is not strong enough to produce the data that they need for that analysis, to thoroughly analyze the interior structure of Mars. But the Mars Insight team has other ways of gathering their data as well, since they weren't positive the planet had Mars quakes to record to begin with. But the instrument can also trace reverberations from meteorite strikes and from the self-hammering heat probe nicknamed the Mole, that it is also a part of the mission. That instrument has floundered, listeners to this show, obviously, cannot appreciate that much because it didn't get very far. And it possibly struck against a rock. And scientists are working with a replica here on Earth to try and diagnose the issue that only went down a few millimeters. Give me a break. Like I said, upon landing, before they landed, they should have shot out some boom, bang, make it go into the surface, and then when we land, we could help pound it down. As long as we can land on the right spot. Hell, Elon Musk could land rockets standing up vertically. We could do the same with something like this. Or to have a separate probe from when the lander landed, then the separate probe would have still had its working mission mechanism onto the projectile that would have helped function as the machine and mechanism to help it pound deeper and to transmit the data back to the lander, which would have ultimately went up to us. Okay? So, look, I'm not a rocket scientist, but, I do not appreciate, and neither do the listeners to this show appreciate the turtleneck, pace speed, agenda, policy that has been in place. You know what? We want and demand progress. So keep working here on Earth to try and diagnose the issue. Fish it out. Reel it back in. It's only a couple millimeters. You're not damaging nothing. Takes forever to get down anyway. You are just underestimating. what it is that you landed on. That's my opinion. At least when it banged into the surface, we could have got a detection. Is it metal? Is it rock? How much sand? How much dirt? All that data could be analyzed after being pummeled. So don't give me no bullshit. But scientists have long been fascinated by the idea of putting seismic instruments on other planets. NASA's Viking missions, we're not going to get into that this night. Listeners to this show appreciate and do not appreciate all the facts of that case. But anyway, as the article says, scientists have long been fascinated by the idea of putting seismic instruments on other planets. NASA's Viking missions in the 1970s also carried seismometers, but the instruments were late additions and were simply plopped on the landers. From that height, they ended up being unable to pick up any meaningful signals. All right, I'll get into this much, but they picked up life! Again, stop your bullshitting! And Mars Insight was able to place its seismometer directly on the planet's surface. That makes it more the successor of instruments placed on the moon's surface by astronauts during the Apollo program. Mars Insight's first readings carry on the science that began with the Apollo missions. Bruce Bernert, a geophysicist at NASA's JPL in California and principal investigator on the Mars Insight mission, said in the same statement, "We've been collecting background noise up until now, but this first event officially kicks off a new field, Martian seismology. Of course, and someone was knowing that you were going to detect reverberations there. And again, I say, from the subsurface illegals you're really looking for. Stop your bullshitting." But let's listen to this sound as we could hear it. Remember, this isn't actual sounds of the things. These are reverberations, vibrations picked up. But let's listen to this eerie thing. The middle sound was the supposed Mars quake. All right, the last sound, the last loud sound that you heard, that was the arm moving, apparently. So, interesting. All right, let's go to the next one. And you can read another article that I don't have time to read here, but I'll link it on the show page. So check that out. A tremor on Mars confirms a lasting suspicion. And again, it's still interesting, but you must think about it. It don't detract from what I said, that's for sure. But the next article by the staff writers from Sputnik from April 26th. ESA to lose member state support if ExoMars launch postponed, Director General. The European Space Agency, ESA, and Russia's Roscosmos should not consider postponing the launch of the ExoMars mission, as its rescheduling will lead to the loss of support from European member countries, Director General Jan Warner told Sputnik. I don't accept the discussion about rescheduling because we already postponed the launch for 2 years, from 2018 to 2020, and I believe the industry should be able to deliver, Warner said. I am very clear and very strong in the message that we should not dare to postpone it, because if we postpone it, I am quite sure I will lose the support of the European member states, and therefore 2020 is for me a must. Plus, they don't want NASA to show them up, you know. Well, that's my opinion. But Warner also shared how the tests are coming along, including tests of qualification, the rover, the platform, and the descent modules. So far, there are still some things we have to understand concerning some vibrations, but overall, I think we are going forward, he said. We don't have a lot of margins for contingencies, but all the tests so far did not change. They are not showstoppers. Of course, we are doing tests in order to learn something, but all of this is from my perspective, not a showstopper to launch next year, Warner stressed. ExoMars is a joint mission of the ESA and Roscosmos. From Russia, ExoMars 2020 is the second stage of the joint project. The first stage of the project, including the launch of the Europe Orbiter, the TGO, and the Schiaparelli demonstrator module. Schiaparelli failed to achieve a soft landing, crashing on the surface of Mars in October of 2016. The ExoMars 2020 mission will include the launch of a European Mars rover and a landing module developed in Russia. The Russian landing platform, the final assembly, which is being conducted by Lavochkin NPO, will be equipped with 11 Russian and 2 European scientific instruments. The Mars rover will have 7 European and 2 Russian scientific devices on board. The mission is expected to be launched on July 25th of 2020 and planned to reach Mars in March of 2021. Now, let me also stress, this is the other one, again, like NASA sending the Mars rover 2020. Again, both of these have multiple experiments to only look for possible signs of life, not to actually detect it. Again, I digress. Listeners of this show know what's up. But the ESA head went speaking about lunar missions, saying that the agency is in discussions with Russia on making various types of equipment, including payloads and engines for its lunar missions. Why? Because the space race is on. Remember? You forget already? There is a discussion going on payloads and also technologies. We are also discussing with Russia what we can deliver in detail, Warner said. Warner noted that the flight hardware is in production for the ESA demo payload to the Luna 25 mission, while the other ESA contributions for the Luna 27 mission are in their design stage. He said further that the ESA should look into speeding up lunar projects amid the announced plans by the United States to return to the moon by 2024. Now that we learned that Americans would like to go to the moon with humans in 2024, we should see what we could do also in our missions, Warner said. Right, because the space race is on. He just said it. But in early January, Russian State Space Corporation Roscosmos Chief Dmitry Rogozin said that the Luna 25, which was initially planned to be launched in 2014, would be sent to the moon in 2021. The Luna 26 and the Luna 27 missions are slated for 2023 and 2024, respectively, according to Rogozin. But Luna 25, which will be the first Russian mission to the moon in over a 40-year hiatus, is projected to search for water ice at the Earth's natural satellite South Pole and test the lunar soft landing technologies. Yeah, why specifically there also? The race is on. We'll get into that soon. But the Luna 26 orbital vehicle will conduct mapping and remote sensing of the moon, while the Luna 27 lander will take samples of soil at the south pole of the moon and study it. In 2027, the Luna 28 lander is scheduled to take cryogenic soil samples from the south pole of the moon to Earth. In 2028, the Luna 29 lander will deliver a rover to the moon. Well, isn't that funny? Why send them back to the Earth if you could internationally collaborate, send those samples on to the American astronauts that are going to be there, or the others, which we'll be getting into soon. Well, let's move on to the next one. And this one's from April 25th. Spacel announces return to the moon with Bereshit 2. Haha, what I say last week. But just 3 days after Spacel's Bereshit lander crashed on the moon, the nonprofit organization announced plans to build and launch a second spacecraft, Bereshit 2, within the next 2 to 3 years. We're going to build a new spacecraft. We're going to put it on the moon, and we're going to complete the mission. Spacel President and Chief Funder Morris Kahn said in a tweet April 14th. He pledged to fund the second mission, for which work will begin as soon as an investigation into the cause of the April 11th landing failure is complete. In an April 17th statement, the nonprofit said that a preliminary investigation indicates a manual command entered into Bereshit's computer triggered a chain reaction that turned off the spacecraft's main engine. Although mission engineers were able to restart the engine via a computer command, by that time the spacecraft was traveling too fast to avoid impacting the moon. Jonathan Weintraub, Space Hill's co-finder, does that name sound familiar? Told Spaceflight Insider the nonprofit and its commercial partner, Israel Aerospace Industries, IAI, viewed the first mission as a success in spite of its less than ideal end. We reached the moon. That's the most important message here, Weintraub said. From a technological point of view, it was a great success. We did it under 100 million, a magnitude cheaper than any other mission to the moon, and were the first privately funded organization to attempt doing that. I'll give them kudos there. But the critical error occurred within the last 10 miles of the mission, just before the scheduled landing, Weintraub said. In Israel, both the February 22nd, 2019 launch on the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the April 11th landing attempt were broadcast on all major media outlets. Children stayed up late to watch both events, and many were inspired to pursue spaceflight and engineering, and a phenomenon much like the Apollo effect in the United States during the 1960s and early 1970s, Weintraub said. But a NASA instrument aboard the lander, the Laser Restore Reflector Array, LRA, designed as a target for laser tracking, could have survived the crash, and if so, it may still be usable. The space agency is planning to use this lunar reconnaissance orbiter in an effort to locate the instrument by sending out laser beams. Any that hit the LRA, the lunar reconnaissance orbiter, are expected to bounce back, revealing its presence and location, let alone sending a little GPS unit or even a blinking light, for crying out loud. Damn. But immediately after Bereshit crashed on the lunar surface, many on social media began requesting a second mission. But Space Hill first has to complete its investigation to determine the root causes of the error and how to fix it, which will become a key point in designing the new spacecraft, Weintraub said. The nonprofit is considering placing an additional payload on Bereshit 2 as well. A major reason Bereshit is considered a success is that it pioneered the use of small, lower-cost spacecraft. It also showed the spacecraft can use the gravity of the Earth and Moon as an energy source, which significantly reduces the expense of rocket fuel. That's interesting. Maybe enough to maybe they'll have fuel enough to when it lands, it could take off again with such samples instead of waiting on a turtleneck pace speed agenda. I wonder if, I'm sure people are thinking out of the box there. But then again, they didn't send a damn blinking light on the thing either, or a GPS. You know, come on. But the spacecraft made use of phasing orbits, much like NASA's Lunar Atmosphere Dust and Environment Explorer probe did when it launched in 2013. Bereshit's design is already influencing future commercial spaceflight. OHB, the German-based technology corporation that contracted with IAI to build Bereshit, plans to propose a similar spacecraft design to the European Space Agency for upcoming missions. And we know what those are by what we just went over in the last news article. Interesting. But that shows this design is really innovative and that a lot more science can be done using smaller missions than big missions, Weintraub said. All right, that makes sense too. But the X Prize Foundation awarded its Moonshot Award of $1 million to Space Hill. Even though they didn't land successfully, it still made it to the moon. It touched the moon. And we also got an image of it on the way in. So it met the requirements in that regard. But they also express hope that the funds will be used as seed money for Bereshit 2, a second attempt to fulfill the mission, which obviously, as we heard, is what's going to be done. So let's get on to the next one. So it brings us to this next article from April 22nd, SpaceX explosion. Dragon capsule ends up in flames after launch pad test. The spacecraft designed to eventually carry astronauts from NASA erupts in an enormous fireball. Well, you know what? I don't know about you, but that's Elon Musk's version. But why do I think that sabotage should not be ruled out? Especially when Musk is having the bigger balls in this fight now. But anyway, a launch pad test of SpaceX's Crew Dragon vehicle intended to one day fly astronauts to the ISS has ended in flames. The company acknowledged it had been conducting a series of engine tests on a Crew Dragon test vehicle in Cape Canaveral, Florida, last weekend. The initial test completed successfully, but the final test resulted in an anomaly on the test stand, said a statement. Boy, Bereshit gets an anomaly, now another anomaly. But images apparently showing the spacecraft bursting into flames appeared on social media, but SpaceX and NASA have so far not commented on them, at least as of last week. But NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine said that the space agency had been notified about last Saturday's anomaly. This is why we test, he said. We will learn. We'll make the necessary adjustments and safely move forward with our commercial crew program. Led and founded by billionaire Elon Musk, SpaceX has developed multiple launch vehicles and rockets as part of its plans to reshape the space industry, primarily by reusing and recycling its Falcon 9 launch rockets, especially with the Big Effing Rocket program listeners to this show could appreciate. But earlier, another article came out by Jeff Faust from Space.com. Safety panel urges patience in SpaceX Crew Dragon investigation. Out of Washington, members of an independent safety panel said April 25th it will take time to determine what happened during the SpaceX Crew Dragon testing incident several days ago, and that its impact to the overall commercial crew program remains uncertain. At a meeting of the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel, ASAP, at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center, members offered few new details about the anomaly during an April 20th test of the Super Draco thrusters on the Crew Dragon spacecraft at a test site at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. That incident enveloped the vehicle in a fireball and created a smoke plume visible far from the site. Patricia Sanders, chair of the panel, confirmed that the anomaly took place during a static fire test of the Super Draco thrusters used in the spacecraft's launch abort system. But those thrusters were being tested prior to an in-flight abort test that had been planned for this summer. The April 20th test, he said, was intended to demonstrate the integrated systems performance of the Super Draco system after testing of 12 smaller Draco thrusters was successfully completed. Firing of 8 Super Dracos resulted in an anomaly, she said. I still wonder if it's sabotage. There's many who would love to see Musk fail. But both NASA and SpaceX started carrying out mishap plans after the incident, and she noted the anomaly did not cause any injuries. SpaceX is leading the investigation, with which she termed as active NASA participation. See, I don't trust NASA. They don't really like the fact that Elon Musk is having balls out over them in their Imagineering departments. But that's my opinion. But the initial work is focused on collecting all the evidence from the test site and creating a timeline of the incident. The investigation will take time before the root cause analysis is completed and will determine the impact of Demo 2 and the in-flight abort test, she said. Demo 2 is a crewed test flight with 2 NASA astronauts on board that had been scheduled for no sooner than July. Panel members offered few other details about the incident and its effect on the overall commercial crew program. We know that there's a lot of interest regarding the recent SpaceX mishap. We are patient and allow the teams to investigate, said Sandra Magnus, an ASAP member. The test took place about 6 weeks after the Demo 1 capsule returned from a successful uncrewed test flight to the ISS. While that test flight went well, Magnus said that it was clear that even before the flight that SpaceX had a lot of work to do before it could move ahead with the Demo 2, which she linked to an iterative or spiral development approach the company had adopted. Prior to the Demo 1 launch, because of this spiral development approach undertaken by the company, NASA and SpaceX identified configuration changes and subsequent qualification work that would be required to be completed before Demo 2 was possible, she said. Notwithstanding the recent incident, there is a large body of work yet to be completed between Demo 1 and the crewed flight, she continued. It's still too early to speculate on how that body of work will alter based on recent events. Boeing has taken a different, more traditional development approach that works to get the design of its CST-100 Starliner commercial crew vehicle more mature prior to any test flights. See, they would have something to gain by sabotaging Musk's Crew Dragon. Again, the space race is on, and Elon Musk is taking the lead even above them. But now what? This is done all of a sudden a setback. But yes, this is rocket science, and things do go wrong, I'll add. But back to the article. An uncrewed test flight on the spacecraft is now scheduled for early August and a crewed test flight before the end of the year. The company, she said, has made progress on a number of technical issues, but there is still work to complete. Both NASA and the Boeing team are facing the submission and analysis of the required data from the final certification and verification processes, she said. Magnus warned about the schedule pressure on the program and said that NASA has acted appropriately by securing alternative plans to maintain access to the ISS through late 2020. The panel, she said, supported the position of NASA's Commercial Crew Program that crewed missions will not happen until the program has received the data that they require to ensure that the vehicles operate with adequate safety margins. We will continue to emphasize that as the work goes forward on both programs. Gee, isn't that a kick in the ass? Or is it a kick in the balls to Elon Musk to help stall his program from rushing up Boeing? You see, look, this is competitive. This is entrepreneurs. Remember, Pence said that if NASA couldn't do the objectives that needed to be met, that they will find someone who could. And Elon Musk was going right to the straight of the line with his successes. Compare and vision. Like with the big effing rocket program to get our asses to Mars faster with 100 astronauts per ship, not just 3 or 4. But think about that. It's something to ponder on the Martian Revelation for sure. But that brings us to the next one. From earlier today, from Space.com by Rafi Lesser, China plans to build a moon base near the lunar South Pole. China plans to build a scientific research station on the moon in about 10 years, according to the state news agency Xinhua. The China National Space Administration, or CESNA, intends to build a research station in the region of the moon's South Pole. Zhang Qiang, head of CESNA, said in a public statement, Xinhua reported. That's a bit of a departure from the 6 successful NASA Apollo moon landings, which took place closer to the moon's equator between 1969 and 1972. Details of China's long-term lunar plans are still sketchy, but CESNA has made significant steps toward lunar exploration. Earlier this year, the Chinese successfully landed the uncrewed Chang'e 4 on the far side of the moon and have also placed astronauts aboard 2 temporary space stations, Tiangong 1 and Tiangong 2. Their space agency also plans to put a larger, more permanent station into orbit in the coming years. That's right, they want an orbiting moon station as well. But the first parts of that permanent station will reach orbit aboard the country's new Long March 5B rocket in the first half of 2020. The mission will not be associated with the International Space Station. The ISS is reaching the end of its operational lifetime, plus the United States and China do not cooperate on spaceflight endeavors. Because it's not an exploratory one the Chinese are doing, it's a military government one, a military government base that they want to have there in orbit as well as on the ground. But anyway, Kijan also announced that Chang'e 5, an uncrewed lunar lander originally scheduled for launch in 2017, will attempt to reach the moon and return with samples in 2019, Xinhua reported. China currently spends more in spaceflight than any country except the United States, according to the Associated Free Press. At the moment, the United States is unable to put humans in space without hitching a ride on a Russian rocket. Plans to change that model by using for-profit rockets, such as those owned by SpaceX, have hit some snags, as we know. Still, American officials have also suggested that there are plans to return to the moon and stay on the planet for an extended period in the near future. Not just an extended period, a period of which we will never leave. So everyone's got to see that the race is up. People are poking each other here. Which then brings us to this next article from Politico, written by Brian Bender on April 23rd. United States Navy drafting new guidelines for reporting UFOs. That's right, you heard it. United States Navy drafting new guidelines for reporting UFOs. The service says it has also provided a series of briefings by senior naval intelligence officials as well as aviators who reported hazards to aviation safety. The United States Navy is drafting new guidelines for pilots and other personnel to report encounters with unidentified aircraft, a significant new step in creating a formal process to collect and analyze the unexplained sightings and then destigmatize them. The previously unreported move is in response to a series of sightings of unknown, highly advanced aircraft intruding on Navy strike groups and other sensitive military formations and facilities, the service says. There have been a number of reports of unauthorized and/or unidentified aircraft entering various military-controlled ranges and designated airspace in recent years, the Navy said in a statement in response to questions from Politico. For safety and security reasons, the Navy and the U.S. Air Force takes these reports very seriously and investigates each and every report. See, there's more confirmation that they continue an investigation over the years, you see. As part of this effort, it added, the Navy is updating and formalizing the process by which reports of any such suspected incursions can be made to the cognizant authorities. A new message to the fleet that will detail the steps for reporting is in draft. To be clear, the Navy isn't endorsing the idea that its sailors have encountered alien spacecraft, but it is acknowledging there have been enough strange aerial sightings by credible and highly trained military personnel that they need to be recorded in the official record and studied, rather than dismissed as some kooky phenomenon from the realm of science fiction. Well, let us go remind ourselves where all that came from anyway, why it was like that. Because of the cover-up that the military themselves put on this years ago from the 40s, when they themselves in 1947 put out a message to the world that they had captured an alien flying disc. And then Jesse Marcel was set up to be the stooge while backtracking on that original report that they themselves should kick themselves in the ass for announcing to begin with. But anyway, Chris Mellon, a former Pentagon intelligence official and ex-staffer of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said establishing a more formal means of reporting what the military now calls unexplained aerial phenomenon rather than unidentified flying objects would be a sea change. Right now, we have situations in which the UFOs and UAPs are treated as anomalies to be ignored rather than anomalies to be explored, he said. We have systems that exclude that information and dump it, you see. For example, Mellon said, in a lot of cases, military personnel don't know what to do with that information, like satellite data or radar that sees something going Mach 3. They will dump the data because this is not a traditional aircraft or missile. God forbid. But the development comes amid growing interest from members of Congress following revelations by Politico and the New York Times in late 2017 that the Pentagon established a dedicated office inside the Defense Intelligence Agency to study unidentified aerial phenomenon at the urging of several senators who secretly set aside appropriations for the effort. That office spent some $25 million conducting a series of technical studies and evaluating numerous unexplained incursions, including one that lasted several days involving the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group in 2004. In that case, Navy fighter jets were outmaneuvered by unidentified aircraft that flew in ways that appeared to defy the laws of known physics. Raytheon, a leading defense contractor, used the reports and official Defense Department video of the sightings off the coast of California to hail one of its radar systems for capturing the phenomena. The Pentagon's UFO Research Office, known as the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, was officially wound down in 2012 when the congressional earmark ran out. But as you could tell here, they're still spending money to look into these cases, which means they didn't really die. That was a public move. They just changed another name, moved to another doorway. But more lawmakers are now asking questions, the Navy also reports. As well they should. But in response to requests for information from congressional members and staff, Navy officials have provided a series of briefings by senior naval intelligence officials, as well as aviators who reported hazards to aviation safety, the service said in a statement to Politico. The Navy declined to identify who has been briefed, nor would it provide more details on the guidelines for reporting that are being drafted for the fleet. The Air Force did not immediately respond for a request for comment. Advocates for treating such sightings as a potential national security threat have long criticized military leaders for giving the phenomenon really little attention and for encouraging a culture in which personnel feel that speaking up about it could hurt their career. Again, it goes back to the military to begin with in 1947, putting out their first article from Roswell, New Mexico, that they captured an alien flying disc and then wanted to retract it. But Luis Elizondo, the former Pentagon official who ran the so-called AATIP office, complained that he retired from government service, that the Pentagon's approach to these identified aircraft has been far too blaze. If you are in a busy airport and see something, you are supposed to say something, Elizondo said. But with our own military members, it is kind of the opposite. If you do see something, don't say something. He added that because of these mysterious aircraft don't have a tail number or a flag, in some cases not even a tail, it's crickets. What happens in 5 years if it turns out that these are extremely advanced Russian aircraft? Huh? Elizondo will be featured in an upcoming documentary series about the Pentagon UFO research he oversaw. He said the 6-part series will reveal more recent sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena by dozens of military pilots. See, I told you, we're coming at a time when we have to be told. This is nothing new. This is the process of getting it out there in the public. Why? Because the Martian revelation's upon you. But both Elizondo and Mellon are involved with the To the Stars Academy of Arts and Sciences, which supports research into explaining the technical advances these reported united aerial phenomena seem to demonstrate. So think about that. That's the reality. Wake up. Truth hitting hard in your face right now, smacking you. But that's where the truth goes. And what this show strives to do, one show at a time. But that being said, now that we got into some news, I would like to get into a few Mars imagery that independent Mars researcher, an image processor, and analyst, Keith Laney, has provided. So I figured we'll bring him on for 5 to 10 minutes, and then, you know, he'll show us about all that on the facesofmars.com. Scroll on down to where you see his images, and then we'll finish up, and then we'll go to a break and come back and introduce our guest, Mr. Marshall Masters. So hopefully, I believe we have Keith on. Keith, thanks for being here, and I hope you not mind going by with this pretty fast. But I just wanted to focus on this, on some of these cool images you've been finding, because we do that on this show. Keith? Well, seems to be I'm here sitting talking to myself again. So I'm sure he's trying to get him on. We're still...
Hey, I'm
Hello?
Here. Hey, I'm here.
Oh, what's up, man? You with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, yeah, you need to talk into your mic or something. I can barely hear you, bro.
I'm getting low sound, low signal.
Huh. That sounded pretty loud.
Got me?
Yeah, you're low. Maybe if is your mouth right near it?
Yeah, speaking right into it, man.
Well, that's weird. I wonder if there's a connection. But anyway, we got you at the moment. If there's a problem, I don't know what we'll do. Unless you want to call back or something.
Yeah, let me call back real quick. I think I've got
All right. Damn Skype. They're always changing everything. You know? But that's what it is. But think about that, people. The U.S. government, and not only was a flying disc reported in 1947, but bodies as well. And we've been acclimated to that over the years, too. You know, dark sky.
Yeah, is that better?
Independent. Whoa, yeah, hell yeah. How you doing, bro?
It was Skype.
Yeah, of course, it figures. You know, they're always making changes. But thanks for joining us this night, man. I wanted to get you on here to chime in. Has to be kind of quick, but because you put forth some images that are very valuable, well, to consider in the study, and need to be faced, pun intended, regarding these features. Tell us about them.
Well, if you're looking at the first image, and it's something I call Lorena. If you recall, back several years ago, Greg Orme found the crown face thing. I think it's in Utopia. And this kind of matches it. was on one of the smallest high-rise images I've ever seen. And
It's their version of the king face, kind of related. I agree.
yeah, it's like a female version or something. Because to me, it looks female, you know. And I it's kind of funny. I put this thing out and in a whole bunch of places and had a whole bunch of people look at it, and I put it out there, and you included. I didn't say a thing about what it was, and everybody saw it.
You know what I mean? I didn't say it was a face. I said you should post it where you should post it. You know, and, that was obvious. I was looking forward. I knew what you were doing. I was looking forward to seeing people's comments too.
Mm-hmm. But you know, it's pretty unequivocally a face. You can, I mean, it's a high-rise image at full res. I think it's like 50 centimeter resolution. So I mean, the thing's big. Usually, when you get down at that resolution, the things that we see as, you know, art from far off kind of disappears. This one didn't. At the highest res, you still see it. I included it on the larger image. If you look below the picture of just the face itself, that pretty much is the entire high-rise image. And it's got like a little pyramid on it, and the face. It's pretty remarkable. I thought it was really striking, and so is pretty much everybody else that's seen it. It's pretty remarkable.
Definitely artificial looking. Definitely artificial. And to the south of that face, southwest, that's what I see as a pyramid, though. It could be pyramidal type, but with the feature butting up against that first face, as it was, for listeners and viewers' purview.
Well, you know, this is in Margaritaville. It's where it's in La Don Vallis in Margaritaville. And the La Don Vallis is really pretty curious little place. We don't really have much imagery of it, but this is one of them. We got a couple more. It's really a curious little place. I was told a long time ago by a certain NASA person that I asked if they thought there was anything on Mars anywhere, and they said, you should probably look in Margaritaville. And that's what I decided to do. And yeah, there's some stuff there.
Well, that's interesting. There's a lot of places, though, from the years and experience we've been looking at these images, though, huh?
No. Well, there's a lot of places, but, you know, if Mars was like Earth and Earth's culture, we have a lot of capital cities, and we have a lot of great big cities scattered all over the planet. And if Mars was populated by humans, they probably did too. And you know, every once in a while we run across one of them that's not totally destroyed, and where some of the things are still there to be seen, and this looks to be like one of them. And there's another one over.
So how did you get, before you go on, how now out of these features, that face and pyramid as it was, this was a small high-rise image, which isn't a small image, but swath-wise, like you said. How big are these features?
Well, I mean,
football fields. It's not a mile across.
No. It's about the size of a football field, actually. That's probably it's probably right at the size of the feature itself.
Structural sizes we are familiar with here on Earth, everybody.
It just amazes me that, you know, they keyed in with this little small image and got this thing. That's pretty remarkable, you know. And it's labeled as a sample, as like a terrain sample.
Gotcha.
But
no color band attributed to it yet, or at least that you know.
Yeah, there's a color band, but it doesn't go through the face area at all.
It goes over that pyramid.
Yeah, a little, but yes, it's you know, it's amorphous brown. It's just not really very revealing. I mean, I like to look at the color strips and all that, but you know, most of the times they're just a sandy brown. That's kind of like what this one is. The little pyramidal area doesn't really stand out as far as color or anything. Just covered with dirt, as most things are on Mars, man.
Dust.
Yeah, real poofy dust that the infrared can't see through and all that. Yeah. But you know, and
Spurs does a good job. All right, so tell us about the next image. You know, we are pressing for time, and we do appreciate you being here this night. We could have done a recording, but it would have been better doing it this way. I didn't get everything you wanted up there, but I got pretty much, you know, the crux of, I think, the most important, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Well, as much as we can talk about in the little time allotted, it's fine.
Right. There'll be next time with us more time, but we had to chime in on this. People would appreciate it.
Sure.
Because this is what they need to see.
Well, yeah, we need to keep abreast because these things happen. You know, they come one right after the other. I mean, I rarely go a day or two without something calling to me from the surface of Mars saying, "Look," and this is another one of these cases here. The next image is if you look, I've got a picture of the Giza pyramid above, and I've got a picture of a Martian pyramid below. This is one that I found in one of the oldest cities that I know of on Mars, and it's in Hellespontus Montes.
And that's the deepest region too on Mars, I believe.
Well, it's not down in Hellas. It's on the northeastern edge.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
And it's an area that's very, it's sort of like the old area in Cydonia. If you know where the old area is, like the larger big stuff that's like really old and crumbly, that's down south of Cydonia proper a little ways. This is a city that was probably built by that civilization that built that big stuff because it's huge. Things they built were huge. It's almost entirely wrecked because it's in the southern hemisphere, and we know the southern hemisphere really took a beat.
It still stands out. You know how it looks, Keith? I'm looking at this damn thing, and I'm going to send this to Jock Doubleday. I want him to show Dr. Samir. This thing reminds me of the Bosnian Pyramid.
Oh, well, this is way more perfect. This is way more perfect than the Bosnian.
Well, of course. Well, the Bosnian Pyramid's covered with soil, and this is pretty much just... But it's similar in its geometry. And even DNM-ish.
Well, I mean, it's at an angle. Just about all pyramidal. And if you can tell from looking at the Giza pyramid above, we know the Giza pyramid is almost perfectly symmetrical. Yet when we're looking at it in this picture, you see how distorted it looks because it's standing off the surface of the ground, and you're not truly looking straight down. The same thing bears true in Mars. In Mars, we're even higher than the satellite that's around Earth taking the picture of Giza. We're further away from the planet, and we're taking a picture, and it's not exactly straight down. Even if it's off a degree or 2 degrees off, at that distance, it throws the apex of these pyramids off a little bit.
It's also like Bizarro World. Remember the Super Friends growing up? Superman, I come to crush. Remember that? The old Bizarre World when Superman would go there to fight Bizarro, and all the offbeat sideways geometrical buildings. I think someone was trying to tell us something because, again, man, I'm seeing the Bosnian Pyramid here. I'm seeing the DNM. I'm seeing the foundations of a known model, as it was, mindset of the creators, because we see them in other spots, at least with this similar type of mindset, right? In its geometry and art. Would you agree to that?
Oh, well, the thing I see with this is the only differences between these two pyramids is the one on Mars is much larger, probably much older.
And it looks like a pyramid. You can see the sides.
It hasn't been excavated. See the pyramid in Giza, all those outbuildings and stuff that are around it, those were all covered with sand before. They're not now. They've been excavated. So one day,
many of them are later than earlier than the pyramid itself. The controversy never ends.
When we get boots on Mars, though, and then they get around and dig around this thing, we'll probably find the same sort of things around it, if it is what we think it is. And, I mean, come on. This thing is, though I've only got the pyramid itself on this, it's the CTX image, and the area is huge, and this is the only thing that's like that anywhere near. There are some mounds and mountains nearby.
But it stands out. I'm going to link the actual SWAT image that you linked. I'll have that on the archive page, people. Sorry, everyone, didn't have enough time. I just found out about it. But I'm going to make a prediction that this thing is either the size of the DNM or similar to the ones like this kind of that I have found, like one I showed you earlier, Keith. I believe, I'm going to bet. I don't know if you have done the line distance yet on it. But I think we should put that to the test and also put that as a follow-up as well, if you can. I'll add that to the archive page.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pyramid's giant itself. It's on a
Well, that's the point.
It is giant. I'm thinking that pyramid is somewhere along about 300 or 400 meters per side.
All right, let's stick with English. A mile. How many meters is a mile? So is it half?
Look, man. Let me give you an easy way. Let me give you an easy way to figure.
Yeah, please.
An entire football field, end zone to end zone. Okay,
That's
it's
100
meters. That's 100 yards. Okay, we'll add another end zone, and you have 100 meters. You get me?
I'm betting this pyramid's far larger than that.
Another end zone, it's another 100 meters. I mean, it's 100 meters. Okay, so that's
you did the stack.
That's an easy way to factor, because a meter is 1.3 yards. 1.3 yards. I mean, 1.3 feet.
3 something foot, 3
It's
something
3.3 feet. Excuse me, 3.3 feet. There you go. The old 33.
33, huh? Ain't that magical?
So a yard is like a meter is like 1.3 yards, something like that. So it's really easy to figure out. You just add another little bit of distance onto your imaginary how much you imagine something how large to be.
Right.
To me, it was easy, man. I'm raised in Europe, man.
That's why with the metric shit.
Yeah, man. I learned.
I'm a real American.
I'm a real American too, brother. I was raised in Europe on a military base. Yeah, on a military. Well, so yeah, my
hey, speaking of that, Keith,
my dad was there holding the Russians back on the other side of that damn line, and we were there with him as a kid.
Right, I hear you. But speaking of that, you heard the news. Did you by chance hear the news I was talking about? Because speaking of military bases, did you ever notice any UFOs, strange lights, weird alerts? You know,
in May 1974, I saw them shoot a UFO down near Ramside. I saw it. I was there on the base when it was on
Shot
alert.
it down.
Yes, they did. It's well known. It's well known that it happened. The account that they put out publicly was disinformation. Is not how it happened. But yes, there was an incident that happened. Of course, I went over it in The Day After Roswell or whatever. You remember that book that
Oh, of course, I got a hard copy. Yes.
Okay, he was one of the only people I've seen actually have a small account of that incident happening. I was actually there when it happened, and yeah, I wasn't but about 9 or 10 years old, but I remember it. I didn't think that's what it was.
That's important now. Listen, is when you're considering the news that we just went over.
Yeah,
it's history. That's eyewitness testimony.
At the time, I didn't really think it was what I thought it. I didn't think I saw what
you
I
were 10 years old.
Yeah, I took introspection and later on going over in my head what I saw before I realized what it was that I really saw. We were told that it was a random incursion. See, the Soviet bloc were always testing our air defenses by sending aircraft breakneck over our air defenses and back, and then it'd light up all our air defenses, and then they'd know where all our air defenses were. You get me?
Right, and they do. They know.
That's what they tried to explain what happened as, but that's not what I saw. And they wouldn't have been having live firing over top of a populated area. That's what they were doing. They were shooting it. They were shooting at this thing.
All right.
Now, and I didn't really see what all happened to it or everything like that. But I know, our whole base does go on alert after something like that happening, for what they said that happened. I didn't see what they said happened. I saw what actually happened, and it was kind of traumatic. It was kind of traumatic. It was something that left me wondering what I saw for most of my life.
Yeah, I got quite a few moments wondering. Never mind what I saw, but never mind. I'm not getting into that now. But definitely, we got to wind this down. The guest is waiting, but definitely we have to touch base. Now, tell us about Cydonia Mars Express there if you want. I made the change. This is the additional slash added on it to add more West Cydonia / Acidalia, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was looking in the Mars Express archives, and I saw that they had a mosaic of Cydonia, and so I put all the color images together, balanced them all out, and made a great big map out of it. And now we have a full color high res map of Cydonia from Mars Express. It's pretty wonderful, man. There's all kinds of stuff.
Express. They show the tattoo. Lower resolution, but they show the tattoo. They go through that foo-foo dust, don't they?
The Gigi effect. You know what I'm talking about when I say the Gigi effect, where sometimes the closer you look at something, the closer you get to something, you're too close to it. You know, and you back up. You don't see that with Mars Express. You see the relief. You see the tattoo. That's because it's not so close. Man, now I was just explaining, like with the Lorena face at the top. You know, that's a face that is in high resolution, and so that's a rarity because most of the time. Right. That's why I asked you if you've seen any Mars Express images of it, Keith, because I like to look at the lower res from Odyssey. It is very low res. The Mars Express image is like 100 meter res, so you're not gonna. It's only a little bit. But if the tattoo is there secured enough, you should still. It could still be quality unless it's really super low. And I know what you're talking about there. Yeah, they have a tendency of doing that. You need quality ND3s. Well, they didn't take a high resolution image of the place. They took the low res image. They took the mapping image of it. They got high resolution imagery. Don't let them bullshit you, man. But when you go over the Mars Express imagery, it's laid out on a GIS map. So yeah. Just like Google Earth. Oh, you're using the maps, huh? The map is working for you. I know they changed a lot of that around. I go through the PSA archives. I go through the whole shit and shebang, man. You know, the color imagery I got to start practicing and messing around with. But, you know, I've gotten down with the ND3. It's like NASA. No, it's not easy. It's a pain in the ass. But it's worth it because that's what we do. And we're that interested and we're not that stupid. We figure it out. And that's, you know, that's how they put it out to us. We have to be the ones to do it. But we are getting provided data. We cannot bitch against that at this point. Yeah, well, it surprised me that, you know, and you know, they did their little things to keep us from getting it, like the main strip that goes over the main area of Cydonia. I think it's like H1216. The color for it is useless. The color chances for that picture are useless. Yeah, there's a few problems with 1216. Yeah, 3253 is good, but they're still good for comparable analysis. And I don't knock it totally because I know one of them was taken earlier in the mission, but that's not an excuse either. If you look in this picture, you'll see that I have remedied the problem, the 1216 problem. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I know, because that was a pain in the ass itself. I know exactly. I was looking there, Keith, to see if you did what I had to do. Yeah, that's not easy. That takes some savoir-faire. 1216 has a large data drop. 1216 has a large data drop right in the middle of the photo, and you can say you can't use it. The data drop also throws the geometry of the image off, so that the color bands do not line up. So you got to do some finagling between different color bands from different images, and you have to do some alignment. But the good thing about it is Mars Express is a one-trick pony. It's got the only color filters it has is it uses it on every color picture it takes, and so once you learn to just one of them, it works for every one of them. And so I was able to resurrect that middle section, and now it's perfect. And well, click those images, everyone, on the facesofmars.com, and you know, zoom on in, have fun, look around, and I'll give the motto early now: pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely gonna need them. Wake up! You heard what the government was saying. Wake up! We have to be told. We are at that time. That's why we're here. Face back through time. Keith, any last words? Thank you very much for chiming in with us. We appreciate it, and periodically this would be nice to do. Yeah, Gary, thanks for having me on, you guys. So keep looking, and I'll keep providing great stuff to look at, too. Join me at Lunar Anomalies Forum or at thehiddenmission.com. It's where you can find me. Excellent, bro. And hopefully you keep on tuning in. Pass the link around. We're going to make our fate, my friend. It don't matter. Frenemies, friends, associates. It doesn't matter. What matters is the fate that we make. This is the future, the Martian revelation. All right, Keith, you have a good night, bro. And thanks a lot. And stay in touch. All right. Later, Gary. All right. Later on, man.
So everyone, there you have it. You know, I didn't want to take too much time away from Marshall, Mr. Marshall Masters. He's an excellent guest, and there's a lot to talk about, and he may be willing to even go over some, depending on the heat of the conversation. But anyway, let me shut up already. I already gave out the motto, pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em as we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in the decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the Collapse UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, and a climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multitude stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. Sands of time have run out for the cover-up. Against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? You'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
I never promised you a damn thing that
Yes, indeed. In the eye of the storm is where I stand, and not just myself. Welcome back, everybody. This is Gary Leggiere, your host of Martian Villa, known also as the Mad Martian. And, of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all now, the eye of the storm. Let's go to someone who's been keeping his eye on the upcoming storm for many years. Someone who's been on my show, 2003, 2004, talking about the eye of the storm coming, about Planet X, the effects it would have on the solar system, the planets, and up to where we're at now, to do a part 2 down through time. So let's introduce our guest. So everyone,
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
Scroll down the page, check out his information, click on his links there. So let's introduce our guest, Marshall Masters. And Marshall Masters is a former science feature news producer, freelance writer, television analyst, and publisher since 1999. A popular preparedness author, his numerous books address Earth changes, space threats, and sustainable survival strategies and technologies. His current mission is to help survival community leaders create sustainable communication strategies using a wide range of affordable consumer and amateur two-way radios. Certain people listening to this show, that would attribute to you guys, of what you guys were trying to find. So you might want to look into Mr. Masters here. But seeing the need for affordable and effective off-the-shelf solutions, he began his research for his book 2 years prior to its publication. He has had an extensive volunteer training as well in all hazards leadership programs, which are offered by FEMA through the Amateur Radio Emergency Service, or ARES. Isn't that interesting? Connection to Mars, as well as Community Emergency Response Teams, CERTs. So, but what is not also seen here in his bio is the fact that he did a lot of work, again, as I said, on the coming storm of this planet. Well, they want to call it Planet 9 now, but it's the 10th planet, or otherwise known as Nibiru, the planet of the crossing. And the things, again, that he would speak about of what we were seeing on the Earth and what we were, many studies and researches about what we would see on the Earth in those times of when each time it passes, and the scenarios and situations going on our Earth regards to weather, earthquakes, volcano, all these other things. I mean, even out in space, the entire solar system's affected. Forgive me for selling this short. This bio would really be far more exquisite, but why not? Let's just bring him on now. Marshall, wow, what a part 2 down through time, my friend. Thanks for being on with us. And also, what do you think about, since we were talking about those things back then, I can imagine what you would have to say about the things you could say you would write about, the things that you would be fulfilled on, or the things that we would be seeing or starting to see based upon the research from the past regarding to the 10th planet. And again, thank you for waiting and being patient. The show ran over a little bit, but we could go as long as we want. I know there's a lot to talk about. And to really get in-depth, because again, like I said a long time ago, 2003 or 2004 is when you were last on the show, and it was a cool show, and the whoop-de-doos you were throwing at us via your research, I'm going to say this, I've seen a lot of these things, escalating and actually matching, and the model is still building on, in my opinion, as time marches on, pun intended, where we're now on the Martian Revelation down through time, and look at the Earth, look at everything going on, and everything we're being deceived about. Again, my friend, thank you for being on, and I'll shut up for a moment. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Gary.
Awesome. And again, man, wow, 2003, man. It's been years, man. Like you said, you started out, and what was that, 1999?
Yeah.
Wow.
What led me to Planet X was that we had, we were just trying to figure out global warming back in 1999.
Yeah, notice they're still trying to pull that bullshit today.
Yeah, it's not. I'll tell you what I do now with people on Planet X. I mean, first off, I saw it with my own eyes last September 9th in Warden, Washington. And I had someone with me who's very competent, retired professional woman, contributor to the site, and she actually saw it first in a rearview mirror and pulled over, and we both jumped out and we saw it together and verified each other's observation. And so
you telling me you guys were cruising in the car and you seen it?
And when you see it, well, it changes everything for you. And
well, I bet it would, and that's the ultimate effect that we're all waiting on when it becomes undeniable, like you turned it years ago.
Right. You know, it's back then when we first started doing this, I was early in my work. Since then, there's a lot of things that have happened that I predicted, things that I never predicted, which were attributed to me. I never said anything that was going to show up in 2012. I just, when I was the last time I was interviewed on that was in 2012 by National Geographic, and I just said, I just told them that, hey, they were trying to find an angle to connect Planet X in 2012, and at the time there was nothing in the science. I mean, bottom line is, I'm a science guy, and that's my history. So we're looking for science that'll do it. Now, for us, for your listeners, if you come to my website, yowusa.com, and there's an article up there, When Will We See Planet X? And I did this for people because a lot of people are now coming into the topic again. It's really getting much bigger again. For a long time, I was just...
What's going on in the world, Marshall, which I know we're jumping ahead, but these signs I used to talk about are still continuing and escalating, and people, I think we may see it in our lifetime, but as it's approaching in, remember, it's such a huge orbit, right? I mean, what if we die and it was still, the effects will be gradually and increasingly affecting our world and the rest of the solar system 100 years from now it shows up. Because as it comes in, it's causing its issues, and then it's going to, as it goes out, which I'm sure you'll get into. But, I mean, am I right on that? I mean, because it's hard to pinpoint a date. Those in the know may know.
Yeah, those in the know may know. Those in the know do know. All right. So the government has been tracking all of this. Actually, since 1983, they've been tracking the orbit. They used the IRAS satellite back then. But the thing that for us was the smoking gun was 2008 publication of the Ulysses solar probe, which clearly showed that the sun is interacting with an object at that time that was in the southern skies in a steeply inclined orbit. And so the sun is interacting. So we didn't even need to see it. We were just looking for corroborating science, good, hard, empirical science. And that's what we found. So for us, there was no question it was there. And then the next question is of course, how long is this going to take? What's the nature of the process? And if I really wish, I had my own personal space-based solar observatory, that would be nice. If that were in my Christmas stocking, I would really love it. But the fact is, we just work with what we have. And I can tell you that the first observations were after 2012. It was in 2013. And by the way, the Mayans were very accurate in their calendar. And what they were giving us was December 21, 2012 was a harbinger date. All prophecy has a harbinger. That the harbinger is a benign sign that you can see, readily see, that tells you you're on the timeline of a catastrophic event. And so the ancients, for them, the great tool was celestial alignments. And so 2012, we had a unique celestial alignment. And as we're beginning to pass through the plane of the galaxy, which will take many more years, but what we found, we started tracking in 2015, we started going back because we wanted to see, revisit, take a look at the Mayans and see if that was a bunch of bunk that everybody said it is, or was there something to it? Well, what we found was that the Mayans were dead on accurate about the Harbinger, because right after December 21, 2012, we started tracking 2 databases with verifiable science sites, observed fireballs, and earthquakes of all magnitude. Those are the 2 data sets. It's in our signs articles. Now, what I'll tell you is that 2018, in terms of these 2 data sets, observed fireballs and earthquakes of all magnitudes, 2018 was the highest year in all recorded history. Let me repeat that. 2018 was the highest all recorded history. And so
you must have been ecstatic compared to 2003.
In 2003, nothing was going on. Back then we were just
having our heat shifts. We started having, earthquakes start, and some, I don't know. It was just we knew something was happening. We were feeling something was happening, but not like, maybe kind of like the senses like animals have before the fact. Maybe that was what we were getting primed for, if that makes sense. I didn't mean to interrupt, sir.
No, Gary, I think you have a good point there. I mean, look, 9 out of 10 people who come to the topic of Planet X do it because they have dreams, visions, and premonitions. 10% are what I call perceptives. And they're just looking, and they are seeing things that are concerning them. And so what we really followed in all of these subsequent years since you and I first talked was we just kept tracking the hard science, and everything keeps getting worse. I mean, when I first started doing this, there would be 30 to 40 active volcanoes in the course of an entire year. Now we have more than that concurrently. All right. And we have dramatic eruptions. We're having airport closures. We have more of everything. We have land tears. We have of the earth trumpets. I think earth trumpets for me are extremely important. People, they treat them as an oddity, but
those sounds, those sounds coming from the skies? That's a good term for them, earth trumpets, huh? Tell us more about that, because but the point is, what you're saying is that all of this in 2018, boom, it must have really hit your research. So tell us about these earth trumpets. I wish we had some sounds here, but many people have heard many videos over time. Most listeners probably here can appreciate. We've heard the horns, we've heard the different sounds, and my son and his wife also had recorded, and I got that somewhere, but I'm not going to look for it now. But yes, so tell us at what point did they first start getting noticed, and if they also have been escalating, and is that connected, you think?
They first started being reported, I would say, 7 or 8 years ago. And we started, it wasn't that far after 2012. And I think there may have been some occasional earth trumpets. And it's one of these things that, Gary, it has come and gone over the years. Now there are more reports of earth trumpets that are coming on. Earth trumpets are part and parcel of a bigger phenomena I call crustal undulation. And to explain what is happening, the best thing to do, because people tend to, with this topic, their eyes roll up. They want a smoking gun. They haven't seen it themselves. So what I ask them to do is, instead of looking up at the sky,
they're going to want to smoke something when they hear it.
Huh?
They're going to want to smoke something when they hear it.
Oh yeah. They're going to want to smoke something when they hear it. You bet.
So you're thinking that it's from crustal displacement syndrome, as it was. Now, how would that create that?
All right. Now, let's start. Here's a question that's going to unzip the whole conversation. Okay. I'm going to give you the question. It's like the corner. When you get a picture puzzle, the first thing you do is you go for the corner pieces, right? Because everything else connects to the corner pieces. Corner pieces on a picture puzzle are the single points of truth. Here's a single point of truth. Everything will connect back to this. Why are over half of the coral in the world dead? Why is it dead? And why, if the current rate of extinction happens, that there's only going to be 5% of the coral left by 2030? All right? Yeah.
It's not all from man and pollution, everybody. But go ahead. I think I see where you're going. But to make those sounds, go ahead. This is going to be interesting.
So the point, and you got it. You nailed it. This is not a man-made thing. They're going to say, well, the coral dying because of this and that. There's a lot of things that can kill coral.
Join the world government, and global warming this, global warming that. It's man. Green New Deals. Bullshit. God.
The Green New Deal is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's not even worth talking about because of the fact that we're not a utopian civilization yet. All right, maybe once we're there, we can tackle many of these, but it's not realistic. And it's a concept as we explore and go to other worlds. That's something maybe to consider, but not in the ways that they're doing it. It's not science what they're trying to pull. But anyway, it comes from a pull.
It's not science. So here's the reason why the coral are dying.
Right.
Coral are like canary in the coal mine. All right. They have a narrow range of temperature in which they can thrive in. And after that, they bleach out and die when it gets too warm.
Or create amoebas.
Huh?
Or create amoebas to infect people in Florida, in the beaches and in the waters when it gets too warm. And sometimes some of them turns red without the toxic poisonings helping it. But you know what I'm saying? Because of the temperature changes. A fish tank.
Right.
A temperature changes, an expensive $300 fish. Well, now he's going to be, plant food.
That's it. It's like you find your fish floating, belly up. And especially if they're expensive fish, that really doesn't make your day. So the point here for the coral
science takes over. Right.
That's right. So the point here for the coral is what's happening is the crustal undulation, all of these things, the earthquakes, the volcanism, everything that's going on that's so unusual right now is because there's uneven heating of the core of the planet, which incidentally was what Edgar Cayce said was going to cause the pole shift. Now, why is the core of the planet and this crustal undulation, this heating, is the reason why the coral are dying, because 70% of the surface of the planet is covered with water and we're warming up. If you go to Greenland, you look to see what's happening with the ice on Greenland. It's melting from the bottom up, not the top down. So all of this melt, all of these increasing temperatures are coming from the bottom up. That's the reason why they're dying. So now you have this heat coming in. The next thing that connects to it, the next piece of the puzzle is chemtrail. All right. Now, we're not allowed to say chemtrails. We're supposed to have, because the people are doing to us, won't let us use the term we want to use. So we have to say geoengineering, spraying. Hell, I call it a chemtrail. They don't want to
say freedom of speech either.
Yeah. They don't want us to have anything. And they just want us to shut up and breathe this garbage.
And Green New Deals. Go ahead, sir.
And so the reason why they're doing it's very simple. The aluminum that's in the spray reflects photons of light back out into space.
I thought you were going to say Illuminati.
Carry the radiation that is going into the core of the planet. So if by reflecting the light, they're reflecting the radiation that is causing the crustal undulation, that is causing the coral to die. Everything has a link. So it's all about our sun is interacting with Nemesis, and it is getting brighter. That's the whole problem for us.
Whoa. All right. So you're saying, even though it could be a plan diabolically, I thought you were going to say the Illuminati, but that ties in there too. Now, by them chemtrailing and doing that, now we know that the Nibiruans did that with gold to replenish their atmosphere. This is not attributed to those Sitchin fans and Sumerian texts based upon this planet of the crossing and its elements and properties. That doesn't mean that it has in what we're doing. You're saying what we're doing is trying to block out extra light so we wouldn't notice it getting brighter, but at the same time, it's killing Earth.
Actually, no, they're doing it for a very specific reason, Gary. Here's what they're doing.
Forgive my ignorance. That's why
no. We're exploring this together. No, don't worry about that. And it's my job to inform. And so the thing here is that the elites, they've got their bunkers 2 miles underground. They're called DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And when things go sideways, you know.
We all dumb at that point.
Done. Yeah, when we see private jets all over the tarmac at Denver International, like a bad case of the measles, dying time is here. Okay, kiss your tuchus goodbye, because they've got their boarding call and they're going down into the bunkers. They're spraying because they don't want to come up after everything settles, after Planet X is back into the southern skies and things have settled down, and the whole crisis will probably take about a decade. And they want to come up and they want to find a world that is still survivable. They don't want to come up to the surface and find that Earth has become another Venus or Mars. What they want to find is that
something they could come back up to and not have to be there generation after generation, becoming like the subdwellers in Planet of the Apes.
Right. Exactly. They want to come up and they want a planet that can restore itself and heal itself. Now, they don't. How many of us are left, standing when they come up to the surface? They could care less. The fewer of us, the better. They would prefer it. But this is the reason for the chemtrail spraying. They just don't want the planet to turn into another Venus or Mars during the flyby. And
those have been escalating too. Those the chemtrails and the patterns, and you can see how they break up and they don't disappear. They spread forth, and you could also see weird reflections of different colors spectrum sometimes through them. That's not natural. I grew up when the skies were natural. Many of these people today, these Nazis, haven't, and they don't understand. These skies are not normal. So they're doing all this poisoning. Yeah, obviously it's still, to some degree, it's again, it's helping things heat up here, though, at the same time. Or is that heat just beyond that? It's beyond that. It's because of the inbound effects of what you say will take a decade or more as it passes and leaves. Like, it's not going to be a day, something happens, boom, and the next day things get back to normal type of thing. If we're feeling effects from 2003 all the way up to 2018, and we're coming to a crux, which probably is going to be even in greater year this year or next year for all we know, until this event happens when it is seen big time, pun intended, and then if survived to see pass, you still have to live out the effects of his passing. Tell us more about that event. Never mind the time per se, but please stitch the painting or scenario. People underground and even above would expect to see if they were able to live and watch it pass and the effects on the earth. What are we to expect and what's trailing and with it? That's also a threat and a warning that was given to me of why I'm up here at high ground. That was given to me in code. I'm telling you, it's connected, but I won't get into that now. Listen to the show could probably appreciate. But please detail that, because there are a lot of people who haven't heard that much or that have, and new listeners. If they have heard it, then they go to another channel or something. Because it's not in their face. It's not being the narrative. The day is coming when it's going to have to be, right?
Absolutely, the day is coming. Look, this thing's coming. It's up there. People are seeing it. But Gary, it's like UFOs. How many you could show people mountains and mountains and mountains of videos and film and pictures and eyewitness reports, and what are they going to say? Well, I don't know. Jury's out on that one. The cognitive dissonance. Yeah. They're just people. If they don't want to see it, they don't want to see it. That's it. Now, what'll happen is the first thing that's going to happen is it will reach a point of perigee. Now, the general consensus is that perigee is going to happen around 2020 or 2021, and I don't think it's that far off. I think those are fairly good estimates.
Well, it's weird though, because it's got to be. We're in a space race now, as you know, so we would be late in that race if it was to come 2021, because there was a real push to get on the moon by 2024 to 2028 to Mars 2030, even though Musk has a much better plan. He's got the ultimate balls, and I support him. That's why I keep mentioning him. He's the most favored with the biggest vision to help my President Doug Trump's vision and Vice President Mike Pence to help put American boots on the face of Mars. Marshall, remember that phrase? But therefore, by the time they're there, there's survivors. That's why Bereshit was a Bereshit. They also had, I didn't read this one in the news this week, but they had a library, as it was, of humanity or whatnot to be stored on the mission that could be found a million years down the line, 1 billion, and but yet they didn't put a damn blinking light. Now they got to try to find it and hit it with a laser. Good luck with that, But I mean, these are the brains. Send something so immense there, not even put a flashing light or a GPS. Who are they bullshitting? Not me. I'll tell you that, Mr. Masters. So I know they ain't bullshitting you either, because like you said, okay, boom, perigee comes. That means all the effects that we were feeling, now we're going to have the real whoop-de-doo effect, right, as it comes to its perigee point before it starts going back outward again, as it was. Hopefully I'm making sense.
All right, perigee is where, first off, what we're talking about is a mini constellation. It's a brown dwarf star called Nemesis. It's about the size of Jupiter, or twice the size of Jupiter.
Nibiru, everybody. Nibiru is one of its worlds, correct?
Correct. Nibiru is one of its major planets, and it's the outermost planet. So what'll happen is we're going to start seeing parts of the Nemesis system, or the Planet X system, showing up. It'll be up and to the right of the sun when we start seeing it, when it reaches the point of perigee. There's 2 points. Perigee, closest distance to the sun,
and apogee
is in the northern hemisphere, and apogee, which is in the southern. Now, when it hits perigee, that's when it's going to start arcing down to back into the southern skies, where it spends most of its time, and it doesn't bother us down in the southern skies. It's only when it comes up over the ecliptic that we start having the problems. And we will have very severe problems. Pardon?
So when everyone sees it basically in the northern hemisphere, oh, there it is. Oh, that's its perigee point, and then it goes back southward again, right?
That's what they're going to say, and they're going to say, don't worry, it's not going to hit us, which is going to be a statement of fact. it's not going to hit us. The problem is we're going to watch it arc over our heads, and it's going to come down, and Nemesis is going to pass between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter.
Nemesis.
The problem is Nemesis is the brown dwarf. The problem is when it reaches that point, where are we relative to Nemesis, Nibiru, and the sun? If we're on the opposite side of the sun from everything, that's nice. That's the worst we're going to have is like Exodus in the Bible. If we're on the same side, we're going to get our tuchus kicked. It's going to hurt.
Gotcha. Now, but Marshall, you said if Nibiru is its furthest planet, how close is it to the brown dwarf? And wouldn't that be bigger? Because I thought, according to the celestial battle, as it was, you know what I'm saying there, of the Tiamat, which Earth supposedly, at least according to the Sumerians from the Anunnaki who come from Nibiru, said that we're the top chunk of that planet as it was, which kind of makes sense. Our moon was one of Nibiru's moons who helped slay Tiamat, the mother planet. Parts of another planet I was warned to encode to get the high ground. Why? Asteroids, parts of former mother planet, survival procedure, start digging in. So anyway, that being the case, that was what I was alluding to earlier. But would it would carry the whole system through between Mars and Jupiter? Or, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
that's right. You're trying to figure out. Now, here's what will happen, Gary. And actually, back in 2004, this was predicted by Major Ed Dames, the remote viewing guy, the Dr. Doom, as they call him. Right. And what he said in his 2004 video, Kill Shot, was that there would be a kill shot, which would be what we call a solar sprite or cosmic lightning, a lightning bolt literally coming from the sun, hitting
Brian Forrester written a book. I haven't read it yet. I think that has to kind of do with something like that with the scars and burns on ancient structures and ruins. I think that attributes, but go ahead, Marshall, I'm sorry.
And so what Ed is talking about in his video is that he sees a massive planet, several times the size of Earth, passing between Earth and Venus, the orbit of Venus. And when that happens, we have days of pitch black darkness. Absolutely. It's not like a solar eclipse.
So one of the other planets, so I'm sorry, but what you're saying now, one of the other bodies of this Nemesis system, Nibiru being one, supposed to go between Earth and Venus. Close approach.
Right. Now, I give... in my book, Surviving the Planet X Tribulation, I show the reader the celestial mechanics. Nothing has changed since I've written the book. And it's still, it's still unfolding as I wrote about it in Surviving the Planet X Tribulation. So it steps it through. What happens is that Nibiru, which is the outermost planet, major planet, in the Nemesis system,
Anunnaki homeworld.
That's the planet Ed Dames remote viewed as passing between Earth and Venus.
Oh wow! So that's still close proximity. Ain't that a peach?
That is, ain't that a peach? It's true. And so when this comes through, the big concern that we're going to have is that there's a massive interaction between the sun, Nibiru, and then Earth, and a solar sprite smacks us.
Boy, what'll happen to Venus?
Well, in my book, what I write about is that there is one of the moons of that system does collide with the south pole of Venus. And that's one of the things that we predict in that.
Tiamat celestial body all over again. That's so it's considerable to consider the Sumerian tales there, because it's a model. It could happen. I can see that. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So this is the concern that we have to do. Now, there was a gentleman by the name of Bob Dean, who is with the military, very fine gentleman. I had a chance to get to know him a little bit, and
yeah, he passed now.
He passed on now. A wonderful man. His heart was in the right place. He was one of these sergeants with all the rockers and chevrons on his arm, and high ranking. And he was one of the guys that he was in charge of secret documents. And so other people had different clearances. He had the keys to the kingdom. He could look at anything. And so that's where he learned about this. And it was not the only one. There was similar stories where you'd have non-commissioned officers who see this stuff and they become the whistleblowers. One of them actually helped me to create Your Own World USA back in 1999. He had read about everything. He briefed me on what he had saw, which had just absolutely dropped him on his head. Now, Dean said in 2008, he said, it was on with Carrie Cassidy on Project Camelot. And she's going, when are we going to see? He said, 2017, take it to the bank. Well, 2017 is, I document on my article, when will we see Planet X? That was the year that there's always fear porn, clickbait stuff on YouTube now, and more of it now.
There was a lot of world things going on to where that could explain something coming to making our world go through all those whoop-de-doos, tidal waves, earthquakes, volcanoes. Like you said, 2018 was a crux.
2017 was huge increase in observation. So Bob Dean nailed it. What Bob Dean also said in 2000, he made two predictions. He said, one, we would start seeing it more in 2017, which was absolutely correct. And his other prediction is that when Nemesis crosses through the plane of the system, the ecliptic, passing between Jupiter and Mars,
right,
Earth is going to be on the same side. That is a worst case scenario flyby. That is, we are looking at massive death and dying. And
who knows? Again, like the Mayan clock, right? The gears of time, as it was. How many times passed upon his passing did we come into another close proximity approach? As who knows how many times, and then every once out of so many times it comes close, or it's closest, right?
That's right.
That makes me wonder, is that the gap point of the great ages? And I might just be speculating there. Of course, we freely speculate on this show, but that's very interesting. And you think that could be it, but you're definitely saying either way, it's a closest approach. That's what they were warning us about, or trying to let us know, or am I reading too deep?
Well, the great year is longer. The great year is longer than the actual orbit of Nibiru.
Okay.
But
right. But so many
I do maintain that the great year is consistent with it. The great year is really talks about precession of the equinox.
Right. So
why is it we're going into the age of Aquarius, but we're going backwards? All right. So the whole point of it is that when you look at the great year and you understand the celestial mechanics of the great year, there's only one conclusion that you come to. We're in a binary star system. It's the only thing that explains the celestial mechanics of a great year. That our solar system is like over 90% of all of the solar systems in our galaxy, which have multiple suns.
Which is also speaking.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, we have this thing, it's coming in, it's already creating all kinds of problems as it is. We're starting to see some of this, we're we're creating our own problems with weather problems. This is for the result from chemtrail spraying. This is having a very profound impact on weather patterns, also with other technologies that the government is using covertly. I'm not talking about what we do with cars. I mean, let's be honest. One or two good volcano farts, and that's everything the worst that we could do. Okay, so it's what is happening, and this carbon tax. All of this is nonsense.
Right. To scam us.
To scam us. It's absolutely to scam us. Look, the elites, up until Trump, the whole issue with the elites was to set us up to fail so that the greatest number of us would die. All right?
Before the event, for crying out loud.
They want us to die because they want to, in order for them to reassume control of the surface of the planet, they got to get everybody's buy-in. So they're going to have tremendous resources underground, foods, clothing, medicines, construction material, all of these things, seeds, everything that we need. And they want to come up after the worst of the flyby is over and say, here, we'll give you all of this, but you have to agree to our rules. You got to be chipped. You got to take our currency, and you got to take our direction.
The market beast.
People, and if there is only 250 million people on the planet, what they have will be significant enough for people to take that expedient course and sacrifice their freedom. All right. That's their whole plan. That's the whole game that they want to do. So they want as many of us to die as possible. And there's many different ways they're setting us up, but mostly it's because we're not there. We're not preparing. Other nations are preparing. If you look at countries like Russia, Sweden, Norway, my God, I talk with bunker builders, and they're telling me the Russians are coming in and saying, yeah, let's build thousands of these things.
Yeah.
And they say it's a big, massive underground hotel. Right.
Yeah.
So the Russians want to do it, Swedes, so forth. What are we doing? We're buying bullets and coffins. This sucks. All right. So what they want to do is they want to set us up to fail so we die in vast numbers so that there's not enough of us left to be difficult to deal with, and they'll be able to induce us with their nonsense, and people will take it thinking
their New World Order, literally.
New World Order. Absolutely. That's what they want to do. So
from chaos, from the chaos that will be created by the event, which makes sense. Okay, that will make sense from out of the chaos that will create. Never mind what these deep state commies and Chink overlords and Islam and all that. That's nothing, because after the fact, it's their game.
That's right. It's their game. That's what they want. And I will tell you, for the longest time, I first really came to understand all of this, back in about 2005, 2006. And after that, I had some really bad depression, Gary. It was really depressing because I was understanding what they were doing. And at that time, I'm looking at it and I'm going, they're going to win. They're going to win. The bastards are going to win. Because everybody's rolling over and taking this nonsense. And, I have to say something. Trump is in terms of what is coming, all I can say is thank God Trump is in the White House.
That's what I keep saying for everything. Because this is look, I'm phased back through time. I'm not going to explain that now. It's got to deal with that code of warning I told you with earlier, let's just say. But the show is back on through time at a relevant time when the things are happening for things to happen and when we must be told. And it's only also happening, I'm here, is the same reason why Trump's able to be where he is, where, look, he, it wasn't just him by himself. Hillary got, beaten in a rigged election that she rigged, that they all rigged to have this system that you're describing, and these people doing all these things continue to lead us to try to kill us, but now we have a chance. So what did Mr. Dean, I think that this was going to tie back to that. We're in the throes of the time now when Mr. Dean was getting into the second prediction.
Mr. Dean is getting in. That is going to come in a few years.
Okay.
This will take, once we see it in perigee, I mean, it's going to start moving faster. It's going to be at a point,
like a slingshot,
orbit. Right? That's right. We're going to have that slingshot of, because this is what happens when the object is turning around because it's in a long elongated orbit.
And it's speeding up.
It whips around.
Like race cars do on the round tracks. They speed up when it comes to their perigees, as it was, right?
Right.
And you gain traction also. So think of a planet or, oh my God, or that behemoth. But go ahead, sir. I just want them.
It's going to speed up. It's going to come through. It'll pass over our heads. Now, what'll happen is the worst for us is we're going to have this system, this Nemesis system, is like a huge cue ball going through space. It's knocking stuff in front of it. And the reason why we're seeing more fireballs, we're not talking about meteors, shooting stars, that's the little ones. We're talking about the big ones, the big burning rocks going through the sky. And those are fireballs. And that, we have seen just a massive, unparalleled increase in the number of observations. Why do we look for fireballs? Because if you got this system that's coming in and scattering stuff in front of it,
let alone behind it. But go ahead.
Right. It's going to have behind as well. I mean, this is like a Roman victory parade. You got the trumpets in the front and the guy scooping the poop in the back. And so this is something where the first thing we see is what we're seeing right now, which is this massive increase in these objects. And it's only a matter of time before we have a loss of life event. So we're going to have impact events. But once it comes through, the worst of it that's going to happen for us is going to be the interaction between the sun and these two suns. They're going to start battling it out. All right. And we could get caught. And what Ed Dames was seeing in his remote viewing was devastation. Now, a good way, if you get a solar sprite that hits the planet, this is something that would carve out a Grand Canyon. All right. And people say, well, the Grand Canyon was water erosion, which never, that never got past the smell test with me. But let's skip to another planet. Let's go to Mars, which has the largest canyon in the solar system, Valles Marineris.
Valles Marineris, about 3,000 miles wide from coast to coast of the United States, as it was. Very huge. Right. Very deep.
Very huge, very deep. That's classic. That was a cosmic solar sprite. That was cosmic lightning. And that is what Ed Dames is foreseeing that could happen as a possibility. And that is a very real possibility. Now, the other thing that we have with impacts, we have that. But when the Nemesis system is going south, you're going to have Nemesis and then all of its major planets and moons. These are going to be exerting tidal gravitational forces on the surface of our planet, the lithosphere, which could then result in a crustal pole shift. There's three kinds of pole shifts. Magnetic, which we're currently in the beginning of the magnetic pole shift. Then there would be a crustal pole shift where the skin of the Earth moves.
And we're seeing cracks appear everywhere. We're going to go to a break in a couple of minutes, but go ahead, sir.
All right. And then the third type would be an axial shift. That would change our seasons. We would go from, we could go from 4 seasons to 2 very extreme seasons, or 1 very nasty continuous stream, and it would depend on how we turn. So those are the things we have to be concerned with the pull, is that we would have a pull shift event. The Noah's flood.
We would have to adapt. So that's why those underground, if they survive, they have a chance when they come out compared to the people on top. Wow. That we would have to adapt. And we're going to go to a break, but let's end it there for a moment. I just want to say this, like you just confirmed, because, again, I was told, get out here to high ground. Why? As a warning. I had to go to a land of which, it would show me as it was, and I had to have faith, and I couldn't look back, nor can I go back. But to keep a long story short, like I said, the warning was this. Because of asteroids, parts of former mother planet, survival procedure, start digging in. People pack them and smoke them and start digging in. We shall be back on the Martian Revelation.
Good advice.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
You know, I listened to the end of day tonight, the show, and I gotta tell you, I thought it was pretty good, but I gotta tell you, I would like to hear more about Mr. Hoagland. You talked about a lot of stuff, but I didn't hear much about Mr. Hoagland. Maybe next time, you do a good job. I just want to say thank you to the end of days, but next time, let's talk about Mr. Hoagland a little more.
What's up, boys and girls? I'm Michael Deacon, just here to remind you, if you enjoy shows like the one you are hearing now, The Martian Revelation, I'm opening Pandora's Box live every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Go to michaeldeacon.com for your preferred platform. Don't forget, the end of days are upon us. Make sure you are on the right side when the end is here.
God bless us, everyone. We were broken people living under loaded
Gary Leggiere, your host of Martian Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon us all now. And we're with our guest, Mr. Marshall Masters. And interesting where it's going, isn't it? But I'll give out the timeline numbers just in case. You never know who might be trying to creep up down through time. Or anyone else that would like to call in and ask, Mr. Marshall Masters a question there to speak about Nibiru or anything else. I mean, and we're just scratching the surface. There's many more areas down through time where Mr. Masters has went. But hopefully you're all enjoying this. To me, it's a part deux down through time. So forgive me, everybody, but you're only going to hear it in a place like the Martian Revelation. I swear to you. But the timeline numbers are 940-600-4740. That's 940-600-4740. And another one, 202, I'm going to guess, 684-6955. 202-684-6955. And also, you're hearing this through Global Enlightenment Radio Network, as well as definitely through the facesofmars.com. Both available on that page, streaming. And we are striving to make it better. But let me tell you something. If you like this show, no special clubs. No special subscriptions. Yes, I got to beg you to please help you open your wallets to dare to have balls and raise your fist and say, I dare and I stand with us to help us make our fate, to make the Martian Revelation our reality, which we are on this new timeline. Things are going different now. You heard the world that was being run, that Mr. Masters was setting up. Looked quite evil. But then, notice the calm demeanor, the feeling of peace when he mentioned, thank God for Trump. Why? Because the Martian Revelation is upon us, okay? As well as, obviously, the event that's coming. We left off speaking about the asteroids because that's a major factor here because he says he went through years of depression. I went through years of forced depression and other things done against me and mine, but ultimately connected to a code with an intelligence that led me to a land of which it will show me, and I could not look back, and I was told outright audibly and inside this code, faith really matters. Faith really matters. I gotta believe. And I told you one of the main things it said that connects to all this. Hopefully Mr. Masters will consider it down through time, because of the fact of the matter was, even out here, how dare I believe, yet I've already been manifested to. And without explaining everything, I'll say this to help you all at least understand my reasoning why I bring it up. I started becoming depressed even out here. Why did I listen? I must be the stupidest person on the face of the earth. Again, even though it was accurate and everything else, that led up to events and ultimately kicked me in the ass to go where I needed to go. And I can't look back and I can't go back. But the thing is, what happened one day a few years ago, there was a news report over Russia. I said, son of a bitch. I just shut my shit down, went inside, told my family, guess what? Validation comes. And is this something really to hope for? No, I didn't. But I didn't want to hope for something, a sign like that, to prove a validity unto myself that was meant to be told to me unto myself to have faith and believe in, regardless what the hell everyone else fuck you people think. I know how nuts I sound. I'm Mad Martian for nothing, right? But I'm also the Martian Revealer. I got a job to do, and I'm phased back through time, and I'm on a new timeline, and it's being secured. Now, but things are still trying to be done. But like Mr. Master said, thank God. But why was I depressed? But because of that fact, that big thing, Mr. Masters, over Russia. And then the many more, like you said, since. That's coming. Maybe not as low and extreme. There might have been, though, last year. Maybe you know info on that you could give us. But they are escalating, and they're getting bigger, and they're becoming more frequent. I'm at high ground, more ways than one. Survival procedure, start digging in. Oh, I grow my bud, for survival procedure. Was I being warned of something that I was going to have to face, that would be needed? No. Yes. But no, that was one face of understanding. The other one was survival procedure. Start digging into the earth of the land of which I showed you. Right? Think about this. Why? Because the asteroids, parts of former mother planet, survival procedure, start digging in. That could also reference my mother. Why that would be for me to grow my own pot. Right? Medical. Giving me a warning, putting me in a place and a time when I'll have the time to do it, learn and then figure it out the hard way. Just as much fearful as watching that thing come across Russia's skies. So kill two birds with one stone. I got the message. I'm doing it, need be, to change, to make my fate. To do something which once at another point in time, on another timeline, I wasn't and wouldn't have been able to do without the manifestation and enabling the timeline to change for the other timelines of where every Trump and all this is leading, of the job of which I'm here to do, down through time. You see, you can call me crazy, but you're not going to be able to say I'm not consistent. But it's becoming more real because listen to the things of what he said. Tell me none of you people have heard or seen none of these. You'll be lying. And it makes you afraid, and it should. It should. It really should. But I have to have faith. But that, now I know what's coming. But when? Will I have enough survival procedures to start digging in? That takes money. Right? But who knows? Maybe, like I was trying to explain to Marshall, well, maybe it might not be 2020 some, because now we're just gearing up, racing to the worlds. So we're in a time frame. Because then why race if they know our ass is already goosed? All right? So it makes sense that they know of a better timeline, and he says they're sure they know. He's sure that they know. This is one of the Twilight Zone aspects to this show. Listeners appreciate, and some will come to appreciate. As crazy as I am, as crazy as it is, it's consistent, and it's for a reason. And that's where we're leading. And Marshall, you're here by no coincidence. So the asteroids part and everything else. Okay. The trail of shit following behind it. Okay. The people on the surface. Okay, dear God. All right. Boom. After the effect it goes. The governments are going to want to see who can steal whose other lands. Lands are going to be different. Governments are going to fall. Whatever this chaos thing for this new world order to take shape out of. That, I can see it that way. And I think I see where you're trying to steer us, Mr. Masters. And I'm glad that you're back with us.
Well, I'm glad to be back. Yeah, and it's what we have to do is we have to start thinking. When I first became aware of, what people call it the Agenda 21, but
which is
how we're being set up to fail. All right, they want to reduce the population. The elites, the globalists in particular, want to reduce us down to 250,000. Now that's not hard to do.
Georgia
all you got to do is take out the electrical grid. You absolutely wipe out the nation's national grid, and 9 out of 10 Americans will die. And this, according to the EMP Commission, was funded and created by Congress. And the reason why 9 out of 10 Americans die, as the EMP Commission finally said this in 2017, that it wasn't making sense to people, and then they made sense of it, and they just said the reason why 9 out of 10 Americans die when the grid collapses is that over 100 years ago, there were about 60 million Americans, and all of them knew how to live without electricity.
I got a few buddies out here that know how to do that now, but the majority do not.
And that is where the death and dying is going to come. People they don't understand everything in our lives. The water that comes out of your tap, it's electricity makes it happen. You flush your toilet and your waste has some place to go. It's because electricity makes it happen. We have centralized infrastructure. This collapses. People go, I have a cell phone. Well, cell phone towers have a 3 to 5 day supply of fuel. And when they kick in the generators, they have a failed a failure cycle. It starts with day one, full services, day two, maybe you have text and voice, then it goes to the next stage, which is voice only, then it would go to 911 only, then you don't have anything, the cell tower's offline. And the only thing your smartphone's good for is taking pictures or using as a grave marker. All right.
Well, right, till the
And
power
that's the reason why we wrote this book for people who want to do it. There's no reason. If there's a message that I'm trying to get out to people is, even with all of this nasty stuff that's coming, there's no reason to die like lemmings. There's no damn reason. We don't have to die like lemmings. We can fight for our lives on the surface, and we can do extremely well with it. And this is everything. And one of the first things you need to have is good two-way communications, because when things go sideways.
I love your segue.
Cool. And when things go sideways, the worst people are going to have the best radios. And if all you got is red bandanas and signal flares, you're in deep kimchi. And so people don't think about that. And then that's the reason why I wrote this book with Dwayne Brayton called Radio Free Earth. And if you go to my website, I give you a huge amount of free video instruction on things that'll get you started. You don't even have to pay the price of the book. You can get started. We're trying to help people because we need to have two-way communication, because this is how we're going to preserve our freedom. This is absolutely imperative. What people have to understand, and here's the reason why I am so grateful for Trump coming in. That's the reason why now on my site I have a series of articles called QX, and I'm writing about what's happening with the globalists and the alliance. It's not Democrats versus Republicans. We have globalists, we have the alliance. Actually, the alliance is part of a global freedom movement that's grassroots. Brexit, Yellow Jackets, MAGA here. This is, people are standing up and they're saying, hey, we're not going to let you take our freedom.
They're growing some nuts.
They're growing some nuts. Yeah, absolutely right. I love it. They're growing nuts.
Yep.
And they got a pair. We're starting to act like we got a pair. And it is, for me, I am just so ecstatic. I love watching Trump do his Trump speeches, the stump speeches. You hear the same thing again and again and again. What I love is watching how the people in the audience love him back.
Yeah.
How
and
they
keep hating him.
Well, they're the other ones that don't get it, but they also live in the more actually dangerous disaster areas. Is where if you look at the blue states, they tend to have the coastal areas and the city states along the coastal areas.
Yeah.
I mean, these are dead zones. When things go sideways, then they're going to become underwater palaces. All right.
They'll become the modern Atlantises.
That's exactly it. You got it. They're going to become modern. So when I'm looking at what's happening with Trump and with the Patriots, the big difference for me is the Patriots are in service to others.
Yes.
The globalists are only in service to themselves. The globalists, they don't care. All they want is what they want, and they don't even care about politics. They don't care about.
They're setting up the plan.
They just simply want to make sure that they come through this flyby, Gary.
Right.
So at the end of the flyby, they have enslaved humanity for countless generations to come. That us and our children and our children's children are going to be sucking up to these sociopathic monsters. Now we finally got a chance to bust that. That to me, when I look at what's happening with Trump, but the QAnons, the Q Alliance, everything that's happening, and
sooner or later, it's got to start connecting even there regards to the event coming. But I think that brings a good question. We got a question from a Tony on Facebook.
Sure.
He asks, Mr. Masters, I think you are the best. That's cool. Do you believe there is a way to defeat the power of the hierarchical greed that has become a part of this American society and his space travel needed by us or the globalists, and why? Well, you seen the movie Mission to Mars at the end, right?
That's right. It was one of my favorite movies. And thanks for that comment from Facebook. I really appreciate that. And I will say that one of the things I really want to say, Trump is going to do the Space Force. And, it's one of those things that nobody's beating them up for it. Nobody's beating them up for it. I'm happy about it because the Space Force will be, it's going to help defend us. It's going to help save lives.
And Mike Pence, Vice President Mike Pence, he made it clear. Look, they're determined, bro. And I know you see this because he even said to NASA, he put their balls in the crunch. Why? He said, look, this is a new time. You have different people paying you now. Now you have real objectives, okay? Now, and if you cannot perform basically what we want or need to have objected, spiritually, materially, and basically, technologically, we're going to find people who will. Elon Musk. Boy, now NASA's starting to bridge to his big effing rocket program, though he just had a setback, I think could have been set up. But who knows? That's entrepreneurship, business. It's just business, they say. Or it could be rocket failures. It is rocket science. Things happen. But I'm thinking more, along the lines of what I think is more realistic. Because, look, they've been doing to us, lying to us. Like you said, we're steering up because they know the event's coming. They know what is going to happen, and we are here now because of a new timeline of what has changed. Not just Trump. There's others that helped Trump, just like there were others that were helping these traitor commies lead us and to help destroy us, destroy our military, leave our borders open, bring in enemies of the earth, Islam, and others, and come under this, come under that, no more free rights, no more nothing. I mean, let's kill each other, like you said, the things in the skies. And that also has poisons in them, from what I hear. Not just to achieve the goals of what they're doing, but poisoning us in the ground. What the F? So hopefully President Trump and others, based upon this new balls outness that we the people should have, because we are the ones that should be the infrastructure for any type of space force, for, like President Trump said, not just to defend us from the threats in low Earth orbit to our stability of our national security of our satellites from threats from Earth, but from the threats coming from deep space that we need to face. And he said this when he signed it, and he told General Dunford, got it, General? Yes. Yes, sir. Good. Now, good luck, General. Now, go get it. Go get what, I say. But anyway, so how Earth is shifting that. They were planning this all along, but now there's a new thing that where, either way, if the event's going to happen, it's going to happen. But so diabolically and evil and satanically and everything else is wound up in this. To do this to us is just plain wrong. And that's why, like you say, sir, thank God I do, literally, for Trump. Remember, I'm somewhere else where I was told to go to a land of which it will show me. The question is, I'm not saying who it is. You know what I mean? But I have to have faith and I have to have belief. That much is certain. And I can't go back, and I'm still doing it. Now, these asteroids are coming. Things are in disarray. What do you see of the hopeful aspects now for this Space Force, it would not just reinvigorate our nation. It would make America great permanently till kingdom come, in my opinion. What do you, I mean, are we on the, do you hear about people with thoughts on that, or are you delving more into that, or getting in the conferences and people to get deeper in all these researches on these convergences? If hopefully you understand what I'm saying.
I understand. And, and I'm seeing all these convergences like you are. There's a tremendous number. What I like most about the Space Force is that this is going to be a way for Trump to get this operational, but and using technologies that we have. I mean, if anything we see military is out there, if they say new and improved, brand new, it just came out, it's been on the shelf for 10 years. I mean, this is the way it goes. So they're going to have tremendous amount of capability with space vehicles that we don't even know about now. And I could see where this is, now you're going to get, Groom Lake technology coming in from these UFOs that have crashed.
Well, Trump said that would happen, right? And that new technologies will be coming out where you won't believe impossible things. He said this to the military and them, remember? And that not just the military on Earth would get upgraded new things, but especially for the Space Force, where the new technologies, science fiction is now, he said, science fact. He said it just like that.
Absolutely. And so a Space Force is going to be, we're going to have technology in the Space Force that just dwarfs the imagination, just like he has said. And now this is where people may laugh at me and just say, oh, you're going around the corner. But I wrote about this extensively in my book, Being for the Species, is that when this system comes in, we're going to have to deal with the Anunnaki. And that's where, to me, the Space Force is excellent. The Space Force could probably give the Anunnaki pause. In other words, it's something of saying, okay, you guys are going to come in here and hit us pretty hard, but we're just not going to lay down and take it. And they're going to come in. What they're looking for is going to be gold and women. All right.
King Holy Be Jesus coming in that bunch.
That's it. And the reason why they want the gold is not for their monetary system. It's because they have to repair their skies. And they use finely powdered gold to do that. And if you look at...
Right, like we have an ozone hole. They did it to fill their ozone holes, as it was.
Yeah, and essentially it's filling the holes that are going to be caused by their... the flyby is going to be hard on them too, as it is on us. And so they're going to come, they want the gold to repair their atmosphere, and then they want women for breeding slaves. And perhaps this would be something where they get the gold, but they don't get the women. And that would be, at least we have something. There's a chance of something. We're not completely, totally defenseless when they show up. And that, for me, is an excellent thing.
We got to have balls. We got to stand up to the bullies.
We have to. And so, I mean, I've been writing about it. I knew about the QAnon, actually many months before Q ever appeared. And at that time I was briefed, and I write about it. I have an article on my website, and it's the first Q article. It's pretty lengthy about how I came to the topic. And this really is, if we look at it, Trump is the figurehead of something much bigger.
I agree.
And if Trump, to be honest with you, if Trump were to fall, another would pick up the banner and continue the advance.
Another one
this
that's
is
helped from a patriot, not the
Right.
commie ones that we're trying to, and that's soon going to hang, I hope. But
there's going to be they got hell coming. There's going to be hell to pay, but it has to be. I mean, Trump and the Patriots are going to have to time this,
right,
because
Well,
they're dealing with people that are heavily dug in like ticks, and they have their tentacles far-reaching, and so how you go at them, you have to go at them pretty sharp.
even potentially connected to those invaders coming, which could help these evil ones here and these commies do what they were trying to do to our nation. You see where I'm going? They could already be at work. There's been a large influx, like on the news, you heard it. The Pentagon, they're trying to, reclassify things, how to classify the UFOs and the reportings of them, so they're taken more seriously now. But we got a couple more. We got more questions up on Facebook. If you don't mind me interrupting, I'll read these in order. So who knows if something has been answered before or not. I want to be respectful to everyone. If you're okay, Mr. Masters, with that.
Sure.
All right. Denise on Facebook asks, do you believe that our society is being enslaved by, wow, look at what I just said. Do you believe that our society is being enslaved by aliens from space / potential Anunnaki, okay, in this mindset? Or is it being another dimension? That could be. Do you believe that the earth is becoming spiritually unbalanced? That gets deeper in the subjects, but I don't know if you touch base. Will you touch that?
Well, what I do see is, a lot of these things, there's no science really to talk about. I always go back to the science. That's
right.
what I always go back to.
But we think,
this is Zachariah Sitchin did a fantastic job. We all stand on his shoulders. He was amazing. If there's one book you want to read, it's The Lost Book of Enki by Sitchin.
Oh, I did. I read them all the books, but yes.
That's the one. That's the one. Look, we are Anunnaki. You're Anunnaki. I'm Anunnaki. We are hominid Anunnaki hybrids that were genetically created to mine gold. Why else do we act like slithering idiots when we see yellow gold?
Yeah, exactly. And also, not forget the scriptural. This is where a lot of conflicts happen. But again, that's only because of time and how things were set up to be, in my opinion. But of how we are made in their image. Let us make man in our image. And that was exactly from those ancient tales also that was put in the scriptures of the Bible, a real condensed version, leaving, I don't know, man. There's a lot to this. And Elohim means, it's a plural. It's not just, I'm Elohim, like I'm Joe Schmo. No, it's there's a plural, there's an us. So if there is the Anunnaki connection, that's got to be part of the seed, because you just said it yourself. We are Anunnaki. We are part of the seed. But King Holy Be Jesus, 2 seeds. I mean, we will get into those shows on this, those issues on this show as well. Hopefully with Pastor John S. Terrell in the future. Boy, does he have a great model to really flow along with this all. Again, we're freely speculating. There's sciences, and then there's no sciences for certain things. But, that we know of. That's the beauty. Look, we don't know of everything that's going to be coming out soon. That President Trump obviously is getting a good gist on, but that will change the world. Again, till kingdom come, and the threats coming from deep space. Now, Iris on YouTube asked, is there a way to prevent the unnecessary destruction of the earth? And why is it that the great Martial Masters believes that the earth could die according to the elitists? And where do we go as a human race? Well, you said slaves, amongst other things, but ultimately, yes, Marshall. What would be the other end of that butthole?
Well, that's the other end that I want. That's a Star Trek future. we have our age of enlightenment. That's what we have. What we have facing us right now is we're going to go through a terrible, terrible tribulation. And whoever survives that, those are going to be the people who are going to make a clean slate for the beginning of the next civilization. And they're going to have, everything is going to come down to one single issue. The whole future of our species comes down to one thing.
What?
This will be towards the tail end of the flyby. This is when we are going through the tail, the nemesis tail, which means the earth is going to get covered with iron oxide. If you look at the 10 plagues of Exodus, the first one is the Nile turns blood red. Well, if you put iron into the water, that's what is going to turn it red. All right. Yes. And you take the plagues of Exodus and put them in scientific order, they actually snap together like Legos. They're perfect. And so what will happen is we're going to be going through that phase, that stage, and the elites are going to know that that's the very last thing that's going to happen. And after that, everything will just start settling down. But by the time that last big disaster of the tribulation happens, and this is going to happen over a period of years, but it's not going to happen. We're not going to be a continuous state of tribulation. We're going to have periods of calm punctuated by, holy crap, something hit us. And we're going to go from calm to holy crap. And we're going to have that for about a decade or so. And what they're going to do is they're going to time it so that when they come and they announce to everybody, here, we have all of this stuff. You got to take the chip. You got to take our currency. You got to take our rules. You got to take our leadership, or you don't get anything. They're going to be banking on people are going to be so beaten down that they're going to take it, thinking, I can beat my deal with the devil. They're not going to beat that devil deal. What will happen is that they will sentence their children and their children's children to slavery. Pure, plain slavery. All right.
That's what Hillary and Barack Obama and these traitors were trying to do anyway, lead us literally into that. Oh, we must give up some more freedoms, and, sign in for the UN to be able to come here when things does hit the fan that they tried to create, come here, take everyone's guns and UN troops on the streets. That's what he signed. He signed it, and we let him.
Yeah.
But now there's the Trump. And there's others, there's patriots that are enabled. But what is the mechanism down through time that helped turn the tails to make a new timeline? Because the Martian revelation's here down through time, and I'm phased back through time, not by coincidence, but because I have a job to do. And I know that's crazy, but look how consistent it is. We're going to go to another break, though, Marshall, if you're cool with that, because I know we've still got much more to expand on. And hopefully you think the flow is going good, because I know you want to take this to all these levels that what is bringing you up to your book and everything. But on that note, everyone, pack them and smoke them, because you're still going to need them when we come back with Marshall Masters.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and then how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become, from bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilation, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, in a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Achtung, Achtung! Hier ist Berlin, König Wusterhausen und der deutsche Kurzwellensender. Wir senden Tanzmusik.
M8 Beats on the track.
Sorry for the goof. Welcome back, everybody. This is Gary Leggiere, your host, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon you all now. Again, welcome to the Bazaar. And quite an interesting show we're having here with Mr. Marshall Masters. I mean, no matter what you say, I'm going to admit, Marshall, I see people like you alluded to, certain people giving you comments and shit over the years. I've seen some of those, not too deeply, because I know one thing that I'm seeing. Those signs and things that make me go, and me looking up. You got to look up, everybody, not just looking down at your screens the whole time being programmed. Here I am, here I go. That's what's going to kill you. Never alone the asteroids or anything else, or the evil forces that be, and the commies and the chinks and the Islamists and everything else evil to create the chaos of the chaos that comes. You know what's going to kill you? My phone's dead. What do I do now? Exactly. You should have downloaded the videos, watched the survival things. Get this book by Mr. Marshall Masters, okay? Because you're going to need it for communication in the least. And that is, I believe, Radio Free Earth, Integrity, Objectivity, and Service. So make sure you click on those links at www.thefacesofmars.com and check that stuff out. And that's what we're going to be getting back into, because that's the reality of it, of what's coming. So now, no matter what you think you may have heard of him, and many people that love him and follow him over the years, come on, they got to know I ain't bullshit. I'm being consistent. If I'm seeing this and they're getting it and they're following what he's been saying and showing over the years, we're leading up to something. And it's all being led up to what he's spanning out here. And I think we're really... wow, so many years since we talked, so many years of data, but now there's actual sciences there to help us freely speculate the way these speculations become more known as science facts. You got to start putting the dots together and look at what he's describing about what's going on and actually what is going on. Put the dots together. The race is on. What's the need to push it all of a sudden? For the race, to where the previous few decades were being taken over and lied to and steered in another direction where they didn't really give a shit about Mars or anything else out there. But yet they kept on pretending with the clause in the policy snake turtleneck pace speed agenda that they're looking for possible signs of life, let alone the life flying around in our skies. No, you're too stupid. No, you'll get fired. You got to shut up. They caused this to begin with years ago, but now the enemy is being driven back, because now we're going to have to face the real threats coming from deep space, to where ultimately, based on our infrastructure, the Space Force, my President Doug Trump said this too, then the homeland will become a whole new meaning. Not just our country, national, which obviously we must secure, but to get to the bigger position where we can protect and defend our homeland, Earth. Think about it. What other scenarios? Come on. This is where it's leading us. You just got to have balls to think and balls to ask questions. And Mr. Marshall Masters, we are back now with you, sir. And hopefully I came back in on the right point on that.
Absolutely. I was loving it. I was loving what you were saying there. And it's so much bigger. I mean, this is the problem that the Patriots are going to have. How do you explain to people something that's so huge and so disgusting and so overwhelming that, we have a soundbite world. We don't have the ability to take things in big chunks, so they have to feed it in little ones, but then they have to do it in a way that they don't get knocked out. But the globalists that they're up against, the people that Trump is fighting, are the ones, and the globalists are in the Democrat Party, and they're in the Republican Party, and they're in everywhere else.
Infiltrated.
They're infiltrated. They're just, in my latest article, the Chi of Q, I really call them out for what they are. They're just parasites, life energy parasites.
like President Trump said, and I'll say it here loud and proud, from the shithole nations of the earth, where one day our homeland, things are going to change. Your Star Trek vision.
Things are going to change, and we're, I was loving when you were talking about the homeland thing, because what you're really saying, Gary, is home world.
Right.
You're saying go. I mean, for those of you listening out there, just imagine that we no longer have a national view of our planet, which is line of sight. We see as far as we can see, and after that, well, it's God or it's whatever.
But in the age of the Martian revelation, it's open.
It's us. It's our planet. We can see ourselves cosmically, like we're out in space and looking back, and we see one world and we see one species. And we come to a realization, first off, as a species, if we don't love ourselves, who the hell will? Okay? If we don't love ourselves as a species, who the hell will? No one else is going to respect us, especially the ones that want to use us like mullets. Okay? Like we're farm-raised catfish, for God's sakes. And this is what I saw coming, and I see this, and it just inspires me, Gary. It inspires me, this passion, this love. People want their freedom.
It's got it. It's still here.
That's it. This is what it's all about, because we're going to have to fight for our freedom. We're going to have to fight the globalists who are they're going to want to take advantage of all of this. Here's something that's real important.
And working for the potential alien race coming from the deep presence.
Yeah. Well, let's be frank. Whoever is in power,
it's realistic. We've been primed by the movies, by videos, by sitcoms, by everything. We expect something grander than that. We're being led, like you said earlier. But I'll add to the point again, where we have to be told. Which means, to be told, we would need to be alive. And that means to grab ourselves by the balls and have balls to stand up. And like you described, Marshall, I mean, this show, I think you already hit it out the ballpark. This is the reality of it. We're making our fate. That's what it all boils down to.
Yeah. We're going to stand up and say, look, we're not going to sell ourselves cheaply to you. Screw you. We're going to hold our freedom. And this is the beauty of what I see with the whole freedom movement. This is a global sociological event. And let's be frank, the Anunnaki come and the Anunnaki will leave. Whoever is going to be running the show when they get here is going to be running the show when they leave.
That's right. Think about it, people. Hopefully that'll be used. But this code also gave me another question, even right on the surface. It's in that UFO Diaries video. We're all asked a question, not just for me. I had to decipher the Swahili code to bring to you all, but it stands to you all as a test. It asks this question: surely no intelligent life could survive there. In our minds. Now, Dennis on Twitter Dennis, sorry. Sorry if your name was Dennis, but at least it ain't, But Dennis on Twitter asked, is there a way for us humans to get the truth ever in terms of alien disclosure? I think you touched base on that. And off the planet, aliens who have been visiting this planet for millions of years?
I think we're going to get a lot of truth coming down. And if there's anything that...
But he's asking, is there a way for us to get the truth
Yeah. This is going to come. There's going to be disclosure. There's going to be disclosure. There's going to be these things. I see this coming.
Critical mass.
Well,
we
have to ask the government. We have to ask the government. But I mean, come on, Gary. The fact is, no one is going to believe UFOs exist until an alien is eating their face off. Okay?
Well, like now, in a way, we're being fed snippets. I think you hinted at this earlier. And the government, what they're doing now, they're getting us all used to the idea of treason being committed. Trump was telling the truth little by little up to the bigger event. So it's kind of like that, but disclosure must be like that too, because after that, because remember, these guys' diabolical plan they were doing was to screw us all over before this event, maybe before they come. So therefore now, however much time until it comes and the event, we get up there, look, they're involved with the Chinese and Russians. Certainly these serious discussions that we're talking about here, hypothetically and freely speculating on this show about how those things could happen, they're really in the know. And that's why the missiles, instead of going off on each other, which was looking a lot more closer than it is now, because now rockets are going in the other direction, outward, and a race, not instead of a race to blow each other up, though the threat's still there. The enemy's still there, but we're working. But Marshall, do you see that as the potential scenario? Because in a way I do, and that gives me hope. Trump gives me hope. He's gotten balls. He's getting more brazen, calling out, hey, this guy now. Oh, look, they want to subpoena me more. All right, now I'm going to tell them no. Now it's our turn. Now, and that weed them out. And then that'll secure the funding for the Space Force. We got people in there trying to prevent the Space Force from even being a force, keeping it just with the Air Force or whatever. It's all bullshit, because the fact of the matter is, if we had to come out with disclosure, look, Marshall, you get it. I know you do. But the listeners to this show, some are still trying, and there are many smart ones that do get it, that they're awake, that Trump came out fast. And this push for a Space Force, all of a sudden, not over years, over a year. I mean, and look where it's gotten us. And now, literally, we have that before it was signed. Vice President Mike Pence, everyone, said, I packed them and smoked them, trust me. But that helps me think, though. Don't judge me. It'll help you think, too. Release the hand of brainwash from your mind. And that's not a lie. And that's why it was illegal all the years. But I'm going to tell you this, too. So, as he has stated that we're going to put American boots. We're not going to put a coalition, international coalition boots. We're not going to put, we're going to put American boots. Not astronauts. Everyone will be an astronaut at that point, regardless. But when you say American boots, creating a Space Force, what does that tell you? Military. They're not bringing flags and flowers to put where? On the face of Mars. That was his exact words. On the face of Mars. What is always officially labeled by NASA, Marshall, and everybody, as being the official name of what has become known as the face of Mars, but not officially recognized as what they keep it officially named as, but as a mesa, as a mountain, as a hill, as a butte. Look, they don't even know what the hell it is. They can't clarify it. But they keep it official, the face of Mars. Why? It was part of Brookings and the code, and I'm writing about it. And down through time, when we have to be told, we can make these connections so that I and others who see this could create critical mass. Then that's where we all grab our balls. That's what we just went over. And you discussed, Marshall, in a sense, right? And demand of the government, that makes it safer to be seen. Then we could be officially acknowledged. Therefore, disclosure will happen. He gave us one already. We're going to put American boots on the face of Mars. Again, And they're not bringing flags and flowers. They're bringing M60s. They're military. We need a military branch, not a military branch of politically correct, scientists, whatnot. We're going to have grunts, people with balls. Hey, illegals, you want citizenship for you and your family and not your whole damn tree? Join the Space Force. Guaranteed their benefits will be secure on Earth, and you will become a citizen, and you will be helping making the Martian revelation a reality and securing our homeland. That is where all this is going. Marshall, it was, awesome. We got more questions, though, if you're into it.
Okay, sure.
All right, but hopefully you see where I'm going there, because this is becoming so clear now. We're at that time when we have to be told. But how? If we know here or there are those there, because how do we say if none of them are officially allowed to talk about it, how do those in the know talk about it? They use codes. So therefore, based on Brookings over time, to acclimate us into programs, books, movies, whatever, even from scientists as pseudonyms with sci-fi novels, wink, wink, Dr. Brandenburg, Victor Norgard. He laid it out clearly as he could. Common sense. Code. Therefore, the truth gets to be told in science fiction form as it was. Therefore, but if you don't know how to see that, you're only going to see what's on the surface instead of seeing what connects behind. We need many more American boots. President Trump said this too, Marshall. I think you'll get a kick out of, which I think you'll agree maybe, not putting words in your mouth, where he said, we may have a Space Force. We'll develop another one. We may have a Space Force. He just told us disclosures, like Pence said. We're going to put American boots on the face of Mars. It was as implicating and stone-stepping where a monkey could figure it out.
Yeah,
we're being disclosed to already. Therefore, the officialness, Marshall and everyone, like you said, we have to grab ourselves by the balls. We're at that time now. We have to be told. But if they think we're not ready, again, based on Brookings, down through time, right? Therefore, we have to demand it. It's safer to be seen. They can tell the children we're mature enough, because you cannot just create a Space Force where the government's thinking, okay, maybe 500 up to 5,000. Bullshit. 50,000, 500,000. Start building the ships, Musk. NASA, get off his ass and stop, bitching out of us smoking a doobie. He's much more visioned and smarter for we the people than you've ever been in 50 years. Stop bullshitting me. That's why Pence knows. He knows who you are paid by. He knows your turtleneck pay speed agenda policy. It's not in your control no more. You're not going to be the conglomerate you are. We the people are now. And Marshall Masters is here laying it out, how even with my craziness, it actually makes sense. We shall see in the days ahead.
Actually, I'm having a lot of fun with this, because I really thought I was way out on a limb all by myself, and you and I are out on the same limb. I'm loving it.
Of the Martian revelation, and that's the transfer of our consciousness. We must change, because if we have the balls to grab ourselves by the balls, proverbially, or by our mind, pack them and smoke them, you're going to need them, and then do it, it'll help you. And you'll be freely speaking, whatever it is, you'll have the balls to demand that we have the right to the truth. And therefore, they will tell us that's the mechanism and the right timing. And then what happens next? Industrialization of space is going to be happening. These starting things is a race. It's not something that's just going to be secured with one-man mission here, a lunar outpost there, space station military of various nations here and there. No, it's a race. It is going to be a train where the military goes first, but we have to be following it for the logistical aspect to expand, because they're going to need doctors. They're going to need bars. They're going to need someone literally to wipe their ass when something happens, and or to wipe the toilets. You know what I mean? You have to have, that's jobs. That's jobs, people, from a different dimension. Star Trek age. That's why I say illegals on merit, based on merit. Bring them on in. Not your whole damn tree, unless they want to join the Space Force. Because we need many more boots. They had to come out and do that and tell us. That's how these dots get connected. I know people think I'm crazy anyway. They're brainwashed anyway by certain dark missioners. And I won't, I'm not hesitant to mention his name anymore. Mr. Richard C. Hoagland, stop your bullshitting. We demand the truth and these images. Till then, I'm going to keep kicking NASA's ass. Wink, wink. Everyone on the facesofmars.com, this video down that page too. I left out to mention. Richard Hoagland's unofficial disclosure. I'm speaking about code here. Marshall's getting it, and that's, you see, we're on the same limb. Why? Yeah. Is he crazy? Am I crazy? Oh, we're all crazy. Let's all get batshit crazy. Dance together, because it's us, that 2% of us that will make our fate. So 2% to make America, to get people to have balls to even come over here. 2% to win wars. 2% to create them. Think about it.
Yeah.
So, more questions. Is there really a phase of disclosure that the world has missed? And, well, I think I just gave one, but as an example, and Mr. Masters has actually seen a sign of the end of the earth. I don't think he'd say that, but I'll leave that to him. Or does he believe that we are feeding the aliens? Well, I think he might agree, by sending humans to space, and the returning product is alien and human skin. And the product is, well, we're already that. Like Marshall attested to, we're Anunnaki. Let us make man in our image. Oh, gosh, I'm hearing it now. And I'm a Christian. Believer in the blood and the save of what he did for me in the world. Hey, I don't want to chop your head off for it until and unless the time needs to come. Because there'll be a time when we must. And it wouldn't be a crime or a sin at that point. Because you're no longer saved. You're past the point. Especially if you take that mark, that chip, that Mr. Masters alluded to earlier. You're done. There's no point. So there's no crime. You come against me, I'm going to make your head roll. At least I know how to defend myself to a degree, but others are going to have to too, but we're all getting older. What am I going to be, 85, trying to whoop ass with a sword or weapons to survive? No, we're saved, for those who don't believe. But we must still strive till kingdom come. Keep the faith. I got to believe. Keep the faith. I don't give a shit what people think of me there. But this is the reality of it. And you're helping paint the picture and even making my faith stronger in what brought me out here. Not of my own volition. It's not like I wanted to come here. I was born in New York and raised in New York and also in South Florida. Wound up on the Space Coast by Twilight Zone coincidences and experiences where I had to start the Martian revelation. Fate, destiny. All I know is that I'm back through time, phased into myself, and I know how that sounds. We're on a new timeline. We're making our fate, and everything that Marshall's talking about now, he has yet to really see the fulfillment of where this is going, and that's what I was trying to say, Marshall. What did Dean allude to? I know he was, well, not surprised and being with a positive, optimistic outlook on it all, in my opinion.
You know, we're not alone. We've never been alone. We never will be alone. There's a lot of life in the universe. And we don't see it because we haven't come to the point where we can see it. You know, nobody knew about the Native Americans in America until we landed on the shores. All right. Until Columbus got here. So there's things that we're going to discover. We're going to have a path to discovery coming with us as we're going forward with this freedom movement. The freedom movement is going to want to bring transparency. But, and personally myself, there's no question in my mind personally that Donald Trump knew about Planet X a long time ago, because people who have that kind of wealth are always looking to see how to hedge their positions against any kind of threshold threats. For them, it's a risk management issue. For people in the mainstream, they want smoking guns because it's like for them to deal with it boggles the mind. They don't have the money. They don't have the time. They don't have the support from their families. And so they wind up getting beaten down. But I've worked with a lot of people who are very wealthy and have their own bunkers. And if there's people who are very wealthy and they don't have a bunker, they're lying to you. They've got a bunker. All right. The top 2%, they've all got stuff.
And in their door, like the Twilight Zone acclimated us to what will happen. Oh, great family, neighbor, friends, and everything. But when it came down to it, the one guy that was smart enough, who they judged and called crazy, who built an underground bunker, they all came a knocking, didn't they?
They all come a knocking, and that'll happen. And, you know, this will be the one thing I tell folks is when it gets to the point where people are standing out on the street and pointing up at the sky.
That's why I'm worried, Marshall, about what I said earlier about the other part. Call it what you will. My craziness. Survival procedure. Start digging in. You can only
start digging in, start learning skills.
Why tell me if you were to consider this hypothetically, we're freely speculating, we packed them and smoked them, no problem. So let's say I do that. I'm not at the point to where I am able to do that, though. That takes more money. I don't own the land. That takes money to get to that real other extreme face of understanding of what's being told to me and what is obviously manifested over time to give me faith and belief with fear, because I don't have the money to do the other aspect, survival, to start digging in, survival procedure. How can I do that? Unless there's still a time left, like the military now that they're getting, unless they know of a time when I will, meaning there's time for, because I'm not just doing here because if anyone told me, think about this, people, why, am I something special or big? No, it's because I'm here back phase through time, bringing you the Martian revelation that's upon you all now. That's leading you, at least 2% of you. See how that connects? Over time, pun intended. We're over a year back on the air now, Mr. Masters, since being phased back through time. This very month, a year, and over how many years? Since 2006, when everything went down, Hoagland, and everything you were covering up and hiding. You destroy a show to create mine. I mean, you destroy a show, mine, to create you as years later with a slogan. Can you handle the truth? I say, bitch, you can't tell the truth. And it all falls back in the very aspects of what me, and Mr. Masters is going over here tonight. The big echelon of things. Bet you had, or thought you had your way into the bunker, didn't you? Maybe you still do.
Look,
I don't know. All I know is I'm doing.
You got to start thinking like
a bigger picture.
You got to see a bigger picture. And about preparedness, I want to get you a simple concept that's important. We are monkeys. We're consumer monkeys. We are taught to go and have a point of sale view of reality. If MasterCard and Visa will accept the transaction, problem solved, just got to find a place in the garage to put the crap. Okay?
Yeah, so, exactly.
Look, preparedness.
But you have the means to get that, right, Marcel?
Huh?
But you got to have the means to get that. If you have no flow,
no,
what
you
do
don't.
do?
That's where people do not understand. Preparedness is not a time, place, person, or thing, Gary. Preparedness is a state of mind, because the knowing of things is more important than the having of things. I want to repeat that.
Right. You want to know how to make fire.
Takes away tonight. It's that. It is the knowing of things is more important than the having of things. And survival is going to be about the knowing of things. And so it doesn't cost you a damn thing to expand your mind, expand your understanding of how to take care of yourself. so that when things start going sideways, you're not standing there like a stupid moron going, well, Phyllis, you ever seen anything like that before? No, you see it, you recognize it, you know what the hell you do, and you kick a little ass and you get it done.
And in order to do that, you got to communicate, which is like, again, referring to your book there, Radio Free Earth, community preparedness and two-way radios. Look, it's also not a coincidence. I've been, connected to people wondering about that, okay? Patriots themselves. And there is the fact of radios. We know that FCC puts regulations on even ham radios now and distances. They want to control everything. But when the shit hits the fan, that all has got to be bypassed, because in order to do anything, with knowledge or no knowledge, you better know how to have fire or to create fire and how to communicate. And now,
absolutely. And look, on the communication, the thing about it is people don't have huge amount of money to throw. That's
the problem.
We show you how to do it on the cheap, how to buy right. And it's not only looking at this or that. We look at everything. If you can buy it in a store, I talk about it in the book. It's nice. Whether it's an amateur radio, it's GMRS, it's a single sideband CB. These are things, anything in the book I talk about, virtually 90% of everything in the book, you could buy on Amazon. And you can buy it at a good price and it's cheap. And you could even probably a lot of this stuff, just haunt around, go to swaps and flea markets and garage sales. You pick up amazing deals, so you don't have to. People, when it comes to preparedness, they're trained to think, I don't have money, I have to die. This is globalist crap.
That's right. They defeat us, and therefore it puts us in a mindset where we're proving more to the slaves once we give into it and be like, let's lay down and die. And then, but why? Because we're going to realize we were deceived and we didn't grab ourselves by the balls to make a difference when we all could have. But now President Trump is here and the Patriot movement and this other effort going on down through time to bring you to Martian revelation. It's not a coincidence. And as crazy as it sounds, and it's not just because I'm high either. But Paul on LinkedIn asked, do you believe that the end of the earth will come this time by fire from above? And, well, that would definitely connect into the passing, maybe. And does he know of any information concerning the truth of global warming? Is it real? Well, I think we covered a few of those things tonight, but again, I just want to be fair to everyone, sir.
Well, global warming is more, there's so much manipulation of our atmosphere with chemtrail spraying and everything else that are in these secret programs. It's a non-starter. Again, if you really want to understand what's going on, explain in scientific terms why the coral are dying. That's all. If you can... People ask me all these questions. I go, explain why the coral is dying. That is the beginning of the bread trail crumb. That's going to follow it. You know, and so do I think that this flyby is the end of the earth? No, I don't think that this one is end of the earth. I think the next one very well could be, because of something astronomers call the Kozai mechanism, which just explains how bodies in space orbit around each other. Because what happens with our situations eventually...
Are you saying our planet's going to explode like Dr. Tom Van Flanderen's exploded planet hypothesis, the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter type scenario? Hopefully,
no, I don't see that. I see more likely what would happen is that there would be this Nemesis dark star, this system, that one of the major planets in that system impacts the sun on the next flyby, which would happen in another 3,600 years or shorter. Keep in mind, this orbit could be affected, that up to this point, what Sitchin documented was 3,600 lunar years. But if this thing comes close enough, like Halley's, it could shorten the orbital duration. So instead of coming back in 3,600 years, it could come back in 1,800 years because the orbit is tightened. Because the orbit is tightened, then there's a greater chance of something happening where what the concern I have is that because we are the collateral damage of what is going to be a big conflict between two major bodies in space, our sun and his smaller twin. So on this path,
that's definitely a threat that came from deep space, isn't it?
That's definitely from deep space. And so what this flyby, we survived this flyby, and humanity will not only survive the flyby, but we're going to have enough time to go out and really put ourselves out there. I'm looking at
find somewhere else where this thing ain't around or going to create a problem.
We're already on it. Look at how much money right now in astronomy is being spent on the search for extrasolar Earths.
Yep. We may have a space force. We'll develop another one.
There you go.
You can't make this up.
They may do another. I mean, I like Trump. Trump thinks big. And
he's a fellow New Yorker. I grew up my whole life knowing of him, and I never disliked the guy. He was always funny, you know. He would always, rake on people when people try to corner him. You know, he doesn't just come out and insult people. They usually like trying to act up to him. 99% of the time. I'm just saying.
I love him. He's a scrapper. He's a scrapper. He'll get, that's it. I mean, when you go pick a fight with Trump, you got pirates crawling over the over the side of your ship in the middle of the night with sabers in their teeth. That's it.
Have them be on the bite waves of the internet on this show with this mad Martian. But I'm crazy. But it just might work if that was able to happen. Imagine what could be created. Imagine what could have been created by us all signing for Dr. Gil Levin's Martian Revelation Life Validation Campaign if someone had not dug a pit for us all for it to fail. We the people, we're making our fate. Marshall Masters is making our fate. We don't need those people who create the pits. That didn't send me into the pit. It's not going to discourage me enough to stop me. Despite the fact we expose them and then we roll over them because the timeline is still ours. They cannot get back what once was theirs. If that makes sense. As crazy as I am. Now follow me. Now we make our fate. Marshall Masters has the vision. You see it. You see where everything is connecting. And so do I. That's why I think we're having such a vibrant time here. And I think the listeners are too. I don't want to speak for them either. I know I'm a piece of work, but I'm serious. They know where my heart's at. At least. I'm true to myself. Many others are not. They make holes for everyone, yet want people to open their wallets and pocketbooks. Marshall, the kind that say to join their special clubs and their special subscriptions. I don't know about you, but I hear run when I hear people say that. We'll bring you the truth of this. Did not Christ say go out there and charge them nothing? Because the truth shall set you free. Mm-hmm. That's what we're doing and working on. We got some more questions here.
Sure.
What is the... Okay. Thomas on Google Plus asked, what is the elitist truly greater in secret? Is it that we are created by them? We have been manipulated by them from the beginning? Or maybe we are creating a way for them to go home? Well, that's a different way of looking at it. Or maybe for the souls. That's another way of looking at it, as I found that. Or maybe we are abandoning this planet for them to repossess this planet. Well, that might come down to that either, but then we would be evacuating, understandably, and retreating from our homeland.
This is our home world.
Bingo.
This is our home world.
Exactly. Therefore, our homeland that President Trump tried to envision, if we are to see that, we'd be retreating from that from him, from that vision. But if you want to reply to him on that, I'll shut up.
You know, I think that this is about us as a species. I mean, in terms of our evolution as a species, I think we're kind of at a stage right now where you could describe humanity as a junior high school with really bad food fights. And that's where we're at. We need to evolve and get a little further up, you know, get into postgraduate kind of evolution. And I think this is what is really on path for us. This is our destiny. This is what Creator wants for us. Creator wants us to evolve. The people that want to hold us down are parasites. They have turned their backs on God. They've turned their back on the light of God's love. And so what they need, though, is they need the life force energy that only comes from the light of God's love. Now, we get it. Those of us that walk humbly with our God, we get it, and we get all that we want. And how do they squeeze it out of us? They get us into some kind of fear-based emotion. When we're in fear, we start to hemorrhage our life force energy, or call it prana, ki, chi, if you want. And this is the thing I explain in this article that I put up, the Chi of Q, on my website at yowusa.com. And
say it again, sir.
You know, I'm explaining that see, the big problem people have is that there's a lot of big ideas, but the greatest truths, Gary, are by and of necessity simple. They always are, because that's what it takes for an idea to hold water and the test of time. It has to be
We're trained
simple.
not to trust our eyes. We're trained not to trust our eyes and only accept what we hear.
That's right. And what we have to do is we have to learn how to believe our own lying eyes. And the only truth that matters is the truth that resonates within us, because we as individuals put it there in our own way and in our own good time. And if you don't like it, kiss my ass.
Yeah,
okay?
I believe the Creator also put that there in us also. And Tony on Facebook, this is, I think, a little funny. Political too. Tony on Facebook asked, is there any reason why Bernie Sanders is running on a socialist platform at the time so many other nations that are socialist are falling, like Argentina, Colombia, and many others? Do you believe that the socialists are behind the reason why Trump wants a space force to get them off this planet?
You know, that's not a bad idea. Look, I think that Space Force is really, Trump knows what's coming in the future. Yes. Look, the last thing, if you're someone to say, well, does Trump know about Planet X? Of course he knows about it. But if he talked about it now, it would totally undermine his credibility. All right? But when the time comes, when we're all looking up in the sky, and that time is going to come, all right? That time is going to come. People are going to be looking up in the sky and pointing and pooping their collective pants, and they're wondering, what in the hell is that? Okay?
That's why we need to be told. We're coming to the time when we have to be told of all this. And,
right. And
check
Trump,
out
if there's someone that's going to tell us, it'll be Trump.
I agree. Dr. Brandenburg, John Brandenburg, also stated that he predicted within 3 years he would come out and at least acknowledge disclosure about finding a dead, of course, civilization on Mars that was discovered, that we need many American boots to go to the face of Mars. Remember, again, segue back to that. But this next question, I think, is a pretty good one. Not that the others weren't, but this one I think you'll get a kick out of. Kathy on YouTube asked, did Mr. Masters ever read The Return to Planet X? The Return to Planet X by Dr. Rand. And he's a guy I've heard a few times over there on L&M. And does he believe that Planet X is making its way into this universe? And is Planet X, I'll say possibly, a multi-dimensional object. That's an interesting concept, I guess, to add to the trick of things. Huh, what do you think?
Well, it's in our solar
Really
system.
speculating.
I've already seen it. I saw it. I saw it a year ago in September. So
well, right.
I mean,
I think he's meaning, or she, sorry, is meaning like these UFOs seem to come out of other dimensions, out of nowhere. Maybe this thing, as it orbits, maybe it has a dimensional or interdimensional doorway as it pops in and out for its orbital path. I don't see how that would apply, but I think maybe that's what maybe she's trying to suggest. I guess, if UFOs can, why not solar systems? That's interesting.
Well, that's
far out, but interesting.
It's far out, but I mean, to me, all things are possible. I don't like to naysay. There are some things that just absolutely don't make sense.
Right.
But there's a lot of things that are going to happen, and I know that there's going to be a lot that happens that I haven't foreseen coming, and I've seen quite a bit. And we're dealing with, first off, this Nemesis star system. The Russians, there's actually better science leaks coming out of Russia about it right now than anywhere else. And the Russians are saying this thing is not following the laws of physics as we understand them. And that is something that I knew for a fact that we had been given that information way back in the beginning. That this system is moving on two axes, vertical and horizontal axis, and it's moving on both simultaneously. I knew this, and so what the leaks that are coming out of Russia, they're leaking information that I had already received from credible sources that were leaking from our military. All right. So these things are, all of this is coming. What we have, and the hard thing for folks at home is we're dealing in breadcrumbs. Anything that is really solid, hard information about Planet X, the closer you come to the truth, the faster you disappear. All right?
Yeah, no shit, right? Someone tried to make me disappear, and I got close to the truth. Now they run from it. Of course, making me disappear would be too obvious now what would happen to me. Right, Mr. Hoagland? But anyway, that makes me think, did you ever meet or talk with John Moore?
I don't think I ever met with John Moore.
You know who he is, though, right? He says, about the maps of America, the submarine crews that would talk to him over the years, and many other interesting aspects, talking about the Planet X return and what they were preparing for. So, and many of them were going to the Ozarks as part of the safe lands, and he would show a map that I think you might have heard, as many others listeners to the show might be able to appreciate, seeing different changes on the United States. And this is the map after the event, as it was, of what they're preparing for regards to this object. That might be a good follow-up for you, Mr. Masters, to consider in this puzzle, like you'd said, alluding back to the beginning.
Well, yeah, alluding. I mean, I have to be honest. I'm working on a new book, Win-Win Dome Communities. And
what is it called again?
It's called Win-Win Dome Communities. And
cool.
What I'm really doing is I'm laying out a strategy for how people can come together as churches and build multi-family shelters, all hazards. With the whole theme of it is you prepare for cooperation, not confrontation.
Well,
and
right.
It's about using technology, but the important thing is that what I am challenging in the book is people think in terms of Cold War bomb shelters. And that is what they're not grabbing with this, and what they miss is that while it all sounds very intelligent way to do it, the fact is it's unproven. Cold War shelter strategies have never been tested. And so
it might be like
Cold War strategies.
It might be like
tested. How do you survive?
How
do you survive a situation where you're going to be dealing with a decade-long tribulation? And so this is what I'm doing. The books I write, simply, I'm not writing for the present time. I'm writing for years ahead. I'm organizing the books. Radio Free Earth is written for when people are starting to go, damn, we need to start organizing and doing something. And that'll happen.
Even now, we're getting that feeling. We many are getting that feeling. And looking at that book cover, it says Dwayne W. Brayton, my buddy Mean Green and co-producer here, asks, who is he? Who is he? And that might be a good future show if he's willing and you, sir.
Sure. Dwayne is, I have a church, Knowledge Mountain Church of Perpetual Genesis, and I set it up. It's for people who are in awareness, and it's a way for them to have companionship with other people in awareness without being bashed by family and friends. I mean, there's people who are in awareness and they're following this stuff and their eyes are open to it.
Right.
The minute they go to share it with family and friends, they get ridiculed, bombast, humiliation. It's really, really, really.
And beat up later on to try to get in.
Yeah, then they're going to be the ones. I call them the hull knockers, from the story of Noah, the ones that are knocking on the hull.
Exactly. There was a.
Hey, let us in.
They said
let us in. And so I'm ready to have that conversation. I was a jerk to you before, but now I'm ready for the conversation. And
you were a jerk to me before, really? Then I missed it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about for people who are going to see what's coming. But even when we see it, the majority of people are not going to believe it's going to be a problem until it's too late.
Right.
Because they're going to be, if the fake news media, all right, if the fake news media is
control,
that is the intelligent way to describe what we see. All right. The fake news media, what it would do with this is it would be the one coming out with the talking heads, telling you nothing to worry about. It's just going to fly over our heads. The worst that could happen has already happened. So relax. And when you hear that, we're in deep kimchi. All right.
Run the hills.
You hear that, but the thing of it is, most people are what they're going to say to that lie. Thank you for that lie. That's what I wanted to hear. Now I can go back to Walmart. Okay. That's what they're going to say. This is always going to come down to the people who are going to take the high road and the ones that don't. The nice thing about it is if you got the chutzpah to take the high road, it's not terribly crowded.
Indeed. So that sounds like a good future show. You think he'd be interested?
Sure.
Oh, that's cool. Well, we got another question. I'm sure, I could keep rocking if you can, but I think this is a good.
I can rock.
Oh, awesome. All right. Let me see. Odin asks, Mr. Masters, you have boldly flowed through this industry by telling the undisputed truth and giving you the facts. Do you believe that there is a huge media insurgence of people that want to discredit you, or people like you, like kind of you mentioned earlier, that's what's done because you speak from truth and knowledge, or is it because of the jealous and manipulative functioning of certain hosts and controllers? I will add that, no, you are a blunt and truth-speaking gentleman.
First off, if it weren't for guys like you, I would be toast. All right. And there is an awful lot of suppression on me and my work. What I would say is that.
I know the feeling.
Pardon?
I know the feeling.
Yeah, and so
fighting it. I got balls.
yeah, you know, when you get hit, when they come at you, they come at your pocketbook. They want to shut you down. They don't want you to say anything.
Been there,
And
done that.
I, you know, nice thing about it is that it's still been tough. I'm still getting put down, but I would say that there's a lot of really great radio hosts out there, guys like yourself, who are, you know, to hell with it. We're just going to get this out there because this is important information.
Exactly.
Audiences, people need to get it. People need to have access to this information. And so, you know, I'm really enjoying this show with you because you're there. You're where I'm at right now. You're seeing the same things that I'm seeing.
And it's not coincidence. It's destiny or fate. There's always a question. That book you mentioned earlier, Lost Book of Enki, helps one fathom that. All right? There's nothing is coincidence. And it's for a reason. And I've already detailed some of those. But I'm crazy. Remember, keep thinking that. Because as your consciousness changes, 2% of you are going to grab your balls and stand with me, okay, on my side, not behind me, raising your fist saying, I stand with us. And then we're going to create the critical mass needed to make the changes. We will. I'll find others. There won't be other John B. Wellses out there. I promise you that. Dark missioners. But yet they want your money. First thing they hit you with, go to a website, bam, bam, bam. Holy shit. Well, what about the truth? You know, let's just chalk it up as, you know, I owe you one. Talk about adding insult to injury. Those of this show know what I'm talking about there and what he was talking about there. But what you're talking about here, definitely we're on the same limb, and I think the listeners are too. And 2% of them, Marshall, that's okay. As many, you know, even Christ said it himself, the majority are doomed. The majority aren't even going to listen to him. It's those who will. In that sense, we're sheep. But we're not blind sheep, and we're not stupid sheep. You know what I mean? So we don't have to be led to the slaughter. He already has. We follow him, but we follow him in faith. But that don't mean we don't have balls. We don't confront. That don't mean that we don't get to judge. We have to do the right things, the things that we ought, in order to survive. And President Trump is going to help bring that back once he exposes this evil. The space race is on. The Martian revelation's upon us. And we're making our fate. You see, Marshall, how that fits? We're making our fate. Therefore, we're going to make the outcome happen to what it needs to be. And we would not be here even talking about it if there wasn't something wrong. If this wasn't what it was meant to lead us. You know what I mean? You have suffered. You went through your persecutions. You still do. I do. Your depressions, the things that put us on the path of where we're at now. Yeah. Bullshit judgments aside, we're on the path where we're at now, where, okay, we're focused on that point. Now we just need 2%. This ain't about fans. This ain't about money. Money would be good. I got to beg for donations, but that's from people of the 2% that dare have balls, raise their fist, say, I stand with us. Because without them, there is no this. There's no Martian revelation. It's them that enables this. And it's them that's going to help you, Mr. Masters, because you're helping us to wake us up and to enlighten us and to tune in. The tune in, not well, and to stay tuned, but to tune in and to remain tuned in for what the future is upon us. And that's, again, how you're going to tune in. You got to communicate. So you got to buy that book, everybody, Radio Free Earth, on the facesofmars.com. Click it. It'll take you to his sites there. Click onto those links to his website, as well as community preparedness and 2A radios, which is obviously that book we were just talking about. But you know what I'm saying? Look, the links are on the page. Just click them, damn it. You know, plenty of info there, and also the QX. Click on that image to go to those posts, the Chi of Q. I like the name of that and the concept you laid out. Again, I think you segued a lot of this, and I was admittedly kind of nervous where this would go. But you know what? It is what we're making our fate. I think that impression has been left upon the public. We got, you know, some interesting questions and mindsets. People were definitely packing them and smoking them because they were thinking. When people think, you got to understand they're smokers in today's day and world. You know what I mean?
There were. I really do enjoy the questions and getting from your audience, and they're looking beyond. They're looking for that big picture, and because there's no question in my mind that this is when this flyby happens. This is total disclosure. I mean, this is where we're going to learn a lot about a lot of different things, and people are going to be hungry for that information.
And not so crazy anymore, huh?
Not so crazy. And so I see it, I just, for me, for all the years, you could look on my site, I pretty much stayed out of politics, but it was when I got to understand what was happening right now with humanity, that was when I became so excited, so hopeful for the first time in so many years, because we're standing up and we're claiming our right to be free. Okay? And, you know, God doesn't say wait for Amazon Prime to deliver it. All right?
Sure.
You got to go out and it's yours, but you got to take it. You got to claim it. You got to get your hands on it, and you got to keep it away from the thieves. You know, the minute you build a chicken coop and you got chickens, you got coyotes, okay? Coyotes and chickens just come together. So that's all. People get their chickens. We're getting this together. I see a very hopeful picture. It's a tough time for humanity. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. The flyby is going to cause a tremendous amount of death and dying, but it's going to cause it because people they're just, the people that are going to perish in this are not grasping the fact that there's nothing that says you have to die like a lemming during this flyby.
And we were also put in this
that you
position
can do.
People.
Pardon?
And we were also put in this position for this vulnerabilities and stupidity and ignorance of these leaders who are now, hopefully everything's going to change in order to create a space force, we the people.
Yeah. I think that's what we have the chance to do. And so if you remember in the book of Enki, that Enlil and Enki, these are the two guys that are, Enki created us. Enlil wants to destroy us. All right. And Enlil, the first time was Enlil wanted to destroy us in the Great Deluge, the Great Flood, which was actually a pole shift event. And the word got out, and there were enough communities that were able to survive. So what we have, all of the flood stories that we have, and there's, sociologists will tell you there's over 100 of these in folklore and the traditions of cultures all around the world about the Great Deluge. This was huge, 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 huge for humanity. And for example, in the Colburn Bible, which I published, which was a wisdom text that comes from the ancient Egyptians and the Celts, they have the story of Sesuda and Hanok, which perfectly describes a pole shift event. So,
now, do you think that pole shift event, upon at least the one Noah, or according to the Anunnaki, Zeusudra, and there's also Utnapishtim or whatnot, same story basically. So, do you think it was that event was because of a pole shift, but from what? Because of the planet of the crossing event?
It was the flyby. I mean, the planet of crossing is Nibiru, but Nibiru is just one planet. There's what I write about in my books, being in it for the species and surviving the Planet X tribulation, is that you have Nemesis, which is a brown dwarf, a dark star. You can only, it's shrouded with iron oxide dust because.
So that's the real problem.
That's a real problem. That's a problem.
That's the main one to focus on, even though we have to worry about, I guess it would be Nibiru that would be coming between Venus and Earth.
Oh yeah, no, we're going to have, look, people are going to have to go to ground. Okay, that's it. you're going to have to go to ground. You're going to have, and I'm not talking about a shelter with a foot of dirt. What I talk about in my book, Surviving, is actually 10 feet of dirt and 2 feet of basalt aggregate over your dome, and you're using a concrete dome structure underground.
Wow.
We have the technology. We don't need gee whiz nonsense. We have the technology to create all hazards, highly survivable, very comfortable, family-focused survival micro communities of 100 to 150 people. We have the technology. We can do it. This is totally possible. We don't have to. We have the technology that we do not have to die in vast numbers. Now, we will. It doesn't matter, because most of the people are not going to get it because they don't want to get it. And they're not going to wake up to the fact that they need to do something until it's too damn late. But the people who can walk and chew gum and think for themselves, they have a tremendous window of opportunity. This is when you can start working with like-minded others, finding things that you're going to have much better choices, much better prices, much better access, much better everything. As once this object is visible to most people at most times on the face of the earth, things are going to change. But you don't need to have 90% of the people doing it. If you have 10% of the people preparing, only 10%, this is going to be absolutely massive. It's going to be huge, and it's going to draw on all these resources. And so you're going to be competing with that 10% who are going to say, I don't believe the fake news. I believe my own intelligence. My intelligence, my lying eyes are telling me this frickin' rock is going to hurt.
And that this guy's bullshitting us all.
That's right. That we're being bullshitted. And so this is where you're going to have the guts to do it. I can't help everybody. I really wish I could.
Right.
But all I can do in the books that I write and the interviews that I do and talk to people is don't let your life end at a point of sale cash register. Stop thinking like a damn consumer. The people who were pioneers who would spend a whole year going across country on Conestoga wagons, did they leave Ohio with a 2-year supply of freeze-dried emergency food? I don't think so.
That's true.
Okay? They learned to find sustenance, to survive, and deal with things with very low technology. Muskets, knives, hatchets, Conestoga wagon with some things that are in there, a Dutch oven. I mean, they were able to do huge amount of things with very little technology. All right. So and they didn't go, oh, I can't buy everything that's in the Sears Roebuck catalog. I'm going to die. No, they didn't do that. Okay. Right. So they would put things together, choose their steel wisely, make good choices.
And got dirty.
Pardon?
They grew some nuts and got dirty.
Yeah, they did what they had to do, and they made it through. We can do the same thing, and we can do it. We don't have to. Survival doesn't mean you got to run around like a bunch of idiots with AR-15 scaring the hell out of people playing war games.
Right. That's why we need communications, and that's why, all this is falling together. And with your new book there, again, at thefaceofmars.com, everyone, Radio Free World, click on it, check it out, get it. I intend to hopefully get a copy of it myself. That's one of the advantages of, and which could become time consuming because then I get too many books. And, you know, at least as a show host, I try to remain true to my guests. I try to read their books. And I think that's only fair. And that brings me on more on the level with them, especially when they have the balls to come on the show with me.
Well, I'm enjoying it. So it's like, you know, this is because you're seeing the same things I'm seeing right now. I've gotten a lot of hassle from people about my QAnon articles. And they're going, oh, you're too controversial, to this, to that, to the other thing.
Those are the commies and the Democrats mostly, I bet, and the Trump haters.
Yeah, it's probably. And, but, you know, even some of the Trump people, they're kind of stunned. They don't understand what Q is all about. And they think, interestingly enough, there's a lot of them that, you know, they're going, well, Q is... It's a crazy, kooky conspiracy theory. It's all that. I get my information from really good sources. I mean, these are the kind of people that I talk to are the ones that, you know, they put their lives in harm's way to.
Well, I'm sure there's sources of things that don't pan out, but there's definitely in the work when you have the balls to continue doing it. Eventually, there will be sources that do pan out. That's the thing, and that's you know. Over the years, and where he enables him to where he goes now, even myself. But we got a question, and we actually got a caller on the timeline. I can only imagine. But we'll go to the question first. Corey asked, do you think that then, based on what you're saying, technology will be the death of society?
I think there are only two kinds of technology: useful technology and technology that is not useful.
Right.
Okay. And I am a technologist. I worked in the computer business for 25 years. I believe that we can use technology and we use it wisely. We take technology that's effective, that gets results, and you use what works and you don't use what hurts. And so that, to me, when I look at technology, that's all I want to know.
Subsurface Martian illegals, the Martian subsurface illegals. Remember, our boots, American boots, are going where?
To Mars.
And they're going in. You know what I mean? But if you want, let's go to the caller now.
Let's go to the caller.
And what's your name, caller? Where you calling from? And thanks for listening to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you now.
Hey, Gary. It's Katie here, calling from Oklahoma.
Hey, Katie. How you doing?
I'm
Long
good.
time no talk to.
I have a question for Mr. Masters. Does he believe that his book Radio Free Earth will create a new gender for society?
That's a good question.
I love this woman. This is exactly.
Everybody loves me.
All right. Well, you got new ones, and the whole point of the book is, if we can communicate, we can share ideas. And in the book, I mean, you know, I have 3 chapters on just dealing with EMP radiation that will tear things down in our digital age. But I have 1 chapter that I devoted, and it's to the future and how we use radios and we can communicate with each other. You know, necessity is the mother of invention. People are going to learn new ways to make energy, to purify water. They're going to find ways to make penicillin that are easier. They're going to find all kinds of things. And if that information only resides in one survival community and it doesn't go out to any others,
then it's
what
not
a terrible waste of phenomenal information. But if you have, in the book I'm talking about, particularly with amateur radios, you have the ability, people don't know that, if they don't know anything about amateur radios, then this is the high frequency radios in particular, but you can send digital files, faxes, videos, photos. you have the ability to transmit information in all kinds of formats. And so if you have this ability to use this equipment, which is off the shelf today, off the shelf, and you don't use the more expensive type. There's the types that we tell you that are best of class, very durable, the analog technology. And so you're sharing this, and people are going to share information about threats that they are facing. They're going to share information about ways to do things more smartly so that it takes less time and energy, that people can heal themselves. You know, you may say, you know, what's the point of having an HF radio? If your child survives a terrible illness because you were able to find a doctor who had an HF radio 500 miles away from you and already was dealing with that situation there in that community, that doctor, he or she could be talking with your medical person, whoever you have, and saying, all right, here are the symptoms, look what you're doing, here's what, you know, have you got the following things? You can make this treatment, this therapy using these simple things. And it's effective. All right.
And other stuff. All right.
So, you know, when she's saying, can we, it's absolutely, this is how, if we're going to create a Star Trek future, we can't throw what we have learned, what humanity has gathered in the way of technology, that we understand what works and we can make it work. Then we want to hold on to that knowledge. There are other things we're not going to want to hold on to. Facebook probably will be one thing that in the future they're not going to want a Facebook. All right, they're going to want their privacy. But on the other hand, there's going to be the sharing of knowledge and the sharing of ideas. And ideas are powerful. And
so I think that's a yes, Katie.
I love it. I love it. This, you know, I ever meet you here, drinks are on me.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for the call, Katie. Now, hey,
You're
if it's
welcome.
cool,
And I just want to let you know, Gary, before I go, that I'm on your team, Martian Militia. Truth must be exposed.
Join the Martian Militia. Thanks, Katie.
You're welcome. Have a good night, guys.
All right, you too.
Good night, Katie.
So that's pretty cool. So everybody, Marshall, if it's cool, you will go to our last break, and maybe, you know, we could do, I don't know, 10 minutes more or something, and we could roll on up.
Sure.
All right, cool. I could keep going, but, you know, I do got to go take care of some puppies that my puppy had. So I got to feed them every 4 hours. And I know on the other end, they're not getting fed at the moment. So I got to hop on them. So, which is cool. I love puppies. So, anyway, but communication is definitely essential, everyone. Again, pack them and smoke them because you still need them as we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
The question for life on Mars has been answered in 1976. But ever since then, NASA's not wanted to go back and replicate those tests. Instead, they'd rather go search for signs of life instead of actually finding it. Let's all make NASA change their policy and letting them know that we demand them on the upcoming Martian rovers of the Mars Rover 2020 and the ExoMars rover. We would like Dr. Gil Levin's life detection controlled label release experiments on board those rovers. It is about time. Is it about our fate? Please join the Dr. Gil Levin's Martian Revelation Life Validation Campaign. Please go to www.thefacesofmars.com and scroll down the page and click on the glowing, blinking link for Dr. Gil Levin's Martian Revelation Life Validation Campaign. You will get to read all the information of what this is about. Please support us and please support the campaign as a White House petition is going to be in place. And this is just to let know to you all of what's coming. So when the day comes, you all go to sign it because we need 100,000 signatures within 30 days for it to flow President Trump's desk, as well as the chair of the National Space Council, Vice President Pence. Please join the Martian Revelation, and please help Dr. Gil Levin in his quest for validation and vindication of life on Mars. Indeed, people, this is Gary Leggiere, the host of the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. Indeed, I'm here to lead you through the dark, and definitely Mr. Marshall Masters is going to help you to keep talking in the dark, until you get the lights back on. Ain't that right, Mr. Marshall?
Yeah, that's it.
So that's a great segue there, too, perfect song. Sometimes this thing just happens music always fits a lot. I don't know. Again, nothing's coincidence. One show at a time. Faith. I gotta have faith. I gotta believe. One show at a time. Don't matter if I have 5 listeners or 5 million. The day will come. The Martian revelation is the reality. And 2% is all I need. All we need. Join the show.
You know, the majority of colonists during the Revolutionary War sat on the sidelines or helped the British. You know, it was a minority of Americans that put it on the line, not the majority. So being in the majority doesn't mean you're on the right side of history.
Right. That's for sure. It means that potentially you're the most, being led and lied to according to agenda of, well, it depends. You know, a lot of people or less people. It depends on, like you said, the mindset. We have to change our way of thinking. And, you know, it's what you're doing, what I hope and what I feel this show is doing. And we strive to do to bring the truth one show at a time. Because, again, we're coming into the light out of the dark. We're in a war against the evil dark missionaries, and I intend to win. Who dares have the balls, raise their fist, say, I stand with us? Soon there'll be plenty of people. Maybe, you know, to put a crowd in the background. But it'll be true, because this is all relevant, and we're on that path of the Martian revelation, and that's just part of it. The planet of the crossing, the solar system, Nemesis, Herculobus, what other names they have given it. But we have seen it, though, also in the news, as I think you have pointed out before, of these incoming bodies in our solar system.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of coverage. There's more coverage in the rest of the world. We're seeing a lot more useful leak information actually coming out of Russia than anywhere else right now. And the lid on this is really, the guys that are holding the lid on it are actually the central banks. And the banksters, because the banksters are the globalists. And
Trump's taking them down. He's cutting them off at the pass.
He's cutting them off at the pass, and which is, you know, that is something I'm really, really excited about. And it's not for me something where, you know, it's red versus blue, Americans against Americans. I don't like seeing us divided as a nation. And if I don't hold, you know, people are being misled.
Remember,
I don't hold it against them, but it's right. Everyone's job to become self-informed.
That's true. Remember the vision. Oh, I'm sorry, Marshall.
Go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say. Remember the riots in the streets we were seeing that was trying to be placated on America. People with the American flags, the Antifa going after them, after the evil things that they were doing. And dude, all I know is like I saw a civil war erupting right there. You know, and the people picking up the flag again and carrying it, running down the street after them. And it was a sad vision that they were trying to force on our country. And these traitors need to hang. And Trump's going to get them. He's going to get them, and he's going to lead us to the Martian revelation. Because like you said, and I believe it, he knows it. He knows what's coming. He knows with the hope and common sense, like he says. All you need is common sense to be the president. Yeah. You know, when all these leaders are corrupt, they're of the majority type mindset, like you said. They're leading us to the path of destruction. You know, what about what happens? Russia, like you said, you mentioned them earlier, building thousands of bunker type style things. But that's not for their so-called quote unquote elite. Like Trump says, we're the elite. Putin's doing it for his people. Where's us? Hopefully, when the event happens, hopefully by then it's done. It won't have these underground bunkers on cities in America will not just be for the elites anymore. If this goes right, you see where I'm going? Remember, now we're just starting up our engines. So that means this thing must be getting closer. The race is on. But that would mean, and all this going on, if we could take it away from those people who are the ones in control of this, like you said anyway, doing all these evil things, that might mean he might open the doors for us to be able to go in too, or based on merit.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's possible because it gives us a lot of chances. But then again, like an egg, anything could happen under the ground too. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully we won't be the ones in Scripture tell us about fall out on us, fall down on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But either way, I'd rather be having my boots go under the face of Mars, you know, or further away from the contact point as possible, or beyond. Trump said Mars wasn't, it was also beyond. So they got a plan. It tells us a lot, the disclosures between the lines, that it's to go beyond. Threats from deep space are going beyond the solar system, outside the solar system. That's the disclosures. But now, again, I have to keep reiterating, we have to grab ourselves by the balls, create the critical mass to demand it. That'll help make it safe to be seen. Then they can release it to us children. You know, the book and story, the movie, I don't know if you've seen it, Childhood's End.
No, I haven't seen it.
You should watch that, Marshall. You should watch that. And listen, it's Childhood's End. You know, we're coming up with some different things for the Martian Revelation, and for also on the Saturdays, Voice This Show will happen to where, again, you know, I'm a pirate here. I believe in freedom, not special clubs and special subscriptions to bring you the truth. That's what I'm about, and that's what the truth is about. What Marshall Masters appears to me being about. I mean, look, all I know is that everything's fitting. I think this show, in overall, in my mindset, from a researcher perspective point of view, that it was positive. And positive effects and blessings will come from it, my friend. And but hey, is there anything else that you got going on? I'd like to, end up on with about, and hopefully we're able to set up another show soon with your co-author at some point.
Sure. Here's
any conferences coming up? Any speaking deals? Or, God, do they let you in any schools? And I'm sure I know the answer to that. But those are like some basic questions that I also ask mainstreamers too, of what advice they would give for us to do that, to where we could build that bridge, right? To be able to, okay, you know, well, now we have to be told, now let's start being, like President Trump says, having common sense about it. To apply
That's all it really, you know, I mean, common sense is, it's all it's necessary, but, you know, it's also the integrity. And they're the big difference. I mean, the globalists are parasites. They feed off of us. We have to understand we're a food source to them. All right. The patriots.
I think you mean literally that.
No, we're not pets.
No, I believe literally, like you said.
Catfish in a pond.
They eat us.
Cats. You raise catfish to eat them. All right. We are, you know, what they're consuming from us is our life force energy. We're serving them. They're taking something that's not theirs, and they're taking it from us.
And we're meeting a
if
future
we
race.
deny it to them, they're gone, and we have the future. Look, the globalists. A good way to look at globalists. Two men look at the same 15-year-old girl. One sees a glorious child with an amazing future, marriage, family, career, public service, academics, achievements. This is a child that has all of this. And then the other man looks at and just goes, I can sell her for X number of dollars. And that's it.
After he bangs her and beats her and sells her.
That's right. And so you're going to have, and that's the thing about the elites. They look at us no differently than, frankly, a pimp looks at a young girl who's, you know, wandering the street, and he's going, I can turn that into a rental vagina. That's money. And that's it. That's the sole end all and be all of this child's life. And so
sex trafficking. Yep.
Yeah, sex trafficking. So that's who these people are. That's who we are facing in the task for the Patriots is totally daunting. They're going to have to reveal what is the truth. And it is so ugly. It is so ugly that a lot of people, it's just going to roll up over their heads. They're going to say, I can't believe it. They're going to go into cognitive dissonance. That's the real the ugliness of the elites is so deep. It is so ugly that it is going, and this is something I put in this article. I don't know how, and I did it in a previous article. That's how will the alliance unfold all of this in a way that people will accept it and get their heads around it? Because if they don't, they're only going to get one chance. And if they cast their pearls before swine, everything folds up like a cheap tent. And so there's this programmed incredulity that we have in our minds. But for your listeners out there, stop thinking like a stupid consumer. There's nothing that says you have to die like a lemming. There's nothing. Nowhere is it written that says if you don't have $1 million to have a luxury underground condo, you have to die. It's not written.
A previous guest, Robert Zimmerman, said the same thing to me. And, and many of us are guilty because that was our society, but now it has to change. And he's right. Stop, asking NASA. Stop, expecting them. And that's why I said, again, the grab your balls part and, speak up, and critical mass comes into play. We have to be intelligent enough and be brave enough now, obviously, for this next step, like you're describing. That's very interesting. And
you know what? We also have to have faith in each other. Right. We have to have faith that there's enough of us that hold and value the same noble beliefs and that we're willing to make the sacrifices, and that, have faith. The one thing that the globalists, the elites, want us to believe is that we're all foul, wretched creatures. Yeah, there are those of us that, are on the shallow end of the gene pool. Okay, I'll give you that.
Well, I ain't the smartest guy out there, but I ain't the dumbest either. I got a brain and common sense and a heart of knowing right and wrong, though we're all sinners. We've all experienced, but the thing is, and growing and having common sense, and then knowing how you can help others, especially when it's for something important. And like I said, I'm not here by coincidence or chance. I'm doing my job, and what my fate and destiny is what will come to me in full understanding once we make it. So the fight is mine as well as everyone else's and yours, and I cannot do it alone. We work on donation support, and that's what it's going to take. We're going to have a lot of things going on, like on the site I was trying to mention about earlier before I brain farted. I apologize. To make your Saturdays up to the show day fun, Imagineering department, enabling, creative, fun one, like we used to have growing up on Saturdays, from cartoons to movies, documentaries, educational things, to the downright bizarre need be, and even some tunes. I mean, but that stuff doesn't come free. And there's more people involved in this than just myself. Without those elements, this show would not be able to be put in a position to go that way. It would take a lot more time for me to do it, to handle it. It could be done, but not on the time frame of now, which I'm on, because the time is of the essence. That's all I'll know. And those down through time and listeners to this show can appreciate that statement. Mr. Masters, you might be able to relate. And if not, don't worry. I'm crazy, they'll tell you. But you're definitely true blue. And, you know, I just definitely would like to see you come back in the future. Because again, as this world comes into view with the space race, I know there's going to be other findings here that's going to come surprising you. And when you do, sir, please reach out to me, contact me, even if, if you can't make it on again late for a 10-minute skit or something. I like to do that for other people too, just to be informative. We could set things up like that also.
Okay.
But our next main event, I think, should be with your co-author, if you're cool with that. And hopefully he's cool too, and can deal with me. I'm a different type of beast and monster. I'm the product and the monster of what they made me. That's all I say. And I'm on that path, making my fate. And I can't do it without everyone's support, and yours as well. But I think there's anything like you would like to finalize with, sir, because we definitely got to go. And again, there's other people because they have different time zones. They got to crash soon. But next time we'll be also end one.
Well, dear, I just want to leave everyone with one thought.
Yes, sir.
It's not about holding on to things. It's about holding on to each other. Remember that.
Yes, that's solid. That's solid, and definitely a contemplator. All right, well, Mr. Masters, well, thank you very much for being on. It's definitely been real, and no conferences coming up or anything, or I know you mentioned
I'm working right now. I'm working on writing my next book, and when I do that, I hunker down and I almost disappear.
More than welcome to also come back on when that is too. Listeners, appreciate that. You're definitely a friend of the Martian Revelation. So thank you very much, Mr. Masters, and have a good night. We'll talk soon, and I'll give you the link once I have the archive up. And let's rock this. Let's make our fate, my friend. We're connected.
You bet. Let's do it.
You have a good night, sir.
You too.
Excellent. All right. So, thank you very much. So anyway, everybody, what do you think of that? Mr. Marshall Masters, Part 2, Down Through Time. I think that name was quite fitting, if you ask me. It's definitely got my brain working and the gears are rolling. It would have been great to even continue on, and I know he could, and that's good. That's fire. We're going to need that in future days. But again, I got puppies to feed, and I got my friends, and also, again, we don't get paid for this. We need your donation support. I'd rather beg and, having balls to do so to help make our future. But I need your help to win it. Because I don't get to learn my full destiny now in this new timeline without leading you there too. That's got to make most sense. Because there's a lot of things coming. And there's a lot of things that... what's the point? The point was bringing out tonight enough for you to think about, let alone beyond even myself. That's why I say pack 'em and smoke 'em. It helps you think. And all the things that we're wondering about and what he's discussing, I hear no lies in any of that. And it's relevant to the things I've experienced and many of us over the years. Remember, last time he was on was, 2003? Shit. That's a long time. But regardless, I am where I am now. I am who I am. And that's going to be ultimately fulfilled, however that may be, once I usher us into the Martian Revelation. What it means for me personally, because this is part of a much bigger objective and picture. Not that I'm some grand, but there is an eye on me down through time, let's just say. Listeners of this show might be able to appreciate, or if you want to come to a possible grasp of understanding, listen to the archives for A Tale of Two Captains, An Adventure Through Time, An Adventure in Time. Speaking of which, we may be having, hopefully soon, a roundtable coming up. Mr. Green, if you care to be mean and let us all know if you've heard anything yet about that potential roundtable, which may turn into be more than one periodically, to discuss issues along those lines of Tale of Two Captains and also the other aspects that's all connected to that and to them. It's relevant, in the least, I can say that. Hopefully he ain't asleep. But other than that, I had to keep rocking, so I apologize, Mean Green. If it was your sleepy time, it is later where you're at. Oh, have you heard any word on that though, by chance, without giving everything away though? Kind of, if you heard. Well, it's a future prospect. You think that would be interesting for the station, right? That sounds good. And again, thank you for your efforts. As I tried to mention, we desperately need the listeners' help. I don't care how I look, but at least I ain't trying to fucking rob you or manipulate you to bring you to the truth with the goal to bring you to truth one show at a time. And I think tonight I have proven that again. I'm consistent. 1 year, Mean Green, and now look where we're at and look what we're planning. We're pirates on the bite waves of the internet. Freedom is going to stand. Freedom is going to bring us to the Martian revelation, especially with those with balls. Again, that there have the balls to raise their fists and say, I stand with us. And Mean Green is working hard on that. And again, this is of his time as well. That, you know, without these elements, without the care and the support, it would not be able to be being worked on to bring forth to you the type of product we want to bring forth to you, let alone what we want to do for you periodically, especially on show days. Ain't that right, Mean Green? You know, and it's going to be different, and that's what I am. That's what it is. I'm not here to replicate someone else or to be a ghost of the past, but to help write the future and lead the future. That's my part while I live and breathe, for a bigger purpose of where I'm being led, where we're all being led. That's why, I'm not speaking for him, that's why I believe Mean Green's here. That's why, you know, Global Enlightenment Radio Network, Odin, everyone has their worldly problems, but don't mess with me with that bullshit. I'm not part of that. And I've done nothing to those who may have grievances with people. We all have associations. But when the truth stares at you in the face and questions demand to be asked and answered, it got to take balls to do so, to be worthy to be anything, let alone an authority. And I don't claim to be one. But I know one thing, bitches. I'm going to lead this. I'm going to lead this Martian revelation, and I'm already on my path for it. 2% is all I'm appealing to. But again, this is something for everybody. Indeed. And it will be. Well, you grew up on military bases. Right. From the 50s. Yeah, and the mission, yes. The space race that we created in the spaceship. Right. I was a baby, but I remember that. And things fit. Down through time. And speaking of which, of what I asked you about, that's relevant to them as well for this roundtable, isn't it? Incredible. Former Mother Planet. Those words too. Isn't that interesting compared to what would we do anyway that I tried to describe earlier? Nothing's coincidence. Again, everyone listen to the Tale of Two Captains. Hack 'em and smoke 'em. You'll definitely need them. I'm going to tell you that. And then listen to the assessment. And if you dare for the remainder of the bullshit that happens after that. But anyway, you know, but I limit that. But that archive is available. It is out there to some degree. Though that show actually went to 9.5 hours, I think. Wasn't it, Odin? That night of the Czar of Mr. Big Jabroni. Are you with us, Odin? Okay, Mean Green. So, yeah, we'll set that up. But other than that, I know. But like I said, also, anyone else that listens to the show, if you want to stream it for other people, you're more than welcome. No special clubs. No special subscriptions. But yes, I have to humbly beg for your donations. Because I don't have the money to do something like this. All right, it ain't about money. Money doesn't make the prestige or the name any better. Especially when it leads to, like Mr. John B. Wells. Fuck Mr. John B. Wells and his well to hell and the complicitness to take us all down and kick us all in the nuts and kick Dr. Gillivan in the nuts. You know, Mean Green, that still pisses me off. Speaking of which, end of days, I'm going to be on with Michael Deacon for next week's show of his. Mike, very surprised. I'll let him speak. He wanted to ask me to do a show to talk to him about it, perplexing him, and he wants to help reveal that. All the more power. Mike's a brother in the truth, and you know he don't bullshit no one. I like him. He's a friend, and he's also a very good show host, and who even the likes of George Norrie likes to be like. He even dyes his hair to try to look like him. But that's my opinion, okay? But the thing is, there's no substitute for Michael Deacon of End of Days. He was along with the only people who had the balls to dare ask, and also to have me on, and also to dare ask Hoagland about the UFO diaries, and invited him on more than one occasion. I ain't talking shit. Only him and Mike Vera. That's it. And yeah, he is. And you know, he's sarcastic, he's funny, he's a comedian, and but he's also insightful. You know, and it's definitely why are you pushing another show? Because Martian Revelation is part of End of Days, more ways than one. Those words will ring out to be true soon as well. But we have to embrace the Martian Revelation till kingdom come. Our fate is what we make. But I don't know, man. I guess, you know, I should shut this down now. I don't feel like I could just keep babbling, but, you know, Odin ain't with us. We don't know. Yeah, definitely. And until next week, when we come back with cool gifts, the Light of Independent Research Society, Jeffrey Boyd Jr. himself, and many interesting things to talk about and new relevant findings and, you know, continued discussions of the bizarre and the reality of what awaits us here under our feet, let alone on Mars and beyond. But Mean Green, thanks a lot for your efforts, and I and the listeners do appreciate it, and they definitely will more if they get the please donate and help us succeed with what we want to help bring you all. Again, no special clubs to join. No special subscriptions. We're going to earn it by our merit. Good night, everybody, because of us, it's only us. Good night.
grasp your hand.